it is. The frame is bent.
So welcome back here live in the paddock for the main event stream, and we just watched a crazy pre-final here for X30 Senior. Zachary Clay-Manamela rolled off 7th. He emerged out of the chaos at the end of it in P1, and he was able to hang on there after a late battle with Nate Cicero. He's now caught up with Jenna Tommy.
Zach, you ended this race P1. It was pretty hectic, chaotic. Didn't end up the way that most of the viewers thought it was going to. Can you explain what happened to us?
Very unexpected, to be honest. I don't know. I just kind of avoided all the carnage. My buddy Kremers had a bit of a spin on his own, so actually if someone followed him through, I don't really know who it was, so I took advantage of that and didn't look back much after that. Saw the team on the trailer going crazy and knew just to look ahead and focus.
Well, good for you. So there's a lot of wet spots on the track right now, but most of you are on slicks. What's it like?
It was pretty slippery in certain spots. Some spots were fully dry, so it was really just navigating it. This is something where experience plays into my hands quite a lot because I've been in these conditions. So it was fun. I hope it rains again, but who knows.
Great. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you so much, Jenna. Again, thank you so much, Jenna. Getting set to go here now with the drivers as we go main event racing for round number 1 of the SuperCards USA Pro Tour live here on Kart Chaser. Rob Howden joined by Xander Clemens and our driver analyst Braden Eves. Micro Swift brought to you by Team Bendick, and it will be Troy Ferguson starting on the pole position alongside Jackson Porter, Matthew Cagle, and Sawyer Chambers on road number 2. Rocco Simoni and Antonio Pizzonia Neto will start on the 6th position, while Kai Mars and Jackson Gibson will be on row number 4. Ashton Wyatt and Jaime Garcia will round out your top 10, occupying row 5, while Royce Vega will be on the inside of row number 6 alongside Alexander Procunha. On row 7, Emerson Lane in the 50 and Nicholas Orbezo in the number 58, while Braden Wagner and Drew Waltz will be on row number 8. Row 9, Pasha Ali and Bristol Borneman. Row 10, Alex Chandler and Byron Borneman. Row number 11, Luke Giglio and Gage Harden and Colton Schniegenberg will round out the 23 drivers we have in Micro Swift getting set to go. Again, we thank you to those of you who have rolled on here for the premium content on Kart Chaser. What a wild run that was through the morning. The rain that came in, we had some stoppages. We had to actually halt all action trackside on the call of the facility itself. A couple of cells came through, hard rain. And then, of course, additional rain throughout the morning. Wet qualifying, wet for essentially all but one pre-final. The X30 Seniors going to the dry tires, but we saw the chaos that we saw there with the dampness still over in turns number 9 and 10. Track continuing to dry. Now we'll see how things shake down. Main event time for the first time here in 2022. Micro Swift. Green, green, green. They're off and running. Ferguson and Porter on the front row. Can they get through turn number 1 cleanly? To me, like the outside line wasn't really in the staging lane. We'll see how that plays out. But right now, Ferguson taking that Bendick out to the lead right now. They'll go side by side. We have a challenge for the lead coming to the inside into the corner there. Watch getting into that puddle on the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody cleanly through the spot thus far. So solid opening lap as the drivers working their way through those initial corners. Out of turn number 8 through turn number 9 now. Again, this was the one part of the racetrack we were a little bit concerned with because there was some standing water right there. You've got to make sure you get down to the bottom coming in through turn number 10. We saw a lot of action over in turn number 11 as well. We saw with Marian Kremers going out, trouble for Jake Drew. Everybody up front getting collected. Ryan Norberg bring one of them as well in the X30 Senior category. A lot of action at the start of X30 Senior, but the Micro Swift drivers doing good so far. And we are back to full-length main events. Yeah, we're a little bit off the schedule right now, but we do have the opportunities. One driver going wide coming out of the corner there, and a driver is spun as well. That's the number 48 going around. I don't have a 48 written down here. Oh, Matthew Cagle. Yeah, it was Matthew Cagle who went around. He was running in the top 10, and he went around coming out of the final corner. Otherwise, drivers settling in for the second lap here right now. Troy Ferguson, a 1.6 second lead. Ferguson coming strongly out of the gate. Well done for him to get out front as he has. Rocco Simone started back in 5th, already up into the 2nd spot, now giving chase. He'll have to put his head down just to reel in your leader, Troy Ferguson, who's up the road quite a bit. Look at this battle now. Simone and Jackson Porter going at it. Porter, I think, took the spot back, but they got into that water puddle on the outside of turn 10. You have to have that shallow entry into that corner. Sawyer Chambers now up into 4th, and Antonio Pizzonia into the 5th spot. Kai Mars 6th, Jaime Garcia 7th, Royce Vega in 8th, Alexander Pecunia up 3 spots in 9th, and Jackson Gibson running in that 10th position. So again, just the first couple of laps going in the books right now for the drivers here in Micro Swift to start off the main events for the day. Temperatures have gone up probably 5 or maybe even 10 degrees over the last 20 minutes. Sun's starting to come out, blue skies, the crazy weather, the clouds, and the hard rain that we had earlier in the day have essentially now passed us by, and we are in for some solid weather here now. Tomorrow looking very much the same, probably pretty muggy, a high, I believe, in the low 80s tomorrow, so it's going to be a significantly different day, and it will be interesting to see how the mechanics all handle at the track. Of course, a lot of the rubber getting washed off. We'll put a lot of that down again when the main events roll out here. But again, watching these drivers early in the main event for Micro. Troy Ferguson leading by almost 2 seconds now. Got a good battle potentially lining up for second as Sawyer Chambers in the 45 starting to put some pressure here on Rocco Simone. Kai Mars just put the fast lap down with a purple lap of 112.004. Kai Mars a half a second faster than the leader, Troy Ferguson. This time Simone goes fast. He's about 6/10 quicker. There's a lot of drivers putting in big fast laps here right now. Almost everybody going green in the top 10 on this last circuit. Finally building some heat into these Sticker Avinco tires. And it is the first opportunity for the drivers here in the Micro for running the slick tires here today. 2 full days of practice on slicks in the dry and beautiful weather on Thursday and Friday. But here we are Saturday, and it was rain all day. So now with the brand new slicks that we're waiting to go on, coming on here for the main event, everybody with tons of rubber, nobody worried about any kind of tire degradation or having to save tires here. This is all about driving flat out for 20 laps. And it is a 1.3 second lead right now for Troy Ferguson, and we're going to keep an eye on this. 3 laps in. They've got 18 laps set up. I believe it is an 18 lapper potentially for the cadet drivers. Can Simone close up enough on Ferguson? 1.3 second was the gap last time by. They'll roll himself out of the front straightaway here. And that gap down by about a tenth. 1.25 this time. Sawyer Chambers from 3rd actually going purple with a 110.622. He was 2/10 quicker than Ferguson. So 2nd and 3rd lining up a bit. You see the gap back there to 4th and 5th. That's Kai Mars and Royce Vega. And then the bigger gap of over 2.5 seconds to Jaime Garcia. So right now the lead trio just separated by about 1.4 seconds. And then a good little gap back to Kai Mars. But Kai put a couple of good laps in, just lap 3 and lap 4. So I got to think that there's a potential for everyone to close back up here. Kai back by 3.2 seconds on the leader. Troy Ferguson's been good all day, though. Qualified on the pole in the wet and won the pre-final. 1.259 seconds was the gap last time by. Early in the run, Simone and Chambers faster, but it looks like potentially Ferguson's pulled out more of a gap this time by. It looks pretty strong here. He may go purple, and he does. Yeah, 110.183, 4/10 quicker now. Ferguson settling in. The Bennick driver out front. 1.5 seconds up on Rocco Simone. I like the battle further back, though, too. We got a good scrap just outside the top 10. There's 2nd and 3rd locked together. Sawyer Chambers thinking about trying to reel in his first ever SKUSA Pro Tour podium, running P3 right behind Rocco Simone. Same with him. Simone looking for his first SKUSA Pro Tour podium. on the podium in the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Had a strong run for Peril in the USA. It's a pleasure for me to get a chance to announce these races for Rocco Simoni. When I started as a journalist back in the mid-90s up in Ontario, I had a chance to follow his father, Anthony Simoni, when he was just a young kid and cadet as well, probably exactly the same age as Rocco right now, and watched Anthony Simoni come up through the ranks in Ontario racing, running cadets and into the junior categories and Yamaha and JICA, and watching him jump into the senior shifter kart categories as well. Oh, driver off there and hung out to dry. High-sided, spinning those tires in the puddles. That's the number 27 of Colton Schniegenberg, the 27. Tough one for Colton on the red speed. SKUSA corner worker getting in there, getting him back on the racetrack so Colton can continue. Jackson Porter, another one of the drivers, he and Matthew Cagle having trouble early. Both those drivers falling back to the tail of the field, turning decent laps. In fact, Jackson Porter, a 111.9. He's trying to get himself back forward here. 5 of the top 6 drivers all going green this last time by. The only guy that didn't turn his fast lap the last time by was Troy Ferguson. Still quicker than Simoni and Chambers, but did not go any faster. And you can see these drivers starting to turn things up. The leaders' carts are starting to come in a little bit here right now. 6 laps in, 12 laps to go. As we get ready to roll through the main events. Micro Swift, the first main event of the 2022 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour season. KA100 Junior and Senior to follow. Then we'll go Mini Swift, followed by the Pro and Master shifter kart categories. After that, it'll be X30 Junior, Master, and Senior, but it's KA100 Senior on deck for the next race. Big run down that long back straightaway to turns 3 and 4. Double left-handers, and we're lining them up a little further back. Look at this scrap back here. That is 6 karts, nose to tail. And I want to say that is probably 9th back to, I want to say 14th. That would be Pizzonia, Wagner, Lane, Wyatt, Giglio, and Drew Walt, all lining up there to try to get themselves into the top 10. Good experience for these young drivers at this level. Again, the Micro Swift drivers, always new to the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. The youngest category drivers just getting themselves into national level racing. Picking up the leader coming down the straightaway. Then there's the gap back to Rocco Simoni in the second spot. Man, that gap went down. Not sure what happened to Troy Ferguson. His best lap, a 110.1. He just put down a 111.3, 1.2 seconds off his best lap. And Simoni has closed it within 0.7 of a second now. Simoni closing up here on the leader.
Hey, let's keep an eye on second. He's making time on first pretty good now.
That's deeper in the field. The pass you see coming down the back straightaway there, making the move by. Quite sure which driver that was. One of the GFC drivers working his way forward. Nonetheless, the 0.6 of a second lead for Troy Ferguson. Coming through turn number 10, you see those drivers working through 10 and 11. A bit deeper in the field, as I had said. Let's get back up front here. A couple of good battles on this racetrack. Got some potential to fight for the lead. Are they closing up on some slower karts? I don't know. Yeah, across the line, Troy Ferguson, 0.8 of a second up. Rocco Simoni runs in second, Sawyer Chambers in third, Royce Vega fourth, Kai Mars fifth, Nicholas Orbezo now in fifth spot. Leaders coming down that back straightaway again. One of the lead group. We're now 9 laps in, 9 to go past the halfway point. Ferguson had that one rough lap that allowed Simoni to close up. dropped it down to a 111.3, got back down to a 110.3, so just a bit of an issue there for Ferguson that allowed Simoni to close back up, right back on it again. The gap was down to almost 0.6 of a second. It's stretched back a little bit here now.
But I think we'll see a lot of that here throughout the day as we'll see drivers make one little bobble as a whole. We're watching right now the battle just a little bit further back, led by Royce Vega in fourth, where there's still a good bit of water, kind of almost obstacles off the racetrack. It's kind of like sand traps on a golf course, just off the main line. But the moment you make a mistake, you really pay for it. You know, you won't lose a tenth or 2/10 or have a couple corners with dirty tires. You might go through a waterlogged section. So right now, as we've talked about here, we're past the halfway point. Vega closely followed by the Kart Republic of Kai Mars there in third and fourth.
Yeah, Vega into third now. We made a pass on that last lap.
So great run forward for the Bennick driver. Bennick 1-3 right now with the quickest lap time held by Ferguson. He's only a second and a half back from Rocco Simone, and he looks to be a whole lot closer here this lap. I think Royce Vega might be able to get up to Simone here sooner rather than later. Challenge for that second spot, get a three-way fight for the podium because Kai Mars is sticking right with him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Rocco Simone. He was running some pretty good laps there, and like Ferguson, had one bad lap, went to a 111.1, and that's allowed Vega to close into, I think, more sniffing range. You know, you get that rabbit that you can chase, and that's essentially what's happening for Royce Vega. He was able to get by Kai Mars. They were actually both able to get by Sawyer Chambers a couple of laps ago. Chambers was running in the third spot. It was right there with Rocco Simone, but he has fallen back to fifth. Now, Mars just turned the fast lap, a 110.001. He and Vega both 110 flats. They were over a second faster than Simone on that last lap. And look at this. They reel up on him, go by the inside on flat, blow by coming into turn number 3, through turn number 4, put Royce Vega into second and Kai Mars to third. Not sure what's going on with Simone, but going backwards right now. Xander, his times down in the mid-110s for a majority of the race, but in the second half, can't get below 111.
Yeah, last week here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, there were a number, and whether it was Parolin drivers or in general, a number of drivers kind of having a little bit of an issue in one of the heat races. It was really weird on Saturday afternoon, and I think it was kind of a number of different related issues. I don't think they were all the same, but that could be similar to what we're seeing here out of Simone, as he is trying, obviously, tucked his head behind the wheel, but I think he might be having more of a horsepower issue than anything else because, I mean, it doesn't look like he's really making that many differences in driving than the two in front of him. They've already gapped him 7-8 car lengths, probably already a second up the road. As you can see, your leader, he's holding station out front with Ferguson, second and third right there.
Yeah,
a little quicker.
A 111.7. His fast lap's 1.5 seconds faster.
Oh,
He just
no! Vega and Mars get stuck together here out of turn number 2.
So the drivers who had just got by Simone to go to second and third, contact coming out of turn number 1 over to turns 2 and 3. They had podium positions locked and loaded, Xander, and they find themselves off track due to contact.
Oh my goodness, what a shake-up here again. So Rocco Simone gets kind of a life save for the moment, but that's still far from out of the dark. As Sawyer Chambers, I mean, he'll be getting there probably, I don't know, maybe at his pace he may not get there. Rocco Simone, if he can at least hang on to the 111 range, he might be all right. We're now watching Jackson Gibson. He's a little bit further back, right behind the beer alert. I think that's going to be around Luke Giglio, who's up 12 spots, make it 13. Giglio's gone in front of him. Big drive forward for the Motorsport driver, Luke Giglio, getting by Jackson Gibson, another spot higher in the top 10, and I think they both were able to get by Kai Mars and Vega in their issue, so they might be looking at a potential top 5 for both of these guys if they can keep going. 5 to go at the line. Jaime Garcia's in view just up the road.
Yeah, and that would be, 6th, 7th, and 8th likely with those drivers. Actually, 5th, 6th, and 7th if they were all able to slide by. As Mars and Vega, where do they slot in? Waiting for them to fall down the order to find out where they are. Royce Vega in 10th position. Mars in 14th, Xander. They had second and third. They were working together. They reeled in Simone with that contact coming through turn 1 and 2. And there's still half a dozen laps remaining. 5, in fact, to go now. Tough one for both those drivers as they had podium finishes definitely in the pocket.
Well, here they come through the infield chicane. It is all Jaime Garcia at the front of this pack, but may not be that way for long. With Giglio now down just 2 car lengths away. Gibson there, and then don't count out as well Drew Waltz, who's also up 8 spots and digging forward just like his teammate in Giglio. So a 4-driver train for 5th, and then it's kind of spread out ahead of them. Nico Orbezo, 10 spots gained, about 5 seconds up the road from this pack. Another 5 up to Sawyer Chambers, another 5 to Rocco Simone, and then 4.5 seconds out front for Troy Ferguson. They're going to go 2 by 2 into turn 15.
Yeah, this battle, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th is a good one. We talked about it already. In the middle of this scrap, it's actually 5th on back, right? Yeah, it's Garcia, Giglio, Gibson, and Waltz are the drivers battling it out there. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and Luke Giglio up 16th position. Started in 21st while others were making mistakes. He just kept marching his way forward up to P5 for Giglio right now in the 68. Garcia 6th, Waltz 7th. Gibson, who was up a couple of spots, finds himself at the tail of that quartet right now, but out front, letting it all happen behind him, Troy Ferguson, a 5.6 second lead.
Yeah, 5.6 and growing. Every single lap he's been able to add to it, and for a moment, it looked like his teammate, again, as we mentioned, Royce Vega and Kai Mars would have gotten there. I think it would have been close if they would have been able to continue chipping away 2 to 4 tenths a lap like they were earlier on. We'll pick up Ferguson here coming towards the final corner. Here he comes. 3 laps to go, this time by for the number 43, who has had so much pace throughout all of 2022. Probably should have had a couple more first-place trophies by the end of it. Started off with a rough run at Pompano Beach for the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. Dominated the weekend, got taken out on the opening lap after getting jumped on the start from the pole. From there, he's been a contender at most races he's gone to. He's had good pace, and here in New Orleans, he has a dominating pace here. What a great weekend for the number 43. 2.5 laps away from kicking off a SKUSA Pro Tour championship campaign with a checkered flag. Again, that's massive, as we've talked about, Rob. The points here, he's going to come out of today huge for the number 43.
Yeah, I don't think you can speak enough about how crucial it is to get out of the gate strong like this, not just especially for the young drivers. The confidence, the momentum you have in the opening day to roll into the next day. All 3 of these drivers in the battle we're watching right now will be in the same boat as they scrap it out right now for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. But for Troy Ferguson to be able to put it on pole, win the pre-final, and then come through with the main event, I don't know that he's going to be able to get the fast lap. It's a 1:10.009 for Kai Mars, who now runs 15th. But nonetheless, to be able to get the victory, get that checker, and then walk into Sunday knowing you've got full points already, big. Just 2 more laps to go for Troy Ferguson.
Yeah, he's just got to hang on here as we watch this battle. We'll keep going back and forth here. This fight, Luke Giglio has climbed up already 16 positions to the top 5. Has Drew Waltz right behind him. His teammate in 6th, Jaime Garcia, back into 7th. They've dropped Jackson Gibson for the moment here in this train from 5th back to about 13th. You can see on the front straightaway, led by the number 68, Giglio. A lap to go here, a lap and a half to go for the race leader, Troy Ferguson. And a lap and a half to go for this great battle as Walt's still pushing on Giglio, trying to pull away from Jaime Garcia, give them a little more time to battle and at least make sure they only lose 1 spot at the worst when they fight for that 5th position, keep Garcia out of it. They're doing a great job at it right now. Still a couple water spots around the racetrack, mostly dry in some sections. This section here we thought was going to be a little more treacherous than it's been. Hasn't been too bad. Well, they're definitely going a little more narrow coming into the corner with some of those puddles.
Yeah, at turn number 10, you see the kind of lake on the outside there, the entry that normally would use. They're going to have to take a much more shallow entry into that. White flag flying right now for Troy Ferguson as he is out front. You can see him working his way now down through turn number 1, 2, and 3. And again, final laps coming in here for the driver out front. Good battle, as we talked about, potentially here still for 5th, 6th, and 7th. But right now it's Ferguson, Simone, Chambers, and Orbeza, your top 4.
White flag in the air there for that fight. Here comes Waltz. He's tired of waiting behind Giglio. He'll go by for 5th. So move Drew Waltz up the spot. Giglio not going to cross him up through 2 and 3. They'll rock it down the back straightaway there in the fight for P5. Giglio back down the inside. He'll look for it with help from Garcia. Will freight train his teammate into 4, and Luke Giglio reclaims the 5th and final spot inside the top 5.
Still lots of lap left for these guys here. Same goes for Ferguson, though. He'll only have a couple more corners still to come before he gets to the checkered flag. But this fight right now between Giglio, Waltz, and Garcia most definitely still fighting and still heated as they come through turn number 10. They are nose to tail through turn 10 and 11, and we know we still have 15 and 16. Here comes the leader, though. What a great run. It's been a great day. Troy Ferguson getting the victory here to start off the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the Winter Nationals here at NOLA. Troy Ferguson winning in the Micro Swift category. Rocco Simone
look at
coming
this.
home.
Just ahead of them. That's a fight for third. Nico Orbezo on the final lap has caught and passed Sawyer Chambers.
And here's that fight for 5th, 6th, and 7th as Orbezo into 3rd, like you said. They'll come to the line. Are we going to see a 3-wide finish? One duck out to the outside coming across. Who's going to take it? Looks like Luke Giglio will end up in 5th. Jaime Garcia 6th, and Drew Waltz in 7th. Go back another 2.5 seconds to Royce Vega in 8th. Alexander Procuna in 9th, and Braden Wagner rounding out the top 10. For Troy Ferguson, Xander, a pretty straightforward race. Start on pole and go to the race win. Little did he know how much action happened behind him. Rocco Simone got close at one point. Royce Vega and Kai Mars hooked up like they were going to potentially able to reel him in. It didn't work, but there is your top 15. Troy Ferguson with the win. Rocco Simone second. Nicholas Orbezo, your unofficial podium finish in the first race of the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour.
Yeah, first race of the SKUSA Pro Tour. Great run. Final lap drama there with Orbezo getting by. A race that saw a bunch of comers and goers all the way through and a lot of shuffling. Ultimately, all behind the race leader in Troy Ferguson with a dominant run here and a great kickoff to his championship campaign in round 1 of 6. And just like that, the first main event of the SKUSA Pro Tour season is completed. We've got some great ones coming up your way here. KA100 Junior set to go. These kids were in full wet conditions the last time they were on the racetrack. Elio Meza, Caleb Gaffera, Max Taylor, and more are getting set to come your way green here. We've played it a couple times, but in case you're just tuning in and want to see what a lap around NOLA Motorsports Park looks like, here's a quick track preview with Casey driver analyst Braden Eves getting behind the wheel yesterday, mic'd up in Marion Kremer's PSL Karting X30.
Rather than doing a walking track preview this week, we figured we'd spice things up a little bit. So I've got our KC driver analyst Braden Eves suited up in Marion Kremer's suit. He's going out in his go-kart. Marion, what's our rules again?
If he goes off, he has to clean it himself.
Yeah, if he goes off, he's got to clean it, so he might have a long night ahead. Well, let's get to it.
All right.
Going to turn 1, kind of a medium braking zone. The car likes to slide a lot. Middle to the exit. This is easy flat. Again, down the longest straightaway. And into the fastest braking zone. Again, apex, track all the way out. A double apex corner. All the way into the tight section. People are going to be using these curves a lot. And it's really critical to get a good exit out of there for this run. Onto the outside curve to extend the entry. Deep on the brakes. Use the track at the exit. Another right-hander, quite easy. Some curb hops to straighten out the line. Track out, use this curb on entry. Late on the brakes. And into the last corner to complete the lap. Late on the brakes again, and you can use all of this runoff here. And that's a lap here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Back to live coverage here, trackside. Back to live coverage here, trackside at NOLA Motorsports Park for what will be the second event here on Saturday. Round number 1 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the 5th running of the Winter Nationals. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clemens, Kart Chaser, providing you with all the streaming coverage. Let's have a look at the grid for KA100 Junior, brought to you by Nash Motorsports. They're lining up right now. Elio Mesa will start on the pole alongside Caleb Gaffera for what should be a fantastic battle. Christian Cameron and Ernesto Rivera on road number 2.
Row 3 will find Ivana Richards to the inside, the Mexico driver to the outside, Diego Guillo. And then row 4, Max Taylor in the 833 and Cooper Shipman in the 841 Iron Rock Tony Kart.
Capping off the top dozen, Santiago Duran will start 9th alongside Spencer Conrad. Then row number 6, Steven Eisert and Keegan Kaminsky. Field set, drivers now into the staging lanes. Getting ready to go racing with Mesa on pole. Green, green, green. Diving down into turn number 1. Gaffera trying to hold the outside as they work their way now through 2 and 3. 2-3 drivers deep off the racetrack. One looks to be maybe the 838 going off the track further back. Not quite sure who that was, but at least 3 drivers getting connected. Xander on the outside of turn number 1.
I know at least one of those was Gabrielle DaCosta in the RPM Tony Kart. She got hammered into the outside retaining wall. Another one spun over here in turn 4. It's the 869 RPG Cosmic, I believe. Nonetheless, up front, it's at least relatively clean. Elio Meza with a great jump on the field. Then they're side-by-side behind him here as Christian Cameron getting a little bit of help there from Caleb Gaffera as he tried to shut the door. Gaffera tried to come on in, and a little bit of pushing and shoving. No harm, no foul. They're clean and green over towards the right-left chicane.
Gavin Wardle, the number 869, the driver who had trouble in the opening circuit. And for Caleb Gaffera, starting on the outside of the opening row, not an easy place to get through here, and obviously falling back to P3. We've seen that happen before. He goes back into second spot, but there's the open inside out. More contact. Someone crawling on the back there of him as well. A little bit of action there early. I want to say that might have been Diego Guillo who climbed up on the back of Gaffera coming out of turn number 17. He was thinking about trying to do the over-under on Christian Cameron, who had made the move down the inside. Guillo just not checking up enough. That allowed Ivana Richards to get through for P4.
Yeah, I think that was indeed Guillo here as they nearly go 3 wide into the corner. Ernesto Rivera was looking to the inside of Ivana Richards. She made a late kind of dive towards Caleb Gaffera. And then Ernesto saw the water puddle on the inside of turn 4, and he locked the brakes up to get out of there. And you can see a few more splashes coming through as the field works its way out of turn number 8 and 9. Lots of shuffling. In the middle there is Parker DeLong. He pile drive the curb there just behind one of the Nitro kart entries aboard the Red Speed is back towards the front of the pack here. This group all the way forward. A little more shoving. Max Taylor side by side. That might be with Guillo, I think, as Christian Cameron holding second. Gaffera third, Richards fourth. Big gap further back from them. Problems it looks like for Guillo. I think the right rear bumper bolt has broken, and that's partially why he's getting shuffled back here as they go to his inside. We'll get a look. Yes, indeed, the right rear on the Tony Kart has broken on Diego Guillo, and he'll drop down the order, and eventually we'll probably get a meatball flag for that one as they go down to turn number 1. More passing all the way through that pack, while your leader, Elio Meza, 1.9 seconds at the end of lap 2.
We saw the contact over that 5-6-7 combination earlier in that last lap where they were kind of side by side. One driver got shot up in the air and another driver slowing further back as well. But that's a tough part of this racetrack, especially on the opening couple of corners where everybody's trying to get the most they can on the opening circuit. You try to go too wide there. You think you can dive bomb into the apex, but the other driver's just climbing up on over top of the curb. And indeed, there's that meatball flag that Xander had mentioned for Diego Guillo, yeah, with the rear bumper. We talked about the fact that he was falling down the order. So, indeed, the meatball flag for Guillo, so that will end his day as well. And we've seen that happen to a couple of drivers over the SKUSA Winter Series event, too. That rear bumper, just not one of the strongest parts of a kart when you start getting crazy. He'll end up coming to pit lane here next time by.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he knows it's happening. He saw it.
Well, that bumper's fully dislodged now. I mean, it is about 90 degrees cockeyed behind the go-kart, so that at that point becomes a safety issue, and that's why they're going to pull him in, because you got basically 2 knives sticking out of the back of the go-kart with the 2 broken bolt holes. So they'll pull the Guillo in here as he falls back. Let's pick up our leaders here and see where they're at. Christian Cameron still in second behind your race leader, Elio Meza. He's been hunted down, backed by Caleb Gaffera. After fending off all that chaos, took him a few laps to reel back in Cameron, but he finally has gotten there, and Christian Cameron is going to come under fire here in a couple corners. He's only about a half kart length away.
So you got Elio Meza from Texas, you got Christian Cameron from Northern California, Caleb Gaffera from North Carolina, and then Ivana Richards from Mexico. That's your top 4 right now. Gaffera going purple last time by. You can see how much, Xander, he has closed up. Trying the inside of turn number 15. Book it. Gaffera to the inside of Christian Cameron. That's a great move with this particular racetrack, too. As you know, if you can get to the inside of 15 and do it right and hold that driver on the outside, it's really almost impossible to counter and come back and get you in turn 17, right? You got to make that move to the inside there.
There's not much they can do. Even if you overshoot it and they end up on the, cross you over, they're on the outside for 17, so it's a great place to pass. And now we see Christian Cameron hooking up to the rear bumper of Caleb Gaffera. Can they run down Elio Meza? Last time by, granted, he was in the tow and passing, so maybe that kind of balances out. He was about 2.5 tenths, 3 tenths quicker than Elio Meza with a 2.2 second lead, 16 laps. That's more than feasible to run down the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart driver if he can get there. He's already walking away from Cameron, though, so I don't know if Cameron can hang with him. He may have to do it on his own.
We'll see whether or not both those drivers can work together. We know that Gaffera's been able to get by, and you're going to find out here in the next lap whether or not he's pulling away. It looks to me like he's already got 5 or 6 kart lengths, so just got to say, in these dry conditions now, Gaffera, who started on the outside of the front row, has been able to work his way back forward. He's stretching the gap now, does not have to worry about a challenge from behind from Christian Cameron, coming off a big win in the Challenge of the Americas Championship out west. Gaffera has had a really strong opening part of the season, was actually our eKartingNews.com February Driver of the Month, had a tremendous weekend at the finale for the SuperKarts USA Winter Series, taking both the main events, or all 4 main events, KA100 and X30 Junior. Now we'll see whether or not Gaffera can close in on Elio Meza. Last time by, 2.1 seconds the gap between first and second. Gaffera about 0.2 of a second quicker, so he continues to kind of just inch closer to Elio Meza, the Iron Rock Motorsports driver who got out of the gate so strongly. And again, it's been a great start to the season for Meza as well, let's be real. He has shown tremendous pace, and then again, these are just 3 drivers here right now that we're going to see fighting for junior race wins throughout the entire 2022 season. Meza, Gaffera, Cameron, Richards, and Rivera the top 5. Spencer Conrad up 4 spots to 6. Oscar Iliv up 6th from 13th to 7th. Cooper Shipman holding station in 8th position. Steven Iser and Stephen Miller rounding out the top 10. Gaffera, this last time by, another 1/10 of a second. 1.9 seconds back from Elio Meza.
Yeah, so he's chipping it off, again, just little by little. That's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to be absolutely perfect through to the end to get there, though, because at 1/10 a lap, that would put him within half a second by the end. So he needs about 1/10.5 every lap or more to get to Meza. That'll, of course, get accelerated when he gets to about 7 or 8 tenths back and can get the toe down the back straightaway. But Elio Meza dropping the pace is going to make it that much harder for Caleb Gaffera to dig deep and get there. And he's feeling obviously pretty good. You can see, we've talked about it. It's been the main storyline all day, is where have the damp parts on the racetrack been and where are they going away? It looks pretty good in turn number 11 and 12 now. Not so good in turn number 10 coming in, but there's, that's still kind of uncharted territory. If you're Caleb Gaffera, you want to push the limits, but, you've really got to kind of eyeball it at 60 miles an hour and see, well, do I think I can go there, and make that decision. At the moment,
yeah, Meza just turned his fast lap, Xander, a 105.560. Mesa's getting quicker. Gaffera back-to-back 105.6s. He's lost some time here right now. It's down to 2 seconds, or up to 2 seconds, rather. Mesa stretching that gap out a little bit. And in fact, Christian Cameron just a little bit quicker than Gaffera, still about 0.8 of a second back. Otherwise, it's the guys up front there running the 105.5s and 6s. And they're pulling away from Ivana Richards, a 105.9, and Esther Rivera, 105.7. Fast lap of the race a couple laps ago, though, Valentino Garbarino, a 105.369. He went purple, did a 105.4 this last time by. He and Kaminsky, actually, 2 of the fastest drivers. Keegan Kaminsky, who started 12th, now runs 11th, was quicker than the leader last time by.
Yeah, great run here in the works for Keegan Kaminsky. And Garbarino holding the fastest lap. He could make up a few more. He's not far altogether. He could easily get up to 8th or 7th, I think, maybe even close to the top 5. Ernesto Rivera is not terribly far up the road as they go down the back straightaway here this time. Again, let's see the Gaffera and Meza update. Another 1/10.5. Add it to Elio Meza's lead. It's back up to 2.2 seconds, and this would be huge here. A big confidence boost for Elio Meza and a strong start to his 2022 season. He is looking really good. He's running double duty here this week, I believe. Ran double duty last weekend, starting to run some more X30 Junior racing. He's gotten to that point here where he definitely deserves and earns a spot in that class without question. Charlie Smith has a really intense training program for all of his Iron Rock drivers as he got Oscar Iliff on the screen, and it's been paying off. They've been having a lot of good results and top finishes here to start off the year with 3 drivers that have been with him for quite some time in the form of Cooper Shipman, Elio Meza, Cameron Reed, and of course the Iliff brothers. I mean, they've all been really firing on all cylinders. The Oscar pull off a pass there. That position will be 5th, I believe, over should have been Ivana Richards, I believe.
Or was that Ernesto Rivera maybe, or did he already get by Rivera?
I think he already did. Rivera's back behind at the end of the 3-0.
Wow.
So Oscar Iliff.
That's a big lap.
Yeah, that's a heck of a lap. Up to 4th. 2.5 seconds back from Christian Cameron for 3rd.
Nicely done for Oscar Iliff. And indeed, you talked about Charlie Swain's operation. He's dealt with a lot of these young drivers that have worked up. He worked with some senior drivers as well. But man, does he do a good job with the young cadets and junior drivers that he has in that Iron Rock promotion or Iron Rock Motorsports team. Look at this scrap we've got going on here right now as well. A little bit further back.
So that was a Richards going back by on Oscar Iliff. And then there's that big skirmish behind them, like you said, that's just outside of the top 5. Probably about 7 drivers deep for maybe 7th or 8th, led by Spencer Conrad's group. Back to about 13th or 12th.
Behind Conrad is, 8th, 9th, and 10th is Steven Eisert, Cooper Shipman, and another half second back to Parker DeLong, who's up 7 spots. Parker started in 17th position. He's now up into 10th spot now. Gaffera actually finally turning his fastest lap, a 105.574. 2.2 seconds back, was a bit quicker than Mesa last time by. What about this time by the stripe? Nope. Can get back to it again. 2.4. Elio Mesa is just flat consistent out front.
He is killing it here today. Elio Meza with 11 laps to go. Still a lot of time left in this one. I mean, we've got a long 10 laps to go. A long 20-lapper as here we go back again. This time Richards with Rivera go by on Oscar Iliff.
This is fun to watch for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, what they've got to be careful of then is if Conrad's group closes in. I mean, you can see them into picture and out of picture just a little ways back there. Spencer Conrad's like, come on, 2 more passes and I've got you all. And that would be, again, not to get to the podium, but at least to get up to 4th as Conrad goes in a little bit too deep there to turn number 10.
But look at Conrad's train. He's got like 6 guys behind him. That's the issue for Iliff, Richards, and Rivera. If they get close, you could find yourself shuffled all the way outside the top 10. And they're going to go side by side again, coming through 15. Look at that next group. Probably 6 drivers. That'll be Conrad, Eisert, Shipman, DeLong, Kaminsky, and Garbarino. All of that next group.
And that all just changed here as well, as Eisert's now gone to the point of it. Shipman back behind it. They were fighting in the same corners that the group in front of them was. So right as they got close enough, they all fought again, and now it's kind of spread back out. There goes your leader on by, Elio Meza. Christian Cameron's pulled back up to the bumper of Caleb Gaffera, which has kind of been silent while we've been focusing further back. So we may have still a fight yet for second. Cameron coming on in the second half of this KA100 Junior main event. But that group, as you mentioned, led now by Steven Eisert, is just a little ways back. Here's Gaffera with Cameron closing back to the bumper into turn number 11 and then through 12. So Caleb Gaffera, Christian Cameron, 3 seconds out. And Cameron's got a problem. Right as we go on to him, I don't know if he hit the water or he just slowed down. Christian Cameron, big mistake, major mistake going into the right-left chicane. Whatever happened for Christian Cameron, it seems to have subsided, but he's lost a lot of time now and needs to pick up the pace here because now that next duo with Rivera and Oscar Iliff could get there. And like you said, Raul, if that pack finally sorts itself and gets going, Steven Eisert and about 6 more of his buddies could get on by.
Can't make a mistake at this level of competition because everybody behind always pushing through the entire 20-lapper, and they are trying to close back up here on Christian Cameron. We'll look at the gaps next time by, but it is Ernesto Rivera and Oscar Iliff lined up in 4th and 5th right there as they work their way through now 3 and 4. Now the 5, 6, 7 combination, hammering those curbs coming through. Rivera leading the way. Iliff looks comfortable to sit there right now, P5. Because they put the target on the back of Cameron, and that's one of the things that, Xander, as you know, any young driver, you give them that rabbit, you give them that reason to push forward, they're there. They know when they're a couple of hundredths quicker, a tenth quicker, they can feel that they're getting closer and closer. Rivera up on the wheel now, knowing that there's a potential podium finish waiting if they can get to Cameron.
Yeah, it's looming for sure. They've dropped Ivana Richards. She's fallen outside of the drafting window now, and you can see Oscar Iliff. He's at least slotted into line. behind Rivera to push him, and they're going to get a little bit of a toe off Christian Cameron this time by down the back straightaway with 7 laps remaining, 13 complete. The fight far from over for P3 as Christian Cameron is going to have a fight coming to the doorstep. Last time by, Rivera set his best lap of the race. And here they come, 2 car lengths away to turn number 4. Ernesto Rivera and Oscar Iliff, they'd like to get some hardware here this weekend. They might get it today. It's a 3-driver fight forming for P3. Christian Cameron's mistakes taking him nearly 3 seconds backwards from Caleb Gaffera.
And Xander, you talked about how much that toe was going to make sense, right? You get within the 8, 9, whatever car lengths, you're going to start feeling that. And you could see Rivera and Iliff like a rocket close right back up here using that draft down the long back straightaway. Not so much, of course, in the tighter infield section, but when they get out of turn 2 and 3 and run down that back straightaway, it happens quickly. And they are now working their way out of 15 through 16, over to 17 now. This is the battle for the final position on the podium. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but not far back. 6th and 7th, Steven Eisert and Cooper Shipman could be in this as well, especially if these guys start battling for 3rd.
Yeah, here they go down the back straightaway. Christian Cameron's got company here. Caleb Gaffera just ahead of him. Here comes Cameron. Here comes Rivera to the inside with help from Oscar Iliff, and they'll take the spot away. So Ernesto Rivera now onto the podium. Iliff follows him to 4th, and he may be able to keep following him, but I think he'll run out of time before they have a chance at catching Rivera's teammate in Caleb Gaffera. So Ernesto Rivera now leads this group, and look who's come along for the ride. Steven Eisert is there in the SpeedSense Motorsports X30, and along with that, Cooper Shipman has come along as well in 7th, so we could have a 5-driver party for 3rd.
Yeah, this has got more exciting than I think we expected. Some drivers coming further back. A minor mistake for Christian Cameron kind of changed the complexion of the race as he pretty much had things locked down for a podium. Looked like he was going to be able to battle Caleb Gaffera for the spot. He'll try to the bottom of the racetrack. Coming out of 17. You lose a lot of forward bite and momentum coming out. Here comes Eisert and Shipman. So make it 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Xander separated by probably about 1.3 seconds coming onto the back straightaway.
And don't count out Parker DeLong and Keegan Kaminsky. DeLong up 9 positions now as they fight for 3rd again. Iliff going to go by as Cameron defends a little bit for the 5th position. Parker DeLong has the fastest lap of the race. He set it back on lap 10. Last time by, he was about 3 to 4 tenths quicker than most of that group right there with help from Kaminsky. So they're pushing, they're closing up to this group of 5. The more they pass for the lead of the pack, the more it allows 2 more to join in and make it 7 drivers fighting for the 3rd spot and the final spot on the box. As here we go coming out, Christian Cameron a little bit wide out of 11 and 12. Eisert kind of stuck a nose in. That's going to spread them for the moment and allows Cooper Shipman to go to the bumper. Maybe take a look. Not this time into turn number 15. He'll stay in tow. 4 to go at the start-finish line.
Cameron and Eisert race each other a lot up at Sonoma Raceway, so they know what it's like to go wheel to wheel, and that is 5th and 6th now, but you bring Cooper Shipman in there. Parker DeLong's trying to wheel up. He's only 7/10 of a second back. We've got about 4 laps remaining here now to cap things off. And KA100 Junior Senior drivers will be up next. Our KA100 Junior class brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Iliff has now gone into that 3rd spot, but Ernesto Rivera still throwing everything at him, not letting him get away at all.
Yeah, not one bit here as they go through the chicane. They'll come out of it here. Christian Cameron, 1 kart length out back, 2.5 out front to Rivera and Iliff. Oscar Iliff has fully opened the throttle here. He's pulled a little bit on Rivera, and he's brought them back away from the group behind. If Iliff can keep that pace up here, he could get himself a KA Junior SKUSA Pro Tour podium. His first, to my knowledge, as the junior rookie's looking strong, headed to turn number 15. His SKUSA Pro Tour KA debut here this weekend. And, of course, his SKUSA Pro Tour first podium in the junior class could be coming, but he's got a lot of drivers to fight for it. Meanwhile, up the road, Caleb Gaffera is still second. Elio Meza, 4.7 seconds out in front. Dominating run here today for the 827. Can't say enough about him. He hasn't gotten a lot of TV time because of how good the battle is. But, man, he deserves quite a bit because he has put on a show and a clinic in the KA Junior classes. Rivera goes back by for 3rd.
Yeah, the Rawlison Performance Group driver Rivera back into 3rd. I say the only negative of a dominant performance like that is you don't get a lot of kart chaser TV time because Mesa well up the road. We're following this amazing battle right now for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, maybe even 8th and 9th as well. Throw in Parker DeLong and Keegan Kaminsky.
Christian Cameron was trying to hang on the outside of Cooper Shipman, and unfortunately he hit the water, and that knocked him sideways. He'll drop out of that group, probably to about 10th or 11th here. So rough ending to the afternoon for Christian Cameron and KA Junior. Meanwhile, Rivera and Iliff still going at it. Double sticks coming this time to their left for the leader. So we'll keep a tab on both into the final corner.
What did I say, Xander? You let all those guys close up. It may not just be 3rd, 4th, and 5th you lose. You make a minor mistake, everybody rolls on by. And like you said, he's going to fall to the tail of the top 10 essentially. 9th for Christian Cameron coming across the line, going wide coming out of turn number 9 through the water and the puddle on the outside of 10. Now Rivera going on the defensive line, trying to hold off Oscar Iliff. Oscar running 4th, Rivera in 3rd right now. This is the battle for the podium, and look who's up there as well. Steven Eisert, who is running with RPM this weekend, runs with Speed Sense on the West Coast, and Eisert looking to try to get himself on the podium as well. This thing's going to go all the way to the end. Sorry about it, Elio Mesa and Caleb Gaffera. You guys look good P1 and P2, but with a white flag flying next time by, Xander, we're going to have ourselves a scrap for the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, we're going to have a great fight here for it. Rivera, Iliff, and Eisert as they go towards turn 15. The leader will come into the final corner. There goes Mesa, bottom of your screen, and around the last turn across to the start-finish line straight away. Elio Mesa, 1 lap away from a SKUSA Pro Tour KA100 Junior main event victory. Caleb Gaffera 2nd. That pack behind is what we're following here. Rivera, Iliff behind, defends a little. Here we go down the backstretch to pick up your leader to turn number 4. And again, what a day for Elio Mesa.
Yeah, it's been strong for the Texan. For Iron Rock Motorsport, you see the gap that Caleb Gaffera's got in 2nd position. But look at this. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Hold on for the final circuit. Iliff lining up Rivera. Rivera thinking about the defensive line. That's going to bring Parker DeLong in as well. The battle there. Oscar Iliff getting a shot from behind from Steven Eisert. And that's going to allow, I believe, Cooper Shipman to slide through it. They're side-by-side coming through. And Rivera's got some room here as they work their way to turn number 9, Xander. It's the kind of cushion he needs. He's got about 3 cart lengths now on Iliff.
Nicely timed move by Ernesto Rivera as there goes Shipman. Finally gets the job done for 5th on Steven Eisert. Let's pick up the leader. Final time through. Elio Mesa. What a day here for the young Texan. Out of the final turn, it's a first career SKUSA Pro Tour victory for Elio Mesa and KA Junior.
What a drive for the Texan. Caleb Gaffera, been good all day, not able to capitalize. He will take 2nd, good for the points. And another run, 2 drivers in the top 3 for Rollison Performance Group. That's the best we've seen Ernesto Rivera as well. He ends up with the win. Oscar Iliff, or rather the 3rd spot. Oscar Iliff in 4th, Cooper Shipman 5th, Steven Eisert 6th, Parker DeLong up 10 spots, 17th into 7th. You got to call that a successful day, starting on the outside of the top 15 in the main event. Keegan Kaminsky, Christian Cameron, and Spencer Conrad round out your top 10. But I think the top 3 drivers all pretty happy with it. A big win for Elio Mesa. Not what Caleb Gaffera wanted, but good points overall when you're trying to run for a championship. And Ernesto Rivera's got to be thrilled making it to the podium here in KA100 Junior.
And Ernesto had to fight for it all the way through. Again, he wins out over Cooper Shipman and Oscar Iliff for that spot. Eisert, DeLong, Kaminsky, Cameron, Conrad, the top 10 for the 30-driver KA100 Junior class. We'll take another commercial break. When we come back, what's the class that's been anything but silent here this year? KA100 Senior, a little bit of chaos and a lot of talent coming your way next on Kart Chaser.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So while the drivers are moving their way through the KA100 Junior scale line here, we have caught up with our KA100 Junior SKUSA Pro Tour main event winner, Elio Meza. He's down with Jenna.
Race, you've had a great day so far. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. The kart was good from lap 1 and all the way to the end.
Yeah, you led almost nearly every lap, but you had some racing in there. Can you describe what that was like for me?
It was good. The start was really good. I looked back, they were almost 4 wide going into turn 3, and then from there I just put my head down and went.
Well, great end to your day today. We hope you have the same luck tomorrow. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my team, Iron Rock, my dad, my mechanic, Concrete Pumping, and then my family for all the support.
Great. Thank you, Elio.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff there from Jenna and Elio Meza. What a win for him, able to pull away, put the laps down, even though he was chased by Caleb Gaffera, just stretched away in a huge way to start the season for the Texan there, Xander. Great start for him. Let's have a look at the grid right now as we get set to go out of the frying pan into the fire. KA100 Senior brought to you by Ryan Perry Motorsport. Promises to be everything we expected. Carson Morgan and Cedric Lupien on the international front row, of course. Morgan from California, Lupien from Quebec, Canada. Row 2, Alex Stanfield and Oliver Calvo.
Row 3 will be Nick Bruckner in the 974 Ocelon Racing Tony Kart to the outside. Alex Doncho in the Mike Doty Racing 935. Then row 4, Josiah Tracy and Caleb Schrader.
Kieran Rogers and Drew Chappelle will be on row number 5. Cole Kleck and Peyton Phillips on row 6. Adam Ali and Jack Doyle, row 7. Field set, they'll work their way to the staging lanes. It's time to go racing. 20 laps of KA100 Senior, one of the best categories in SKUSA and karting competition right now here in American Motorsports. We're doing it here at NOLA, the opening round of the Pro Tour. Field set, green, green, green. Racing down into turn number 1.
What a great start there from the inside for Carson Morgan. He was able to make sure he did not get pushed wide like Gaffera did in the rain and did not lose out on the jump. He'll take them down to the inside lane as they freight train behind the 984 into turn number 4 for the first time. Does anyone go through the water or go wide? Well, watch the bottom of the screen. Looks to be all good except for one that got pushed a little wide, but that was down in the 20s or 30s. Your leaders are clean up front. It's Morgan over Lupien, then Stanfield, Calvo, and Bruckner. So an even start for all the top 5. And here they come on into the stadium section through turn number 10. Still single file. Josiah Tracy looks like he's gone by Alex Doncho. Doncho fighting back for 6th. He'll take the spot away in the top 5, get some separation. 2 car lengths apiece. a tame start. It will not stay like that way for long here, Rob.
Yeah, once these tires come up to temperature and drivers feel what they've got, they're going to go to work getting forward. Now, one interesting thing, and you mentioned this, Xander, really the only bit of standing water on the racetrack is on the inside of that corner at the end of the straightaway. It doesn't really change the racing line, but it doesn't allow for that dive bomb move down the bottom either. That's one of the big things kind of changing the complexion of how you're going to attack this race.
If anything, it kind of makes it a little bit less of a mess, honestly, in terms of a draft fest, down the backstretch, because now the leader doesn't necessarily have to go all the way to the grass and worry about opening back up. He can go to the center because he knows he doesn't have to go any lower. He doesn't have to open up for that guy. If that guy wants to pass him, go through the puddle.
Yeah, that's 100% true, which changes everything for the leader and how they're able to defend coming down the back straightaway. Leaders are settling in nicely right now. Morgan, Lupien, and Stanfield pulling up a pretty solid opening lead here. What do you think? Maybe a half a second back to Nick Bruckner, who's been able to get up a spot to P4. He and Oliver Calvo right now 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Bruckner got by Oliver Calvo in the final corner. It's not the worst. It's also not the best corner to pass into to not lose a lot of time. So, that's the one thing in the more draft-based classes like your 100cc competition. Even if you're faster than a guy, even if you'd rather be in front of him, you've got to make that pass at the right point, because if the guys in front of you work together and you guys don't, well, you might be out of the tow. And Nick Bruckner is a long-time, 125cc guy from junior into senior, so he's just thinking pass at any opportunity. He hasn't had a whole lot of time running KA100. In the little bit he has, he's been successful, but now he's getting what he needs. Here's Lupien takes over the lead into 4.
And we talked about how much room you had down the inside, and I think Lupien essentially got just enough, or maybe 56, 57 inches between he, Morgan, and that puddle on the inside, tucked it in there. But I like Morgan, even though he's a rookie senior, showing the patience and the understanding there. Listen, he's making a move on the inside of me. We're working lap number 3 right now. I don't need to force the issue. I don't need to pinch him down. We're going to pull away. I can settle in, and there goes Stanfield. He'll go to the inside as well.
Yeah, and again, he knows it here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Obviously, Carson Morgan and Cole Morgan, both super successful here last year. Cole was great here in the KA100 Senior class, dominated, did what not a lot of people thought you could do in this division, and that was pull away. Meanwhile, here in the dry, Carson trying to live up to his brother's success from 2021. Like you said, taking his time, knowing, hey, we're already gone. And oh no, Jeremy Fletcher, who had to start dead last, has gotten into it with Josiah Tracy, and the GWR Tony Kart driver was up a number of positions, I think up as high as near the top 10, as Lupien, with a little bit of a help from Stanfield, defends into 4. Fletcher started dead last on the grid after the issue. Remember, he had a problem on the outlap. That's 2 corners before the green in the pre-final, and now he is out of the final here trying to dig forward.
Man, and we talk about the fact that when you start deeper in the field, you can be inside the chaos, and just battling out hardcore there with Josiah Tracy, the two get together and find themselves hooked up on each other. It looks to me like they may have been able to continue, so maybe a bit of recovery for both of those drivers, but nonetheless losing so much ground, having made up a lot, like you said, Xander. A really good opening 3 laps to be able to get into the place they can attack from. Now it's back to the leaders with Lupien, Stanfield, and Morgan, 1, 2, 3. The gap last time by almost a full second to Bruckner in 3rd. Now it's .922.
Yeah, they were not the quickest on the racetrack. That honor goes to the 910 of Peyton Phillips down in the 7th position. He's behind Caleb Schrader, about a half second back from him. You can see him at the end. Last weekend, it was the same story with a pretty similar outcome. Peyton Phillips trying to hunt down Alex Stanfield for the win. He fell back off the start and then was ripping down the quickest times of the race for the majority of the race. Stanfield was just only a half-tenth or tenth slower, and he burned up the gap and kept him at about a second away to take the win at the TSRS warm-up. So 2 Texans here. Peyton Phillips, the pace was never in question as we see Morgan go by on Stanfield here into turns 11 and 12. He needs more of that to get into it, and there wasn't that last week. So Phillips looking for redemption on the national stage here this weekend. Got a lot of time, though. Again, 16 coming to 15 laps to go. Little more passing at the front. Peyton Phillips could find himself into the top 5.
You got to wonder if Morgan was starting to get maybe a little impatient there. Didn't want to see Lupien stretch away at all. He was pulling maybe a couple of kart lengths and like, you know what? Let's go, Alex. If you're not going to go, I got to go. So he slips back by. A good pass to the inside of turn number 11. Kind of a textbook pass in that corner where you have to go wide again to set up for the turn in. You took that spot. Now he's closing it up. Look at the draft, bringing him right up onto the rear bumper of Lupien. And here comes Morgan now, goes to P2 from third. Now going to ready to attack here on Lupien for the lead.
Yeah, still 3 drivers out front as they've been making passes to opportune places, but now Morgan, a less opportune place when it comes to time. Cedric Lupien points to the helmet, says, hey, Alex, let's be smart. Let's work together here because Carson Morgan coming to play. That was an aggressive pass, took a lot of respect on both sides. It was clean, but it was aggressive here, and that was early on here. Like you said, maybe a little bit of impatience, or maybe like you said, you know, he thought Lupien was getting further away and he wanted to make sure he could try and shuffle him back because that's the only driver, granted in the intermediate conditions, that threatened Carson Morgan in the pre-final. It was Cedric Lupien who pressured him all race long, got by him for a split second almost. So Carson Morgan knows Lupien's a threat in the intermediate stuff. He was probably anticipating him being somewhat of a threat here. Maybe he sees him as the biggest guy that he's got to shuffle backwards.
Well, it's the fighting early on here that makes me wonder whether or not Nick Bruckner might be able to come closer. Even a guy like Peyton Phillips, who's put down a couple of purple laps. These guys are literally battling it out front. And how many times do we talk about this, Xander, that if you're a young kid in a cadet category, micro, mini, just settle in. Try to pull away. Stretch away and make it a 3-driver battle. Try to pull away from the guy in the back. Make it a 2-driver fight after you've gone 3. These guys are going at it right now, and I'll tell you, there are 4 guys behind them right now, more than happy to get up there if they scrap. Bruckner, Schrader, Cole Kleck, and Peyton Phillips all running 4th to 7th, and all of them went green last time by, and in fact, Peyton Phillips went purple.
Yeah, I mean, they were single file. They aren't really fighting too much. With that little defensive move, that probably cost them a 10th or 2, so Bruckner could be close. Now they're going to fight behind him. Change for 5th. We'll get the update here. I think it may have been Cole Kleck going by on Caleb Schrader, so Bruckner back on his lonesome again, almost into the toe. Actually, it's going to be
Peyton Phillips.
Yeah, what a move by Peyton Phillips.
He went from 7th to 5th on that lap.
Great move there in turn 7. Now here we go again down the backstretch. Sorry, turn 17. Carson Morgan again defending. Here we go. We'll pick up Phillips coming through. There goes Phillips. There's Cole Kleck. There's Caleb Schrader. And at the end of the group is Oliver Calvo, who has struggled to get going here in this one, but is kind of getting held on by a thread as the leaders continue to fight. Meanwhile, Peyton Phillips here coming out of the infield S's, sees Bruckner ahead, sees a gap behind, so he's got some separation. He has the fastest lap of the race. Can he get going? Can he make it one more in that lead pack? He needs a little more passing like what Carson Morgan's doing down the back straightaway. Morgan last time by, a 105.6. Compare that to Bruckner's 105.3. Bruckner will arrive, and again, Peyton Phillips could get there too.
Little note for you here, Xander. We talked about this in the pre-final. The issue with Braden Robertson started deep in the field, 27th, has already worked his way up with Gia Cicero. They're together. They've came up to 11th and 12th right now. Both drivers 16 position improvement over the first 8 laps of a 20-lapper and putting down good lap times. Cicero, in fact, is turning her fastest lap, and they were significantly quicker than both Jack Doyle and Drew Chappelle. Watch for Robertson and Cicero to potentially get themselves into the top 10.
Another pass for the lead. That was Alex Stanfield going by on Carson Morgan. He went by into turn number 4. Morgan going to try and answer back, and Stanfield shuts the door on him. So Lupien, he just took a look back for himself. Not because either of those two in front were behind him, but he's like, man, these two young guns are fighting, and they're going to let more guys get into this race right here. A veteran definitely knowing that for Alex Stanfield and Carson Morgan. This is the point of the race sometimes where you're kind of flexing your muscles a little bit. I think they're both trying to prove to each other that they're not going to get pushed around by the other one. Morgan, again, wanting to assert himself here in the senior ranks as someone not to be messed with, and Alex Stanfield saying, hey, I was in your spot before, but at the same time, I'm not going to get out of the way for you. I don't care what you've done and what you've won last year in junior. This is senior, and that doesn't mean that I'm going to give you the inside every time. So with 11 laps to go now, Alex Stanfield is your leader over Morgan, and followed by Lupien, and Nick Bruckner that time lost a little bit, but overall he's still kind of hanging around the same place he's been, 1.2 seconds back. And here we go, Morgan with help from Lupien as Stanfield left the door open down the back. Carson Morgan back to the lead.
The guy they got to watch for right now is Peyton Phillips. He's the man that's moving. Bruckner's been right there, like you said. He was a bit quicker than Morgan, same speed as Lupien last lap, but it's Phillips who is 0.3 quicker than Bruckner and has kind of arrived on the scene in P5. You see at the bottom of the screen there, Peyton Phillips, the Texan in the 9:10. P5. He has the fast lap of the race from lap number 6. This is the guy on the move right now. If he gets by Bruckner real quickly, we could see Peyton Phillips potentially really in the top 3. Or if he does get by Bruckner, maybe get some help from Bruckner to get there. We could have a solid 5-driver battle before we're all said and done, because we're only right now coming across the line to go to the halfway point. They're going to go side by side.
Yeah, there they go. Cedric Lupien went to the inside of Carson Morgan, overshot it. Morgan crossed him up. Stanfield now into second. Bruckner now has Peyton Phillips behind him. Let's see when Phillips decides to pull out here. He gets to him. Morgan's going to go down the inside. It looks like Phillips will go by Bruckner. Bruckner going to let him go, knowing how quick Phillips is. He could just hang on to him. And Nick Bruckner, of course, the concern for today is just stamina. For obvious reasons, Nick Bruckner is wheeling out there with basically 1.5 arms. He's been fighting cancer and having a heck of a job doing it, and still coming to the go-kart track and running inside the top 5, which is just impressive in general, much less the fact he's having to go back and forth through everything he's fighting. He had to have most of his left shoulder, I believe it was the left shoulder, removed in surgery, so he can't move his left arm more than maybe about 10-20 degrees up from his side. So with that, he's doing 90% of the steering and force with his right arm. Of course, with everything else he's going through, he's not able to train like these guys are. He's not in the perfect, shape like they are, and he's still right there. So that's the big question, is if he can hang on. I know he's trying to. There's no question the adrenaline is going to push him forward here today as they fight more again for second.
The great thing is he set his fastest lap last time by, lap number 10, an American badass for sure. And here's what I talked about, a 5-driver battle up front right now. Less than a second separate your top 5. We're going to work here now. It's Morgan out front. Lupien somehow gets himself back into second. That purple and pink Rawlson Performance Group kart standing out amongst all those Tony karts up there. Morgan out front. And again, going to work, like we said, with both Peyton Phillips, Stanfield, Nick Bruckner, all these drivers trying to go at it for the race win. Great top 5.
Well, here they go through turn number 11 and 12. Carson Morgan with the biggest lead he's seen since the first lap. Cedric Lupien and Alex Stanfield hooked back up again. If they get together on the backstretch, they might be able to run him back down. It'll be 8 laps to go this time by. 2 car lengths, maybe a car length back from Stanfield to find Peyton Phillips, who is trying to bring Nick Bruckner into the fight. Stanfield going to go by Lupien in the last turn. Or no, is that Phillips? Phillips going by, sorry. Phillips into second. Mixed up the Tony Kart drivers. Peyton Phillips all the way up to P2 here from P12. And now he's just a couple car lengths shy of the lead. Again, trying to live back down last weekend.
And Xander, you know what? I would have said that was a bad move in 17 for anybody but Peyton Phillips. Here's a guy that's been on the move, doesn't want to wait behind. He feels like he's got the speed. Look how close he was. You mentioned that when you make that move to the inside, you're going to lose the exit speed, right? For maybe one of the other drivers, that may not have been a good move, but Peyton Phillips has got so much speed right now. Go by Lupien, go to second. I think if this guy gets out front, he may be able to pull away, and that's why he decided to make the move. He's already this close, a length away now from Morgan.
Yeah, the Super Tune Tony Kart driver on rails. Peyton Phillips, a kart length and a half away from the race lead. Not sure if he thought it would be possible at the end of the first lap, but he has dug deep inside himself and found a lot of pace. Cedric Lupien probably took a look back a few times trying to figure out where in the world did he come from. And as they go to the final corner, we'll start to get an idea next time by the stripe of where the pace looks like for Peyton Phillips. I think it should be more than enough to challenge Carson Morgan for the lead and the win. Last time by 1/10 quicker, so he's chipping back away. Alex Stanfield, on the other hand, starting to fade backwards as Cole Kleck is looming in the distance. Caleb Schrader as well. Bruckner's gone by him. And Morgan feeling the heat already. He's going to block into 4.
There's the move to the inside. Thinking about it for Peyton Phillips. That'll allow Lupien to close right back up. Because indeed, as you said, I like that. He's starting to feel the heat up front. Cole Morgan knows that Peyton Phillips is there. Does he know it's Peyton? As he had to look over his shoulder because he hasn't had the battle with Peyton yet. It's been Lupien. It's been Stanfield. Couple new players onto the scene right now. Peyton Phillips, who started back in 12th position, finds himself up here in second with a chance at the race win. 3 drivers in the lead group right now, a gap of about a half a second back to Nick Bruckner and Alex Stanfield. And then Xander mentioned Cole Kleck started 11th. He's up into the 6th spot now, closing a little bit here and there. It was about 2/10 quicker than Stanfield last time by. So we may see Kleck come to put his name in the fight. But right now it's Morgan up front. But I'll tell you, Peyton Phillips is rolling here right now. They're trying to pull away a bit, I think, from Cedric Lupien.
Yeah, they might be able to do so here. Lupien's going to close up, though, if Morgan blocks again, and Morgan will. I think he's doing this just as a normal line down the backstretch, a lot like at the Indy 500 as he locks up a little into braking. First, this time was looking more so to break the toe. Every other time has just been to cover off the one draft passing zone, because I think he feels like he might be fast enough in the infield that all he's got to do is block that long straightaway and no one can touch him. And that's kind of what's happening right here, because after that section, he's so quick through the right chicane that Phillips loses a car length or two. And granted, he may have overheated the tires coming forward, so maybe he's riding now. But Carson Morgan doesn't seem like he's really touchable besides the end of the backstretch.
You mentioned the gear, the gearing at the start. Are they a little bit different on the gearing, right? Did they lean a little bit towards, hey, you know what, we want to be really good on the infield. We'll give a little bit up on the straightaway, knowing that there's a puddle there, whatever it may be. I can block on the straightaway, both straightaways, but I got to make sure I'm good through the infield.
Yeah, we'll see through turn number 1 here. Right in third again is Cedric Lupien, 4 car lengths back from the top 2. Fading a little, like you've mentioned, Carson Morgan. This time he's going to stay low. He'll block the bottom side to the puddle. Phillips just following him. That'll stack them all up. Bruckner's back in the mix. Stanfield is too. Everyone saved up a little bit of juice for the final 5 laps here in NOLA, and it's a 5-car pack like we've seen at every other KA Senior race here in the SKUSA Championship so far.
And how about this? Both Bruckner and Stanfield go green last time by. They just turned their fastest laps, closing back up into this group. So 5 drivers as we expect. There's a move to the inside. Bruckner inside, Lupien, book it. Bruckner goes to P3 with a move to the inside on turn number 11. And right coming with them is Alex Stanfield to move Lupien back to P5. Bruckner now up into the 3rd spot in the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart. Does he have what it takes to move forward? And now Peyton, that's Stanfield back into 3rd.
I was about to say Alex Stanfield for a moment looked like he showed a lot of patience there following Bruckner, but obviously he didn't like it and went by him, and that's going to give a big gap here. It'll make it a 2-driver fight down the backstretch for the moment. Luckily, Carson Morgan's continuing to defend, and Peyton Phillips has slingshotted him around the outside. New leader, Peyton Phillips, through turn 5.
That was almost like opening the doors. Morgan came to the inside of the track like he's done every lap, and literally the slingshot, for lack of a better term, Phillips just drove right on by him on the outside. Pulled the Ricky Bobby around the outside going into turn number 3. He has the lead into turn number 11 right now.
What a job for Peyton Phillips to get through to the lead from 12th on the grid as clawed his way forward. He's finally seeing daylight on the front bumper and a clear racetrack in front of him. He's going to have 3 laps to go this time by. The downside, he's got 4 of the nation's best coming at him. Here comes one of them with a late move. Carson Morgan gets by in turn 15. Stanfield goes as well, and Stanfield will block into 17. 3 to go. They're going to need to hook up here down the backstretch. They can't fight for second right now. They can do that later. They need to work together and stay hooked on Carson Morgan. Greatly timed move by the RPM Tony Kart.
Top 6 separated by just over a second. Morgan, Stanfield, Phillips, Bruckner, Lupien, and welcome to the show, Cole Kleck. Down the back straightaway again. They'll work their way in. Morgan's got the spot there. The double apex left-hander turns 3 and 4 through this 5, 6, 7 combination. Stanfield somehow finds his way back into second. Looked like he may have been out of the fight, but did not give up. Puts his head back down. He's back to P2. Right behind him, Peyton Phillips. So a couple of Texans ready to go to work here. Actually, it's 3 Texans. Stanfield, Phillips, and Bruckner going to work on Carson Morgan.
Yeah, we forget about Nick Bruckner. He's been Mr. Worldwide over the last few years, racing just as much outside of the state as he has been home. But he's been having somewhat of a homecoming over the last 2 weeks and running the TSRS events, I believe, is his schedule this year as much as he can. Out of the final corner, double sticks in the air for California's Carson Morgan as he looks to try and kick off the SKUSA Pro Tour the same way his brother did 1 year ago. 3 car lengths, the gap down the backstretch. Watch that get eaten up here as Phillips. No, he's going to go to the inside of Stanfield. He won't wait. He thinks he's quicker. Stanfield's going to let him go. Try to tuck in ahead of Bruckner, who gets sideways on the curb.
Bruckner through to the bottom as well. Wasn't able to make it stick, but indeed, Peyton Phillips wants this race. Able to work his way up into the 3rd spot at one point. Goes by the inside of Stanfield. Down the back straightaway. This thing's starting to heat up right now as expected in KA100 Senior. Morgan leads. It's Phillips into second. We'll see the white flag next time by. It's about a 4 or 5 kart length lead for Morgan, who has as Xander had talked about, so good through the infield section of the racetrack. It'll be a big drag race down the line, but for Peyton Phillips, got to be strong here through 15, 16, and 17. That run onto the straightaway, Xander, is going to be crucial in the run down the back chute.
He's going to have to be perfect here. I talked with Danny May, Carson Morgan's tuner, earlier this week, and he has yet to celebrate a win dating back to Road America in 2021, and man, he wants to celebrate one here for Carson Morgan. Morgan's going to have to fight for it. Down the backstretch, he'll take him to the inside lane. Phillips will follow for the toe. Morgan opens up. Phillips is there a half cart length away through 4 and 5.
Yeah, levers the draft fully coming down the back straightaway. Exactly what Peyton Phillips needed to do. Alex Stanfield ready there as well to pick up any garbage. Little contact coming through turn 8. Looks like Morgan stacked them up. There goes Stanfield down to the inside. He'll take the spot away. Here comes Lupien back to P3.
Phillips is in the water. He's going to go wide. Kleck is going to get by as well, trying to force his way through into 10 and 11. Phillips gets the spot back. But Carson Morgan, just 2 more hairpins to block as he brake checks him, blocks him up here. I don't want to mean that in a bad way here at all, but he was blocking him down, and Phillips is off. Phillips off in the chicane just at the bottom.
And here comes Stanfield. What's going to happen in the final corner? Morgan tried to do the brake check again. Loopy in there. They're on top of each other. There's going to be pushbacks. Stanfield to the inside. Loopy with a big right to the bottom of the racetrack. Loopy's going to win. Lupien on the inside over-under as Stanfield and Morgan beat on each other, brake checking. There's going to be pushbacks, but there's also going to be a Canadian winner in KA100 Senior, Lupien by 0.2 of a second.
You know what? They were going for it, no holds barred. And listen, you know, they say you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Carson Morgan defended that whole race, and he didn't get bumped out of the way until the final corner. I mean, I'd say that's a pretty good odds of not getting moved out of the way. But, hey, Stanfield went for it, all the credit to him. When everything was on the line, he forced his way to a hole. And Cedric Lupien, what a way to return to the seat. I talked to him. He is so stoked to be behind the wheel again this year. He's so excited, and a heck of a performance to get a big win back. And you can see the excitement on the RPG Cosmic Driver. Is only, I believe, his second race back behind the wheel. Cedric Lupien kicks off his SKUSA Pro Tour with a win for RPG.
And Xander, was that not the way to handle that? You see these 2 young guys in front of you. You already 3 times Morgan tried that, the checkup, right? To the inside checkup, stack them up, get back on the throttle. He tried it in 10, tried it in 11, and I believe it through the 12-13 combination as well. Lupien held back, over under, and listen, Stanfield did the same thing, man. When you're going to do the checkup on the inside and I'm trying to get inside you, we're going to have lots of contact, and that's what happened coming through. But what a run there for Lupien to be able to see it and just really over under and just blew by them on the exit of turn number 17.
Yeah, smart move there. The veteran able to pull it off here. It's again very similar, very Ben Cooper-esque for the guy or his boss. You go back to Supernats, how he was able to get that big comeback win when he was under RPG. And so again, just a smart piece of driving by Cedric Lupien. So with that, the KA100 Senior class is wrapped on the day. We'll go back through the top 10 here. Lupien, Stanfield, Morgan, again, the top 3. Like you mentioned, Rob, lots of pushing and shoving. There may be some penalties. There may be some pushback bumpers that came in.
I think so.
Cole Kleck, 7 spots gained into 4th by the end after all the chaos. Great move by the 911. Nick Bruckner, 5th. Again, Peyton Phillips, he crosses the line 7th. He got knocked off the racetrack entering turn 13 and I guess the 13-14 complex, the right-left chicane, or if that's 12 and 13, whatever that is. He got knocked off there, sideways so hard he ended up in the last corner. He let everybody go, crossed the line at the end of the group of where he was. Will they let that slide? Will they put him back more spots? That's up to the officials to decide. He crosses the line 7th behind Caleb Schrader, then Drew Chappelle, and Braden Robertson and Gia Cicero. Well, the pair make up 18 spots apiece, 9th and 10th from the back of the grid.
Amazing drives for Braden Robertson and Gia Cicero. For Braden, his last lap the best, a 105.129. Very close to the fast lap of the race. 18 position improvement for both Robertson and Cicero to cap off the top 10. KA100 racing at its best. Gloves were off, elbows were up. Cedric Lupien, the over-under, as Stanfield and Morgan go at it for the win in the final circuit. He ends up taking a 0.2 of a second victory. Lupien, Stanfield, and Morgan, your unofficial podium.
And that does it here. So they'll work their way through the scale line. We'll take the moment here to, again, just take a quick commercial break and then come back with more racing action. The Minis getting set to go green here shortly. Then it'll be time for Pro and Master shifter, followed by the 3 X30 classes Junior, Master, and Senior. The engine's fired for the Mini Swifts, so a short break, and then we're back here from NOLA.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races.
Welcome back here to the Mini Swift main event live at NOLA Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Nationals Day 1 main events. Myself, Xander Clements, alongside Rob Howden. We've got the starting lineup queued up for you. Keelan Harvick and the Hunt Brothers Pizza, number 162, starts on the pole after a dominating pre-final alongside Viva Canthan. Row 2, Max Christia and Asher Ockstein in the Tony Kart.
Row 3, Oliver Weldon on the inside, Kai Johnson on the outside. Row 4, Lucas Palacio alongside Phaethon Sarapon.
Rounding the top 10 will be Derek Wargo and Jack Iliff in the pair. That'll be Michael McCaughey and Ty Fisher in row number 6.
Go to row number 7, Alessandro Truchot, SKUSA Winter Series Micro Swift champion with Max Weiland on the outside. Carson Weinberg and Ashton Moon, a very strong row number 8.
Rounding the top 20, it'll be Giuseppe Gadera, Nico Sarfati, Gage Bailey, and Cade Yeager as they come towards the tram lines. Harvick and Canthan have them together.
Time to go racing with Mini Swift, the first race of the Pro Tour. Green, green, green. And the inside row was trying to check up to hold things off. Yeah, Canthan was just slow coming up there. Not sure how they'll handle this as the outside line was rolling, but Mia got a bit of a push from the back. That thing shook it up big time. We'll see where Canthan ends up as he just did not kind of roll onto the speed as they worked their way out of the final corner.
Well, they'll definitely take a look at that. Keelan Harvick really got messed up by that one. And, of course, like you said, the whole inside lane. So he crossed the timing loop in third, and he's down in the 6th spot trying to work his way back up. He is on your screen behind Phaethon Saradpun, headed into the turn 9-10 complex. He'll go to the inside, try to pick up one more spot. He'll get 4th. Saradpun side by side with Jack Iliff, who's now going to be on the outside in the next corner, and Iliff hangs on tight, and he'll slot in behind him as they all bottleneck there with Oliver Weldon, Lucas Palacio all in that group, headed towards turn 15. Your leader still is Canthan over the energy of Kai Johnson, who has finally got some good luck on his side here this year, up to 2nd. Then it's going to be Asher Ockstein there in the Tony Kart in 3rd.
Hey, Xander, you think they're going over video right now?
No.
In the SKUSA booth?
Definitely not. Not at all.
Odd start for sure. 3-4 wide coming down into turn number 1 to complete that opening lap. Canthan leads. Johnson 2nd. Ockstein 3rd. Your pole sitter Harvick down into the 4th spot. He'll have to rebound, knowing what happened on the opening lap. Get your mind back where it needs to be. Just go racing. Don't worry about it. Get yourself back up front. Harvick goes to 4th. Jack Iliff was 5th. Crossing the line, the remainder of the top 10 in the opening circuit. Oliver Weldon, Max Weiland up 7 spots. Lucas Palacio in 8th. Max Christia dropping down to 9th. And Phaethon Sarapon into 10th.
Here they go side by side for second. Little hip check there by Asher Rockstein on Vivek Canthan going by. He made himself a hole when he couldn't find it. And Kai Johnson ahead, able to get to the lead. So Johnson the leader. Canthan back to 3rd. Here comes Keelan Harvick. They're spread out for now. The draft will pack them back up as Jack Iliff joins the train to make it 5 up front. Oliver Weldon, little bit back. He needs a little more shuffling. He's just outside the drafting window as Harvick going to go by on Canthan into the final corner. He'll take over 3rd and down the front straightaway. Kai Johnson leads to turn number 1.
Yeah, good pass there for Keelan Harvick getting to the bottom of turn number 17. We talked about being able to get down to the bottom, but you have to be able to roll enough corner speed through the center of the corner to be able to get out onto the front straightaway. And I think he's getting the job done right now. But Kai Johnson, who started 6th, taking full advantage, Xander. The chaos that we had at the start of that one, he pulls out to a 0.4 of a second lead. But that's really probably down to maybe a cart length and a half as the lead group. Just about 5, maybe 6 drivers out front right now. Johnson, Oxteen, Harvick, Canthan, and Jack Iliff, top 5, who went purple last time by.
Well, here they go on into turn number 10. Over to 11 and 12. Iliff going to go for 3rd. He'll shuffle Harvick back to 4th. And so Jack Iliff, a hard charge forward here. Purple last time. Now 6 spots gained. And dig in for more as he closes towards Asher Rockstein and Kai Johnson up front. 5-driver grouping. We look back to Oliver Weldon, and we'll see this time by. He was 2.4 back the previous time. We might get a little closer this time as a pass for 2nd. Iliff gets another 2 in 1 lap. Jack Iliff up to 2nd and closing on Kai Johnson.
Full run through the weather today. We had rain this morning, some hard rain midday. It has dried up, full dry other than the puddle at the end of the back straightaway. Beautiful blue skies here in Avondale, Louisiana as we start this year's SuperKarts USA Pro Tour at the Winter Nationals. And some great racing lining up as here comes a move to the inside for P3. Harvick trying to get by Asher Oxteen. Can't quite get it done. Coming through turns number 5 through 6, 7, and 8. Xander, this thing lining up pretty good right now. You can see that Harvick has got, I think, some impatience. He really wants to get to the front right now, and this is going to allow these guys up front to potentially pull away, although there's a move to the inside of turn number 10.
Jack Iliff going through to the lead there, and you can't really blame him at the moment. He has not found a go-kart in front of him he thinks is faster than him, so he's passed them all the way through the top 10 for the 144, and Jack Iliff leads into turn 15, and he'll lead for the first time in the main event with plenty of laps to go. Kai Johnson 2nd. Harvick finally has gotten the move done on Oxteen, and I think he may have made a little bit of contact, the pair, as Oxtein's fallen off the group. It's now Oliver Weldon up to 4th, Canthan 5th, Oxteen's down to 6th.
Indeed, a little bit of a shuffle there from that last lap, but we know Keelan Harvick getting himself back to P3. Fast lap of the race, still a 108.125. Really strong for Iliff a lap ago. Kai Johnson just turned his fast lap of 108.8, 0.7 of a second off of Iliff. And you wonder why Iliff went by. He's got such a hot rod, was able to work his way forward. Like Xander said, no other driver's been able to kind of give him any kind of a challenge as of yet, so just keep that momentum going forward. Hey, maybe you got the car to pull away. We'll see if he's able to do it to Kai Johnson, leading by probably 5 kart lengths now out of turn number 10. So Xander, really a pretty good start as we're going to be, now past the quarter mark. 18 laps for our cadet categories here, an 18-lap race, 4 down, and looks to me like Iliff going to probably come through here with about a 6 or a 0.7 of a second advantage.
Yeah, big time advantage here for Jack Iliff as they go towards the final corner. Oliver Weldon's picked up the pace. He's probably been second best so far, but Kai Johnson losing touch already. Jack Iliff, another big gap ripped out over Johnson. At least Weldon goes purple that time, but he's in the tow. So when he gets in front of Kai Johnson, that'll tell if he can bring Kai or anyone else up to Jack Iliff. Here he comes, looking inside for 2nd. Turn 4, he'll get clear easily. Oliver Weldon up into P2, about 7 or 8 car lengths back from the race leader.
Yeah, I think you're right now. Now we'll see exactly how quick he is. He got that big toe. It's obviously the draft huge here with the mini Swift drivers. He's pulling away a little bit here from Kai Johnson as well. We'll see if the speed that Weldon laid down there, a 107.9, which was a half a second faster than Iliff there on lap number 5, is enough for him to close in here as well. But nonetheless, it's giving us a 5-driver breakaway as we talked about. Iliff, Johnson, Weldon now into second, move Johnson back to third. Harvick runs in fourth, Vivek Canthan in fifth. Weldon, Harvick, and Canthan all turning their fastest laps on that last lap as these Avinco tires starting to come up to temperature, much warmer, Xander, than it was when these drivers ran the pre-final in the wet.
Quite a bit warmer here. Now, Oliver Weldon looked a lot better this lap. I will say I got to eat my words a little bit here, Rob. He's looking fantastic this time by. Ripped off nearly 7.5 tenths off the lead of race leader Jack Iliff. He potted down to a 10.5. So here they come down the backstretch. Weldon to the bumper. Does he push him? He will. So he thinks he can build the gap with Iliff, and they can get away as Kai Johnson has slipped to the front bumper of Keelan Harvick for third and fourth. Harvick not going by just yet as they head on through.
Weldon's fast lap of 107.970, and as Xander said, we'll see whether or not he decides to work with Iliff to push away as opposed to fighting with him right now. That would be the key, making it a 2-driver fight. That is really one of the strongest strategies you can do here in this category. You don't see a lot of drivers pulling away in the Mini Swift class. These engines obviously so evenly matched, especially at a track like this with the draft. It would be much better just to work with one driver and pull away, make it a 2-driver scrap, but we may see that happening here in Mini Swift as both Iliff and Weldon incredibly quick. Harvick and Canthan again turning their fastest laps. Their carts slowly coming in, getting to where they need to be. But right now, both these drivers up front with the mindset of pulling away. I don't want to have to battle with anybody else. I'm good with a mono battle, just a one-on-one fight. There's no need to scrap with 4 or 5 drivers. And right now, look at this. They're pulling away a little bit as Johnson. Here comes Harvick, though, a little further back. Harvick will go to third. Book it. He makes a move to the inside at the end of the back straightaway. Move Harvick to P3.
Yeah, good run for Keelan Harvick, and he had to do it. You know, Kai Johnson and him that time by lost 2 tenths, so that tandem in that order was not going to work to run down the race leaders. If they switch, maybe he can get back by as they go towards the infield hairpins and out of turns 11 and 12, this time towards the right-left chicane. Keelan Harvick with Johnson on his tail. They're separated up ahead here. Jack Iliff has pulled back away from Oliver Weldon through the infield. They'll come out of the final few corners, and Harvick has pulled a little off Johnson. Maybe he's a little bit quicker than the 107. We'll find out this time by. This time by the stripe, Jack Iliff and Oliver Weldon will clock in a 107.9 and a 108 flat. Harvick was passing, to be fair, but still lost about a 10.5, so he needs to find a little bit more to get there.
Yeah, it's almost 1.1 seconds now from Weldon back to Harvick. The lead duo have got a pretty good run, although Harvick and Johnson teaming up now. But out front, Jack Iliff and Oliver Weldon running 1-2, and they are looking to pull away, making this a 2-driver fight. Second, third, and fourth doing the same thing. And then fifth, all by himself, Vivek Canthan just watching it happen in front of him. 4 seconds back to the group of Max Christian, Asher Ochstein, Carson Weinberg, who's up 7 positions from 15th to 8th. Phaethon Sarapon and Alessandro Truchot up 3 spots. Driver making his SuperKarts USA Mini Swift debut. Truchot with Parolin USA now running 10th. Look at this front group trying to pull away potentially here for Jack Iliff. Does he think that he can drop Weldon behind him? Well, that would be interesting right now. Crossed halfway flags this time by. 9 down, 9 to go in the 18-lap contest. And it's almost a 0.3 of a second advantage for Iliff with that big draft down the back straightaway. I just don't think that he's going to be able to pull away. But Xander, they're pulling away from Harvick and Johnson in 1.3 seconds now between the leaders. There's a move to the inside. Weldon goes to P1, gets the draft, uses it, down into turn number 3.
Interesting to see him pull the trigger here this early. We've still got 8.5 laps remaining as we watch the next group there, led by Carson Weinberg. He's up 8 positions, leading the pack with Max Christia and Asher Ochstein. They just got by him to take over the 6th position. They're a couple seconds back, 4 seconds to be exact, from Vivek Canthan, who's just kind of running alone in no man's land there in 5th. So Vivek between a number of cars on the racetrack, the pairs out front, and of course this group of 3 behind them here with 8 laps to go with the stripe this time by. Carson Weinberg has had a couple drives where he's been coming through the field unfortunately here, you need a dancing partner, and you need to find that one sooner than 8 laps to go with a 6 to 7 second margin to have a shot at the win, Rob.
I think he just went by Asher Oxtein as well.
He did.
We do have a driver off, and the 148 has pulled off the racetrack here. Trying to figure out who that is off the track. 148, Josie Chambers off the racetrack from 12th into pit lane, just past the halfway point. So indeed, as we said, Carson Weinberg able to get by Asher Oxtein, and Max Christia coming along with them. So it's Weinberg in 6th, Christia in 7th, Oxtein in 8th, and then about 2.5 seconds back to Gage Bailey, who's moved up 10 spots into 9th. Sarah Bradley up 11 spots. She started 21st. Good run for Sarah to work her way into the top 10.
Great run for Sarah Bradley, in fact, here. We're going to keep the action focused on the racetrack here, but we'll also take a moment to hear from Connor Zilish and figure out what in the world happened to the Leading Edge Motorsports FK driver in that pre-final. Kendall?
I'm here with Connor Zilish, and just what Xander said, what did happen in the pre-final out there?
Yeah, we lost the hub fell off on the last lap. Really unfortunate. We were running in the top 7. It would have been a really good finish for me. The final, it's a 20-lap race. I get tired after about 6 of them, so hopefully adrenaline can keep me in it. But it'll be tough, but I start from the back, and it should be fun, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, starting in the back, what do you think the race is going to be like, especially the first couple of laps?
Yeah, obviously shifter racing is a different kind of racing, so it'll be good for me to be able to learn and pass people. But yeah, it's going to be tricky. I struggle. I didn't do too bad at the start, but I need a good start, and hopefully I'll be able to get by guys quick and move my way forward.
So what are you expecting this race to end?
I'm looking for a top 8. That'd be good. Obviously we gotta get through it clean, but that'd be a good finish for me.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Connor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kendall, here. Obviously, unfortunate for Connor Zilish, but at least in this case here, pressure's off for the 20-lap main event in Pro Shifter, starting from the tail of the field. No expectations really at this point. I mean, obviously, he's going to expect something out of himself, but there's no pressure of a position, result on the line starting from where he's at. Anything he gets up from there, if he keeps the card in one piece at this point, it'll be a successful day.
Well, I think a 20-lapper will be tough for him as it is. I mean, that's a long way in your first time in a shifter car to this national level racing. But I have a feeling he's going to be a rocket. I would expect top 10, very likely top 5 for Connor Zilish based on the pace that he's been able to roll out. Whether or not he's able to keep that pace up for 20 laps remains to be seen. But nonetheless, he has shown so well in Greg Bell's Leading Edge Motorsports Formula K machine. Battle up front still rolling because Jack Iliff and Oliver Weldon still locked together. But Keelan Harvick not that far back. Less than 0.8 of a second last time by. He still has Kai Johnson with him there. So we do have a couple of duos up front. Iliff and Weldon and Harvick and Johnson lined up front.
Yeah, they're close together. We'll keep, again, a lot of the picture on it. We've got one more interview here before the Pro Shifter main gets ready to go. Kendall has caught up with today's dominant driver in Pro Shifter, Marian Kremers.
Here with Marian Kremers. Marian, you're a master in the rain, but as you can see, there's not a cloud in the sky. What's kind of going through your head right now as the track's completely dry?
I'm not too worried about it. Yesterday I was quick in the dry as well, so I'm just looking to get out in front early on and just check out. Hopefully stay on track this time, unlike in the pre-final, but yeah, I think we'll have it sorted.
Yeah, how are you expecting this race to go?
Like I said, I'm just going to try to check out early on and then manage the gap from there. I know it's going to be a very long race, so even if I get away early on, I know not to slow down too much, because at the end they might catch up and have a little bit extra than me. So looking to get away early on and then just manage from there.
All right, well, sounds good and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Marian Kremers again gets to roll off from the point, and you heard it from him here, as things are going to be a lot different here today. Slick tires in the afternoon, brand new set of Avinco Reds for the Pro Shifter class, just like it has been for every other division that was on all wet tires. In fact, it was all wet pre-finals up until the X30 Seniors went onto the racetrack there. So Jack Iliff, Oliver Weldon, new rubber. That setup seems to be working pretty good.
That's it, right? Nobody has to worry about grip levels when you got fresh rubber. Everybody's cart works good on new tires. That's the one thing you always say. You don't have to do much adjustment work that way. Look up front. You got a really good look at what we're seeing here in this Mini Swift category. A couple of two-driver lineups here. Iliff and Weldon absolutely locked together. 4 laps to go. Will be 3 laps next time by. Same goes for Harvick and Johnson. Those two drivers fighting for the final position on the podium. Weird start, as we said, so everything you're going to talk about here could potentially be unofficial. But indeed, Iliff looking for a chance to get the win. You know, Xander, he went to the front quick. I think he realized earlier that he had a really good kart, went to the front. Watching this battle further back here as well. This is, I think, 5th on back. Vivek Canthan, Carson Weinberg, Asher Ockstein, and Max Christia all running together here as well. Gage Bailey not that far back either.
Yeah, not too far back at all for Gage Bailey. 10 spots gained as well for the 169, so a good drive forward inside of the 10-second window back from the leaders, and he'll get even closer now as they all battle all the way through. Weinberg going by. Side by side, Ockstein to the inside of him. I believe that's Bailey. Gage Bailey with a bunch of superhero moves here. Move Bailey to 6th, 13 spots gained. But it won't be easy to hold it. That 5-car pack might stay together. Well, if they can keep off each other. Vivek Canthan kind of got hooked together. Max Christia down the backstretch. Now Ockstein's going to push Christia on by Canthan. It'll give Bailey a little bit of breathing room with 2.5 laps to go.
Well, Carson Weinberg made a good move to the inside of 15 on Vivek Canthan, and then ran the full race line in 17. That's what gave him such a bit of a gap here right now. He ran the big full race line, got 100% of the momentum coming out of the corner, while everybody else was kind of battling side by side behind him. That allowed him to pull away a little bit here with Gage Bailey. So these drivers now running now, I believe, in the 5th and 6th spot. Yeah, Vivek Canthan 7th, Max Christia in 8th, and Asher Ockstein in 9th. It's Faith and Sarapon by himself back in 10th. But we're continuing to watch this fight because the laps are winding down. We're almost done here in the Mini Swift category. Again, this category brought to you by Parolin USA. And this is Jack Iliff versus Oliver Weldon. Here's the fight here still for 5th position between Carson Weinberg and Gage Bailey. A little further back, but I'll tell you, Xander, here comes the fight for the race win. This is what it's going to be all about.
Yeah, here they go. They're going to stay a little bit disconnected for 3rd. That's going to give them even more insurance up front as Kai Johnson had a look to the inside of Keelan Harvick. Didn't decide to go through. So he remains back in the 4th spot. Harvick 3rd. Let's pick up the leaders. 1.5 laps to go. Oliver Weldon. Yeah. Jack Iliff. He's gone by him. So move the 104 of Oliver Weldon to the lead. Here comes Iliff back into turn 10, and now they can do this as much as they want. That lead is huge.
Xander, I was just going to ask you, where would you want to be? Based on the races we've talked about, where do you want to be, P1 or P2? It seems to me they want to be in P1 because obviously Weldon went there immediately. As soon as he had a chance to go, back went Jack Iliff. I don't know if I'd want to be P1 or P2 because there's so many overtaking opportunities at this racetrack.
There's so many places to pass, exactly, Rob. And, you know, I mean, there's one thing to be said to be P2 for that long back straightaway, right? But with that water puddle on the bottom, I mean, you've got to be absolutely perfect out of turns 1 and 2 and hope the guy in front goes low like this to get a good exit and pull off that outside slingshot move Peyton Phillips did. Outside of that, I'd rather be the leader. But again, we'll see down the backstretch now. They're going to drag race. Iliff versus Weldon. I think Weldon's got the nose. Iliff's got a little more top speed, and he'll get back clear. Oliver Weldon's going to cross him over, and what a move by Weldon. He gets by and catches Iliff off guard.
And he takes a big run out of that corner. What a beautiful move, kept to the inside of 3 and 4. A tight apex line through those two corners. The double apex left-hander, and he's pulled 10 kart lengths. What a tremendous run. Essentially put Iliff on the outside and on the back foot. Could never get back to the racing line. And this is all but done coming out of turn number 11. He caught him off guard through turn 3 and 4. And right now, Oliver Weldon looking at starting the year with a win here in Mini Swift.
Their SKUSA Winter Series Mini Swift champion. His older brother won the championship there as well. And now Oliver Weldon takes the Winter Series championship out of the final corner and kicks off the Pro Tour with a main event win in Mini again.
What a pass down in 3 and 4. Caught Iliff off guard. Again, on the outside of the line, not able to get back. You thought he'd be able to tuck back in. Look at this fight for further back.
Whoa!
Hold on. Let's go 4 wide. How about 5 wide across the line? That is deep. That is Sarapon, Bradley, Canthan, Wargo, McGahee, all coming across the line.
I think Christia ended up the first of that group.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, so they were all side by side.
By 73 thousandths, by the way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Less than a tenth for the whole group of 5.
Indeed.
Crazy.
Christia 7th, Ockstein 8th, Sarapon 9th, Bradley 10th, and Vivek Canthan 11th. Man.
Yeah.
How about Gage Bailey able to get by Carson Weinberg at the end there, Xander? Started 19th, Gage Bailey up to 5th. A top 5 finish for Gage Bailey in this very, very tight race. Weldon, though, gets the win with a tremendous last lap pass, the tight line through 3 and 4. Somehow able to make it stick. Great run for him to get through there. He ends up winning. And again, Eilif in that second spot. Harvick ends up in third. Look at some of these guys that have come through the field.
Yeah. Isaac Malkut ended up 20th there, picking up 21 spots, 28 spots for Tyler Roberts.
Wow.
Coming forward, John Stamps, 14. Gian Matteo Russo, 10 spots gained. But yeah, Gage Bailey, I mean, he was kind of not really on anyone's radar, I think, through a lot of that main event. He snuck up on quite a bit of the drivers in that pack and rips out a top 6 finish. So awesome run for Gage Bailey, and congrats again as Oliver Weldon takes the win here. Marion Crummers is suited up. We've talked to him. We've watched him dominate so far in Pro Shifter. Well, guess what? He's up next to lead them out onto the racetrack here. Kyle Wick will start to his outside in the Track Magic GFC combination. He was close in the pre-final. Let's see if the 2019, I believe, SKUSA Pro Tour champion will be able to get back to victory lane here today. A front row all set and ready to go green after this.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own
Here we are ready for our Pro and Master Shifter main event. Marion Kremers and Kyle Wick, after one of the most chaotic shifter pre-finals in recent memory, ended up as the top 2 finishers. They'll start on the front row.
David Greco and Jacob Gulick will be on road number 2. A.J. Myers, your reigning Pro Shifter champion, alongside 4-time SKUSA Super Nationals winner Billy Musgrave on road number 3.
Blake Korth and Talon Yako will line up on row 4, and then it'll be Hunter Pickett and Vincente Salas, I believe, row number 5.
As the field gets themselves into the grid, row 6 will have Cole Shade on the inside, Calvin Ming on the outside. Row 7, Ayrton Hernandez and Michael Stevens.
We go further back to find Jared Ramnarayan and Connor Zillish in 15th, 16th. Then Kyle Kennedy, Liam Jones, Annie Rule, and Jake French. Some kind of an infraction must have happened to the 202, because after crossing the line inside the top 5, he starts 20th. Here we go. Pro Shifter underway, and Marion Kremers with a massive hole shot to turn 1. A.J. Myers gets away to second. And Kyle Wick will slot into third as they rocket down the back straightaway for the first time.
Marian Kremers, like he was shot out of a cannon, drops the hammer on the clutch and pulls out about a 7 kart length lead on the opening circuit. Cold tire laps are always so impressive from the top drivers. How good can you do? And these tires, brand new, Xander. They didn't have to use them, obviously. They've been on rain tires all day. Sticker of Inco tires. Whole shot goes to Marian Kremers.
A little bit of contact further down the order here, and one driver at least touching the water, and that was, I think, up in the main group. So we'll see as they come on through. Marian Kremers will lead the field over to the chicane for the first time. A.J. Myers second, then Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, Billy Musgrave trying to find Jake French here. He's up a couple's positions. Same with Connor Zilish moving forward. But I believe we've lost David Greco. Greco was the driver. No, he fell back behind Hunter Pickett. So not a great start for Greco after what looked to be pretty good off the line. He's back down the orders. I think Greco was the driver, hit the water over in the back section. We'll get our overhead camera back in just a moment as they head down the back straightaway here. Big time lead already for Kremers. Across the line, it was 8/10.
Yeah, solid opening lap. You always talk about the quality of a driver and what they're able to do on cold tires, especially when we're talking about brand new tires that these guys here rolled out on, and for him to be able to jump out like he did. The same with A.J. Myers, the same thing. Started back in 5th. He ends up P2 at the end of the opening lap. Hole shots are always crucial, and two of the best drivers we've seen do it, now able to go to 1 and 2 ahead of Kyle Wick.
Yeah, so A.J. Myers now goes to work on Marian Kremers. That said, he's starting to reel him in a little bit. This time by, looks like Myers is closing up as they come to turn 15. Kyle Wick trying to get there as well. Jacob Gulick. Musgrave's been struggling for pace a little bit to start here in the Pro Tour. He's looking for more now as they come on the front stretch. Let's see who hits the quickest time on lap 2. It is A.J. Myers by 3/10.
Yeah, indeed, a 60.962 to a 60.605. Over 3/10 of a second quicker on that lap for A.J. Myers. He'll try to work him down the back straightaway again. They'll work their way through the double apex left-hander, turns 3 and 4. And Myers with the Magic Kart entry starting to close back in here as they'll pound through that 5, 6, 7 combination. Lead still for Marian Kremers, but A.J. Myers, number 1 ranked driver in the country, pushing to try to close up on the PSL Pilot.
Yeah, and this is early here. We're not really getting a proper gauge on how quick they all are, but it's good, like you said, to be able to be good on cold tires. When they get past lap 4, lap 5, the tires come in, that's when you're showing your stuff. That's when you see if your chassis, if your tire pressure settings, and, of course, if your engine are all up to par and winning or able to win, because right now they're just driving to the absolute limit on cold tires. Lap 3 complete. Now we'll see that gap open back up. Kremers pulls a couple tenths back on Myers away, headed through turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, nice lap there for Marian Kremers settling in. As you said, those tires starting to come up to temperature. You can see the yellow and black of the track magic of Kyle Wick a little bit further back. He runs P3 ahead of his GFC teammate Jacob Gulick. Billy Musgrave on his own factory kart chassis. They build those and bend those chassis at their shop in Norco, California. It's an American-made product. Musgrave on the factory kart in 5th spot. Hunter Pickett for GFC in 6th. You mentioned David Greco falling down. He ends up P7. Connor Zilish up 8 spots. Started 16th after the issue in the pre-final. Zilish on the hammer already. He goes to the 8th position, 1.5 behind Greco. We'll watch the gap and we'll watch the lap times of both those drivers.
Yeah, phenomenal start for Zilish. Jake French also up 9 spots into 11th here, so the PSL karting driver digging forward as well, but a great start for Connor Zilish. He got the start 4 spots ahead. He's been able to maintain that as just ahead of them there. And, we got problems for Cole Shade in the 285. For a second, I thought we lost the other track magic and Kyle Wick. Cole Shade, unfortunately, was running about 17th, and it looks like he must be having an issue that must have probably began at the beginning of the race. That was a driver who really surprised probably some people yesterday, getting inside the top 5 for quite a few practice sessions.
Yeah, and tough for him today. Just didn't have quite what he needed in the wet. A full day of dry racing tomorrow. The temperatures in the high 70s, low 80s. That'll play more to Cole Shade. I'm sure we'll see that track magic back out here once again, but a disappointing end of the day. Just 4 laps into this one here for Shade in the GFC entry. Kremers lead about a half a second right now as last time. He and Myers, Xander, keep kind of going back and forth. Kremers will get the fast lap. Myers comes back. This time he was 0.2 of a second quicker. Still a half a second between P1 and P2.
Marion Kremer still looking for that maiden win on a North American soil. He's come so close so many times. When we shot his driver's shots for this year, he jokingly said, I might as well put a number 2 up instead of a number 1 because they'll use that picture more. And yes, he's gotten quite a few podium results, quite a few second place results, nearly won the SKUSA Super Nationals a couple years already. And he's finally at least looking at a SKUSA Pro Tour win. He's leading. He's led laps before. That's not new. It's leading the final lap that would be new here in the U.S. for the kid from the Netherlands, Marion Kremer, is 24 years old, leading the reigning Pro Tour champ, AJ Myers, the world champion against last year's United States champion. Kremers versus Myers, and they've got 2.5 seconds back to Kyle Wick, who's faded a little bit, and in a similar space to Cole Shade. Just doesn't seem like he's got what he needs right now. Jake French, Connor Zillage, the update. French has leapfrogged him. Now he's trying to close in towards Hunter Pickett and Billy Musgrave.
And we should probably mention that.
Oh, no, that's Greco. I'm sorry. That's Greco ahead of him. My fault.
We should probably mention that Marion Kremers wasn't even going to run Pro Shifter this weekend.
Right.
That was going to be Cooper Becklin. He ends up injuring his ribs during practice, and the cart's sitting there. And I'm like, listen, Marion, you ever drive a shifter before? Obviously a former world champion. He says, yeah, I'll do double duty. He's going to run, of course, an X30 Senior and in the Pro Shifter. Came out of the gate and did very Marion Kremers things, right? Out of the gate immediately quick and was able to be the fastest guy. Actually, the time he laid down in happy hour practice, on Friday afternoon blew everybody away. It was 7/10 quicker than the rest of the field. Strong right now up front. The lead now a full second.
And again, that lead, we'll keep an eye on the tabs on it. You can see the intervals as well on the left-hand side of your screen. Also in the Master Shifter classes, Vincent Cossard leads that one here, but a second gap for Kremers over A.J. Myers. You're watching the battle outside the top 5 or at the edge of the top 5. Billy Musgrave, Hunter Pickett, David Greco, Connor Zillage. I talked with Kremers earlier this weekend because this is the last week in about a 6-week stay that he's having in the U.S., dating back to the SKUSA Winter Series second weekend in February. And, of course, he doesn't live here. He's over here on the work visa, back and forth. He's got a few European races lined up, and then he gets to go back home. I said, Marion, are you excited to go back home? Because I know for myself it's been a busy week, a busy stint as well, living out of a suitcase. He's like, honestly, I really like coming here. As we see Pickett looking to the inside and not going. He's like, I really like being in the States. I like being here. I love racing here. I love the people here. So he really has enjoyed his time in America, and I know he's excited to come back. I think he's set to come back for really the next U.S. major, which is the U.S. Pro Kart Series at GoPro, and for sure back long before we go to Utah Motorsports Campus with a Pro Tour.
Another update for you here, getting some information on why Jake French started at the tail of the field. When they did go out for the pre-final, they put the wrong rain tires on it. Not the rain tires that he qualified on, put different rains on. They obviously picked that up when they scanned the tires. So despite the finish that he had in that pre-final, moved him back to the 20th position. Jake French has already got himself up into 9th right now, just turned his fast lap, a 1 flat. 0.962. He's about 5 seconds behind Connor Zillage right now. It was 0.4 of a second last time by the gap between Zillage now and French as they come back across the line. Looks like about 4.7 seconds. That may be as far as Jake French is going to come forward.
Yeah, he needs a lot more fighting out of this group that's really running single file. Billy Musgrave has them all kind of lined up nose to tail. David Greco still not able to find a way past Hunter Pickett. And Connor Zillage, again, just kind of going to school. He's got 3 veterans in front of him. Of course, Hunter Pickett, his major background. David Greco, one of Canada's best racers of his generation, especially in a gearbox go-kart. And then, of course, Billy Musgrave, 4-time Supernats winner, multi-time Pro Tour race winner as well in the gearbox class. So Connor Zillage getting to go to school a little bit behind these 3, see how they race, see their lines, and see how they fare over the course of the main event. And for himself as well, as we jokingly put it, him trying to survive to the end of the show. It's been a good drive forward so far. He might get a few more, might not. If not, it's still been a good drive altogether with 11 laps to go now.
Yeah, I think you're going to see Zillage get a couple more positions. He's only 0.4 of a second behind David Greco and was about 0.2 quicker a lap ago. He's got to the tail of that group right now. It's Musgrave, Pickett, Greco, and Zillage, 4 drivers all running together here now. You see them working their way there. I think that looks like Pickett potentially by. I think he gets by Musgrave for P5.
Yeah, Pickett got him over in 1, and then Greco looked to go by him in 4. He had the momentum, and then Musgrave, before he could get there, started to close him off towards the puddle, and Greco's like, yeah, no, I don't want to go there.
Maybe not.
Yeah, not that time by, but he still looks to be a little bit quicker. So now we'll see if Hunter Pickett can pull away And if that's the case, then that'll put some more urgency under David Greco, knowing that he thinks right now at least he's got a shot at both of these guys in a top 5 result. If Pickett gets away, he'll want to get going a little bit faster, knowing that Musgrave's holding him up. But I don't think Musgrave's too much slower as they work their way by the lap traffic of one of the Master shifter drivers. Here comes Greco. Gets a hold down the inside. Zilish trying to slingshot as well. And Musgrave hanging tough around the outside lane is going to make it hard into one. Greco.
Zilish got them both.
Ooh, I don't know if Zilish got into him or if Greco overshot it, but Connor Zilish, 2 for 1 in turn 1.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it looks to me like Greco just made a dive bomb move to the inside. He'll go back down the inside of Zilish up into turn number 3. I just think Greco got in there pretty deep trying to make sure he held Musgrave on the inside, and an over-under there. Looked to me like Zilish might have missed a shift coming through there in the 6-7-8 combination. Stacked him up on Billy Musgrave, and that's given Greco probably about, 4 or 5 kart lengths now heading over to turn number 10. So David Greco, good run so far in the PSL karting Burrell Art Machine. He gets himself now up into, the 6th position? Yeah, P6. Hunter picking up the road in 5th.
Yeah, nice improvement for Connor Zilish on David Greco now. Both of them pulling 5 car lengths on Musgrave. They've got a lot to make up on Pickett, though, and there's not much other movement going on the racetrack. Your update on the leaders is not really much of an update besides continuing where we were before. The gap has slowly opened about a 1/10 a lap from Marian Kremers back to A.J. Myers. 2 seconds the gap for them. Then another 3.5 back to Kyle Wick in 3rd. Jacob Gulick, 2 more seconds down the road in 4th. Then Hunter Pickett in 5th. Greco, Zilish on your screen. Musgrave 8th. Jake French, like you said, probably not going to get much higher. He's 2.5 back after all that shuffling in 9th.
And look at this. This is Connor Zilish in that Leading Edge Motorsports Formula K, closing up on Greco for 6th position. I like the tight lines. He is really getting that thing to roll to the middle. I know that he and Greg Bell working on trying to get the front end comfortable, trying a bunch of different stuff here for Connor Zilish, letting him feel how this Formula K works, what it does for all the different transitions you can make to what adjustments you can make. And I'll tell you, he is all over him right now. He's pushing Greco hard. You see further back coming in. That's Jake French coming into the play here. He has been slowly closing up. Remember, it was 3.9 seconds a couple laps ago. Jake French only 2 seconds behind Billy Musgrave for 8th. He's coming up onto this group right now, and there are still 8 laps remaining. You never know. We may see Jake French get in the fight for 6th, 7th, and 8th.
To be fair, he was half a second quicker than all 3 of these guys on screen right now, Greco, Zilish, and Musgrave. So at that rate, he would arrive on the scene in about 4 more laps here, maybe 5 with 2 to 3 to go. It's tough to pick him off and see how many he could get in a couple laps, but if French's pace can continue at that 101 flat, I mean, at the moment, the only drivers quicker than Jake French are the top 2. Marian Kremers, his teammate, and A.J. Myers, the driver in 2nd, trying to chase him as Kremers rips another 1:07, a 1:09 for A.J. Myers, a 1:01.1 for Kyle Wick. The top 3, I mean, they're as consistent as they come. All 3 of them equal in lap times. Myers had a really, both Myers and Kremers a really quick time early on. Of course, that was to be expected. With brand new rubber, everyone's quick times coming on lap 3 and 4.
Well, look at the top 3 right now. You got a world champion. You got 2 guys in Myers and Wick that are both SKUSA Pro Tour champions, right? So these guys know how to get the job done. 3 of the best drivers in the world when it comes to gearbox competition. And Kremers, who, again, jumping in the seat of the car that was supposed to be driven by Cooper Becklin here this weekend. Thrilled to be back in the wheel of a shifter and going back and forth, the double duty between the shifter and the X30 Senior. We'll see him to cap off the day as well on that Burrell Art single-speed machine. But it's a 2.3-second lead, 7 laps to go. But I'm kind of more interested in actually looking at the pace that Jake French is pulling down. He was as quick, if not quicker, than A.J. Myers last time by. Jake French, 1.6 seconds to Musgrave, and there's still 6 laps remaining. French, I think, sees what's in front of him, sees the opportunity as he rolls his way out onto the front straightaway and is pulling strong.
Yeah, he's definitely closing in there. That battle will arrive at the doorstep of Billy Musgrave here in about a lap and a half. 6 laps to go for the race leader on your screen, Marian Kremers. 6 laps away from that first U.S. victory, and I know it's going to feel good, and then he'll have to get back in the car and go at it for his main job here this weekend. That's to try and get back up front at X30 Senior. He starts about midway through the teens after that unfortunate wreck on the first lap that took out so many contenders here in the pre-final.
Kremers lead 2.5 seconds last time by. For those of you tuning in here on Kart Chaser, we've got a bunch of X30 races for you coming up. X30 Junior, X30 Master, and we'll wrap it all up with the headline X30 Senior category. 45 drivers on the grid to have their first main event of this year's SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the 5th running of the Winter Nationals. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clemens. Give you the action call of main events. Rainy throughout the early part of the day, poured rain midway through the day, wet qualifying, wet pre-finals, dry main events. And this has been a great one here right now. Marjan Kremers handling some of the lap traffic, I believe, going by Vincent Cassard. That might be the actual leader in the Masters category right now. Kremers rocking and rolling around this track, 2.7 seconds the lead. French now to within 1.3 of Musgrave as well. But as the laps wind down with 5 laps remaining, almost 3 full seconds for Marjan Kremers up front.
Yeah, almost 3 full for Kremers over them, almost 10 full, and then some for Vincent Cassard, who he did just get by indeed over Victor Jimenez, as they're going to get 4 laps to go this time by. Now, I believe Kremers, that gap to Myers, we'll see the update here, another 10th added, 2.8 seconds to be exact, closing in on 3. For Jake French, closing in on Billy Musgrave. He was down to 1.3 seconds back last time by. I think maybe starting to run some life out of the tires, and picked up another 4/10, so he's almost there. So that could be coming soon. Here's another interesting grouping. Hunter Pickett is running down Jacob Gulick. He's been about 3 to 4/10 quicker.
Yeah.
That'd be for the 4th position, another spot higher in the top 5, and that'd be some massive points if you could get him. Meanwhile, we have David Greco on screen ahead of Connor Zilic. They've kind of been minding their business since getting by Billy Musgrave. Not as quick as Pickett, but at least quick enough. I don't think Jake French will reach them here before the checkered flag.
So we got a Burrell Art leading the way, Magic Kart running second, then it's all GFC 3, 4, and 5, the Track Magic, and a couple of GFC karts for Wick, Gulick, and Pickett. The Burrell Art for Greco, the Formula K for Zilic, the factory kart for Musgrave. You've got the Burrell Arts for Jake French and Michael Stevens in your top 10. A quick look at the Masters category. Vincent Cassard leading the way over Victor Jimenez and Tim DeBeloy. Ken Schilling running 4th, and Anthony Stifler rounding out the 5 drivers in the Masters shifter category. But 3.6 seconds now for Kremers as Myers backing up almost a full second as Kremers just stretching away. Keep looking at French and Musgrave. French quicker by 6/10 last time by. French getting ready to make a move here on Musgrave.
Yeah, he's getting ready to make a move. That'll be back for 7th. We've also, or 8th. This is also the group again we were talking for 4th. Hunter Pickett has been chipping away at Jacob Gulick for quite some time. They got lap traffic up the road that may be battling with each other. So 2 car lengths between them. If they get him in an awkward spot, it'll open the door for Pickett to get through. Jake French again closing in as well, back behind on Musgrave. Here's Gulick down the inside. Pickett's able to follow through the carved hole. And into the final corner. He doesn't go by yet. He's going to run out of time here soon. 2 laps to go. Double sticks across the line. Jacob Gulick knows he's got his teammate breathing down his neck to turn number 1.
Let's see if Jake French indeed able to get by Billy Musgrave on the last laps to move Jake French from 20th up into the 8th spot right now. Billy Musgrave running 9th and Michael Stevens in 10th. 2.3 seconds French behind Zilic. And it was actually Zilic significantly quicker than French that last time by. So Jake French's drive back forward going to be 8th position if he holds on. This one not done, though. This is the fight here for 4th and 5th. This is Jacob Gulick versus Hunter Pickett. They raced each other hardcore in the Challenge of the Americas. Doing it again here as well in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Pickett trying to get in front of Gulick for P4.
Yeah, trying to close in there through the right-left chicane. Gulick 4 car lengths back to Hunter Pickett here, headed on in through. White flag coming for the race leader, Marjan Kremers. One more time around NOLA Motorsports Park. He's got it all but locked up. It would take a catastrophe to knock it off, and I don't want to curse him in that way, but that's just really an ode to how dominant he's been and how deserving this win will come. It's been coming for quite some time now. We'll take a look back down the backstretch. Final time for Gulick and Pickett. Not going to happen into 4.
Yeah, you thought that might have been the place, right, to get that big run out of the corner out of 1-2, and they threw over to 3, but Pickett still right with him. A couple opportunities still. Pickett on top of him. Not sure if it'll be the inside of turn to number 10. Not sure if he can get quite there. Needs a run out of 9. Doesn't get it. Gulick actually giving himself a little bit of cushion. Coming through turn number 10. Picking the leader back up here soon, folks, as he works his way through turn number 15 and through 16. It's been a solid run here. A little bit of lap traffic out of the final corner. The winner and pro shifter for PSL karting, Marian Kremers, winning the opening round of the SKUSA Pro Tour here at NOLA. Dominant run, as Xander had said. The margin of victory, 3.4 seconds. Kyle Wick coming home in third. Jacob Gulick able to hold off his GFC teammate Hunter Pickett. Gulick fourth, Pickett fifth, David Greco in sixth, Zilich seventh, French eighth, Billy Musgrave and Michael Stevens rounding out the top 10. So Marian Kremers, very impressive up front. The margin 3.416. Fast lap of the race as well, so give it a perfect day for Marian Kremers. 60.292, the fast lap for Kremers. Back on lap number 3, very early, of course. These drivers coming on brand new tires, hence the essentially qualifying lap time, right when you would get that the peak of the Avinco on lap 3, 60.292. He capitalizes there. But Xander, bottom line, just a dominant performance by the former world champion Marian Kremers for PSL karting, winning over AJ Myers and Kyle Wick.
Yeah, the monkey finally off. Marian Kremers back here to get a win for the PSL karting guys. I mean, you go back to his debut at the Supernats, got to the lead on the Ricardo Kart 2016, put it in the wall, came back, was quick again year after year after year, and just never could get it. And he's finally got a SKUSA Pro Tour win. Now the focus shifts towards maybe a SKUSA Pro Tour Shifter Championship. Who knows? I mean, if he can go double duty like this every weekend, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's not easy to get to buy tires, but nonetheless, I mean, you keep winning races right there. That's worth the price of the tires for the PSL karting and Burrell Art guys. So we'll see what they do. But Marian Kremers, a hell of a substitute, up to the win in all sessions so far. Pole and qualifying, pre-final win, main event win in Pro Shifter. He's got one more class to go with X30. A little more work to be done there. We'll see if we can speak to him and the rest of the group here as the pro shifters are all wrapped up. Again, Jake French going and talking through his group. He's going to go and probably congratulate his buddy Marian for finally getting that big win here. And, of course, Jake coming from the back, drove it into the top 10. Clean racing all the way up front. AJ Myers, good points day for the reigning Pro Tour champ. I mean, that's what ultimately wins the championship. You don't have to win every round. You got to be a contender every single round. And AJ Myers, He looked like he was probably not too happy Friday afternoon. Well, he's definitely at least a little bit better here today. Close. Not as happy as he'd like to be, but one spot shy of being perfect for AJ Myers and Magic Kart. And again, Kyle Wick, another good run as well. Closing up podium result. We'll see who we can talk to here after this is all wrapped up. But for now, we'll take another break. When we come back, we'll have some interviews coming your way, and then the X30 Juniors headed onto the racetrack here. Live from NOLA Motorsports Park, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Nationals.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here live from NOLA Motorsports Park. The Pro Shifter class working their way through post-race scaling and post-race tech inspection. Caught up with our second place finisher from today and reigning Pro Tour champion AJ Myers. Jenna?
To Marin Kremers. It was not that close of a race. There was a big gap, but at the beginning there, you were right there. You were really tight. You were tight on time the whole time. Walk me through that race.
I had a great start. I went 5th to 2nd off the line, and I felt like I was hanging with Marion. I closed him one lap. He got me another lap, and then my kart gave out first. I started to slide a little bit, and after that, he slowly pulled me in the gap, I think like 2/10 a lap. So I got some work to do to give him the fight tomorrow.
Yeah, what are you going to be working on? Kart, driving, or all of it?
All of it. I mean, the carburation, I know I'm missing some. Got to get that right. And then I know what went first, the rear. I got to make some changes for tomorrow.
Great. Thank you, AJ.
Thanks.
The X30 Junior engine's getting ready to fire here. We'll keep on bringing in more interviews to talk about while they get set to go. Next up, we've got one man who finally gets to cut the hair after getting the North American win. Marion Kremers, our race winner down here with Jenna.
Thanks so much, Xander. I'm here with Marion Kremers. Your first win on American soil. We thought it'd be an X30, but you pulled it on Thursday and said, I'm racing both. I'm racing shifter. How are you feeling?
Happy, obviously. A little bit tired as well. Yeah. Those main events are very long, 20 laps. Yeah, they just seem to be never-ending. Yeah. I was tired towards the end, but I just tried to put consistent lap times down because I knew AJ was doing the same thing. So I just wanted to be consistent, make no mistakes, and yeah, it worked out for me. Finally, first win.
Yeah, you led from green to checkered, and those races are long, and you were by yourself. How do you fight through that mental, like, oh my gosh, this is dragging out?
I just treat it as a workout, really. I need to get in shape for the Europeans that are coming up, so I just want to make sure I can do 20 laps, go the whole distance, so I pushed every lap.
Well, great. Who's helping you out this weekend? Who do you want to thank?
The whole team of PSL, obviously. They pulled a driver pulled out, so they allowed me to race for him. They put a lot of trust in me for running 2 classes, and I repaid that today with double pole position. Made a mistake in the X30 Pre Final, but I have a shot now in the final to make up for that one. So obviously the whole team, the owner, Ronnie Sala, Virolard, everybody has been supporting me.
Great, thank you. Good luck in the X30 final.
Thank you.
The X30 Junior has now been released onto the racetrack here, so Rob and I will take you through the starting lineup, and I think we're going to get set to hopefully talk to Kyle Wick before he gets away as well. We'll do that once we get a lap or 2 in. First up, though, Brandon Carr, Max Garcia, the front row. Charlie Smith, Elio Meza set for row number 2.
Row number 3, Max Taylor on the inside, Caleb Gaffera on the outside. Row number 4, Cooper Shipman alongside last year's Mini Swift Pro Tour champion Enzo Vidmontien.
SKUSA Winter Series X30 Junior champion Sebastian Weldon makes up the inside of row number 5, starting 9th, and who is outside the number 742, Jay Irwin. Then we go back to row number 6. It's Leonardo Scorpioni and Fernando Luque.
Julian DaCosta starting 13th. GT Arieros on the outside of that row. Then row number 8 has Christian Garduno on the inside and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the outside.
Rounding the top 20, it'll be Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller, and Aiden Ingrata starting deep in the field alongside Cameron Reed.
I like the look of this field with Brandon Carr, Max Garcia on the front row. Keep an eye out for Caleb Gaffera on the 704. Very strong in the drive. We know the issues that he had in the pre-main, getting shuffled from the pole to the back of the pack, able to fight his way up from 17th. He'll start on the outside of row number 3. This one's got all the makings for something big. X30 Junior. This category brought to you by the Rollison Performance Group. Field set. Green, 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 and they'll race their way into turn number 1. The pole sitter Brandon Carr keeping it down to the bottom of the racetrack. First to roll through the bumps of 2 and 3. We're underway. Big run down the back straightaway. 2, 3, 4 wide into turn 3.
It's a massive swarm headed to turn number 4. Is there at least single file for the first couple drivers? Then it's just a madhouse trying to avoid the puddles. So far, so good. The whole field makes it out of turn at number 5. Crazy to say that in an X30 Junior main event. Nonetheless, we're happy to see it. We've got one off, I think maybe forced off exiting 5. Beyond that, the whole field is clean and green. Over to turn number 10. Brandon Carr leads over, I believe, Garcia, who got a good jump, and then the rest of the pack as they exit through.
Yeah, the lead, probably 5 or 6 guys, very happy, maybe 5, to be able to have that gap between each other. 2 to 3 car lengths, nothing really aggressive in the front group. They did a good job getting through cleanly, getting single file through that tight section of the racetrack, that 6, 7, 8 section. And again, Brandon Carr, the Bennick driver, getting out early as he rolls out onto the front straightaway, will give you the top 10 as they work their way across the line. Carr, Garcia, Caleb Gaffera up to 3rd, and he'll go to 2nd in turn number 1. Mesa into 4th, Shipman and Irwin 5th and 6th, Max Taylor, Charlie Smith, Sebastian Weldon, and Enzo Vidmonti and the top 10.
And here we go. Couple changes in the lead. Back and forth we go through turn number 4. Caleb Gaffera, your new leader, out of turn number 6 over Max Garcia. Brandon Carr was fighting with him through 1. Garcia helped Gaffera go on by down the backstretch. He retakes the 2nd spot, and Carr drops to 3rd. All the while, Cooper, Shipman, Elio Meza trying to close on up. Carr, you can see him. He touched the water on the rumble strip there. Got full-on 4 wheels sideways, entering turn number 10. And we've got a driver in the barriers. It's Fernando Luque in the 725.
Luque off, a couple other drivers having some trouble further back, but as I had said, look out for Caleb Gaffera. Started in 6th and has already, on lap number 2, gone to the lead and probably has about a 3 or 4/10 of a second advantage. The battle behind him shaping up between Carr, Garcia, and Elio Mesa. And indeed, Garcia up into the 2nd spot. Carr goes into 3rd, Mesa in 4th, Shipman 5th. So the lead driver is getting out cleanly behind Cooper Shipman, about a 1.5 seconds to Max Taylor, who's able to get up into the 6th position. Jay Irwin started 10th. He finds his way up into 7th.
Good little move there by Carr to push Garcia forward, use the backstretch, but then Garcia made a bobble entering turn number 4, hit the inside curb, and Brandon Carr said, I gotta go. Problems for Michael Costello, it looks like, further back. Meanwhile, Carr only costing Garcia 1 spot in the process, and Elio Meza right there after his big win in KA Junior. He'd like some more hardware. Give 3rd to the Texan Elio Meza as he goes by Max Garcia.
Yeah, Mesa coming off that win in the KA100 Junior category. Obviously got some momentum, a little bit of confidence there right now. A good feel for this racetrack. And he, again, as Xander had said, would like to double up on the hardware on the day. He's gone into P3, slipping by Max Garcia. But this race is long from over. If you're fast now, it doesn't mean you're going to be fast at the end of this race. Drivers settling in and working their way forward right now. Gaffera leading by 0.6 of a second. Last time by, can he pull away? Everybody but Gaffera, everybody in the top 11 going their quickest laps. Last time by, Gaffera's quickest, of course, lap number 2.
Well, Braden Eves joins us back in the booth. Braden, you've been down on the grid for quite some time here. We're back onto dry conditions. Obviously, it looks like that turn 9-10 area is treacherous. Were you able to talk to any of the X30 seniors as well? Because there was so much going on for them and for the pro shifters in their pre-finals.
Didn't actually get to talk to anybody yet, but yeah, from the looks of things, it was pretty treacherous.
Yeah, it was pretty wild down there. At least now we're seeing a fully dry racetrack. A little bit of dampness kind of here and there throughout the circuit. Caleb Gaffera's lead building over Elio Meza now as he's gone by both Brandon Carr and Max Garcia, I think with some help from Garcia that time. And Gaffera initially looked like he might be getting away, but tires coming in now for Meza. He's looking pretty strong. That time by the line, making purple.
I was just going to say, he's going to put a purple lap down here for sure. Easily the fastest driver on the racetrack. Went by both Brandon Carr and Max Garcia pretty much with ease. And now Elio Mesa pushing his way forward. Now he has just got such a good handle. Charlie Swain and the Iron Rock Motorsports drivers and team have just got things dialed in here. All their drivers right at the pointy end of the grid, fighting for positions. And Mesa trying to get another win here to start the Pro Tour off in style. Already a KA100 Junior winner.
Well, it's cool to see the progression for Elio Meza here and what could be a banner weekend that really establishes himself, again, not just as a national contender because he was already there, but a national winner everywhere he goes, because this would be huge in the X30 Junior class. Not a lot of time in the division altogether. Got a warm-up last weekend. I think he's probably done some testing here and there, but to my knowledge, not too much in national level racing, and he's looking strong in it as if he's been driving it for 2 years ongoing. Gaffera now That gap will get eaten up a little bit again. Another 3/10 knocked off, 4/10 back to Meza, and he's bringing Garcia and Carr back along with him. Cooper Shipman kind of left behind as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Brandon Carr going purple this last time by, so he dials things up nicely. Brandon Carr, a 103.578. Again, the top 4 drivers separated by less than a second now. You can see that Mesa has closed back up on Caleb Gaffera, so the opportunity to go from 6th to the lead and then pull away does not seem to be like the reality for the Rawlston Performance Group drivers. Both Mesa and Garcia have different thoughts in terms of what's going to happen up front. And again, Brandon Carr, as I said, went purple last time by to make sure that entire front-running quartet stays pretty close front to back.
Yeah, close all the way through. Garcia is still happily pushing with Elio Meza helping getting him up to the front. He'll be onto the bumper of Gaffera probably by the end of the back straightaway if he can get a good exit out of turn at number 1. A little bit more narrow going into the last corner. Doesn't seem to hurt him too much. Cooper Shipman behind them is just praying for some more battling. He's about 2 seconds back from the lead at the moment, matching or about a 0.5 off of Gaffera's pace. Here comes Meza, big head of steam with Garcia to the lead at turn number 4. Garcia to second, Gaffera third. And Braden, we've talked about pack racing and back and tandem racing as well. Elio Meza, I mean, if you're him, you have to go. You can't just try and push with Gaffera and make it 2. You know you've got the fastest piece.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we've seen a lot of good pack racing here, especially in KA Senior earlier, and the draft is just so powerful, such a long straightaway, as well as a bit of wind here that I think is a little bit of a headwind, so it's actually amplifying it a little bit more as well. But always good to see a good draft race at the front. Long straights always makes for a good finish.
Ooh, Gaffera in a little bit too deep there. I think that was a mistake more than anything else. Got into the back of Garcia. That's going to bottleneck him. Give Meza a bit of a gap as Brandon Carr goes by Garcia for second. And now Elio Meza gets the biggest lead he's seen so far in X30 Junior. Headed with 14 laps to go, Rob, down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Elio Meza flexed the muscle a little bit there. I like what Braden said. This is going to be hopefully one of those races where you got 4 guys up front. They got to start playing the strategy game. It's not just about performance, not about good speed. It's about really understanding the way the entire race is going to unfold, the strategy of the entire 20-lapper, as opposed to just that, a couple laps where they're going at it. And driver's gone off.
Meza out of the lead.
Coming through there, Mesa
no.
getting on the curbing and goes off the racetrack. What happened to Elio Meza and the helmet in the wheel? Distraught, the emotion of going off the racetrack here. Some kind of a mechanical chain, you think, maybe?
You got to think chain right there.
Yeah.
In that section, that's coming out of the biggest and harshest curb hit on the racetrack. Braden covered it really nicely in that track preview. I mean, you're hitting on the motor mount side, right-hand side curb, getting probably most of the go-kart over it. When you land, there's always that chance that sprocket hits the ground and the chassis flexes, bends the sprocket, or at least knocks the chain off, ends the day. And so our leader, he was just getting a bit of a gap. Day done.
Wow. As it was happening, I'm like, well, I was almost kind of at a loss for words to see him pull straight off into the grass, and that has turned this down to just 3 drivers in the lead group. Brandon Carr, Max Garcia, and Caleb Gaffera. They have a 2.5 seconds on Cooper Shipman, so that quartet quickly become just a trio of drivers who are set to battle it out here now. Garcia and Gaffera, we've watched these guys fight it out for, 5 years now, through micro, through mini, into the junior categories. Now these guys have grown up together and battled together, and here we are again. Carr for Bennick, Garcia on the Willpower Kart, and Gaffera on the Cosmic. And again, early in this one here, 8 laps down, 12 to go. We got ourselves a long battle. Settle in, folks. 12 laps of strategy racing here in X30 Junior.
Yeah, I think at this point, all 3 of these guys know they're not really going to get away from each other. So, they can battle if they want to. They can stay, single file if they want to. It's just kind of, keeping a manage on the race here. When you're at this point in the race, there's the obvious markers, right, Braden? When you see a guy start to miss corners, miss apexes, then you go by him here. When it's this point, you're far out. Well, Gaffera wants to go at least to second. Debating whether or not to be first, second, or third, or just kind of riding. What do you think? I mean, is it really a problem to be in Garcia's spot, just kind of following, up until maybe 5 or 6 to go?
I think it's, as a driver, you always kind of know how good of pace you have, right? You'll fall back a couple karts, and just based on how quickly you can catch up, you're just like, okay, I have some pace over these guys. So it's always, the drivers know best right there. But, you always want to be at the front of the pack because if you're first or second, you're going to be in it at the end. So you always want to be moving forward, but if you have a little bit of pace advantage that you can go forward a little bit, maybe a little bit later.
That's a good point there. Like you said, they could open up battle for second when you get by for third, and the second place guy makes it hard on you, Rob. All of a sudden, Caleb Gaffera is going to get long, or in this case, Brandon Carr will be long gone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And right now, I think you're seeing three pretty veteran drivers. This isn't anybody new to the front of the pack, right? It's not somebody, hey, listen, I've stepped up, turned my game up, and this year is going to be the first time I'm running up front. There goes Gaffera now to the inside. Garcia's going to come with him, so move Brandon Carr now back to third. These are three guys that have won major events, right, over the last number of years. They have the strategy. They know what they're doing. They're three of the best junior drivers in the country right now. So this is going to be really just kind of an epic race where they're all kind of playing a little bit of a chess game.
Yeah, as they go through turn number 10 here, they'll spread out for the first time in quite some time. Gaffera pulling about 2 car lengths on him. So this is kind of what you were talking about, maybe a little bit with pace, Braden. When you can get that kind of instant gap when you go by him before they'll push back up to him on the back straightaway, that's going to be a little bit of confidence if at any time he takes a look back and manages that gap to see as well. And that's something maybe you may not see as much of the juniors, maybe more so with the senior drivers, knowing they won't get frazzled as much to look backwards. You can tend to look back a little bit more, right, and manage your gaps better.
Hey, Brady, here's a question for you. When you're in the middle of a pack like this, you start feeling the carts really starting to come in. It feels like you can put it anywhere. Is there a time when you say maybe through every race, I got to see if I can pull away? Is that something that comes into your mind? I'm really good. I got to go to the front to see if I can stretch away.
Yeah, exactly. Especially like if you're in Max's position right now in second place, where just half a lap ago he had a little bit of a gap to first, and he had just made a move for second. Those are always like the best opportune times to see if you can really nail a couple of corners and get a gap to the driver behind so that you can catch onto that lead driver's slipstream and hopefully drop the driver behind out of the slipstream.
Yeah, okay. I like that. And that's what we see all the time. Here's Gaffera trying to stretch away a little bit. He's probably got 3 to 4 kart lengths coming out of turn 15 through the 16 and then 17 quarter onto the front straightaway. Last time by for Gaffera, he had gone purple. He was 0.375 up on Garcia, now 0.391. So stretches it a little bit, maybe a couple of hundredths of a second. But 0.4 of a second, still really not enough with this long straightaway here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Big draft, as Braden had said, the wind kind of in their face a little bit, which punches an even bigger hole for the drivers in behind. This has allowed Garcia to close right back up to within a couple of kart lengths here now. And again, those drivers behind them, even though they're a second and a half back, both Cooper Shipman and Max Taylor turning their best laps. In fact, Max Taylor quicker than all 3 of the front-running drivers. P5 for Max Taylor on the Lando Norris kart. And Xander, he was quicker than Gaffera, Garcia, and Carr.
Yeah, Max Taylor's had no shortage of pace here this week. He's been quick in a lot of the different sessions. Obviously was really good in that X30 Junior pre-final earlier on to start 5th and, kind of got shuffled a little ways back here to begin this main event. But like you said, he's hitting his stride right when you'd want to, just past the halfway marker. They've passed enough now. He'll at least be able to get up to Cooper Shipman by the looks of things. Might be able to go a little bit further. He was faster than the leaders again last time by. He's still 3 seconds back, needs a lot of pushing and shoving up front that we're not getting. But he could get there if Garcia wants to go by Gaffera or if Brandon Carr goes by Garcia and then he starts passing Gaffera again, because that's kind of allowed Cooper Shipman to stay at bay about 2 seconds away. Had they been single file like this probably for the last 8 or 9 laps, I think Cooper Shipman's gap would be almost double up back from the top 3.
I agree with that. No air time for Aiden Ingrata as of yet, but up 13 positions. Started 19th. He's already up into the 6th spot. Just slipped by the Kiwi Jay Irwin last time by. So move Aiden Ingrata up into 6th position. Just under 2 seconds behind Max Taylor, but just doesn't quite have the speed of Taylor. Last time by 4/10 off. We'll see whether Ingrata can dial things in a little here with open racetrack. But with 7 laps to go, it would seem like Ingrata probably to the top end of his expectations, able to get up to 6th after starting well outside the top 15. It's Gaffera, Carr, and Garcia across the line. There's your front-running trio. Gaffera to the biggest lead he's had today, 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, starting to edge it out a little bit over Garcia and Carr. I think they both know it, and they're getting a little bit anxious as Carr went by Garcia coming into that lap. So that's what helped open that gap up. Now it'll close up there with the backstretch. Brandon Carr now making it down to a kart length away. So That's a good run there for Brandon. He'll close up with a good exit onto the stadium sector towards turn 10. And that'll be down to a kart length away from Gafera. Garcia didn't get a good run out of there, but he'll be close enough. He should be fine as well. We just had on our screen for a moment, Stephen Miller got tangled together with one other driver over at the exit of turn number 4 into turn number 5, and I'm not sure who was the other one involved. They were able to get away, but Stephen Miller, the driver who we had high hopes for in the rain and then kind of did so-so through qualifying, decent pre-final, ends up with a DNF here in the final. Very unfortunate for the Florida kid that had a breakout winter season.
No doubt. I expected him to have a lot of pace in the rain. Didn't quite get what he needed out of the racetrack or out of the kart at that point there. The gap's now about 0.4 of a second for Caleb Gafera. You know, if you're the leader, I don't care who you are, with that big air push coming down the straightaway, if the guys behind you are working together, we see the draft working. You can't quite see it on that straight shot, but when we look up away from the screen, you can see the guys just kind of really reel in, coming down into the braking zone of turn number 3. Pounding the curbs coming there, flying over top of turns number 5, 6, and 7. And again, you can see the lead that Gafera still holding. Laps winding down, though. Xander into the last 5 here at X30 Junior.
Well, and I think from a lap, if you time those laps a little bit different, you start timing the laps here from turn 10, last lap to turn 10. This lap, Gafera's been better. I mean, he's opened that gap over to Carr. The only time Carr closed up was down the back straightaway. So whether Gafera is able to keep going or Carr and Garcia are just fading a little bit, either way, 4 to go this time, and they need to find something. They need to either hook up on the backstretch or dig deep and find a way to go faster than the rest of the technical sectors, because otherwise it's going to be Caleb Gafera walking out with his checkered flag here in about 4 more laps. Down the backstretch, Garcia's hooked up with him. Let's see how much gap they can make up down the back straightaway. Big time gains.
It's unbelievable. He was 0.7 of a second out front. Now, granted, this time able to hold probably still 2 to 3/10 of a second coming through 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. But, man, just to watch them come down the back straightaway, they just really cut it in half all the way down the back chute. But Caleb trying to hold on. I think if he can get to 8, 9/10 of a second, he's going to be fine and clear, although still a pretty nice little advantage he's holding over Brandon Carr. It was 0.7 of a second at the line last time, and we'll see whether or not he stretches it. But that big run down the straightaway, and we'll see what happens. Hey, if Garcia can't be with Carr this time, Xander coming down the back chute, if he's by himself, it may not be enough. This could be enough for Gafera to pull away. They'll put lap 17 in the books when they come out of turn number 17. 3 more to go here at X30 Junior.
Yeah, not a good exit that time for Max Garcia. Caleb Gafera still pulling. Max Taylor, we talked about him last time by, or a few laps ago. He was able to get by Cooper Shipman, taking over the 4th spot, 2.7 seconds back, and like you said, he's right there almost into view. Now, they weren't hooked up, so Carr didn't make up as much ground as he has in the past, but he made up a little bit. So that still kind of keeps them relatively close with 2.5 laps to go, though, Braden. I mean, you're able to see it just as well as we are. It's going to be a long shot for them to get there. They've got to be perfect on the last lap and pray for some kind of mistake out of Gafera, because Garcia just can't get that run out of turn number 9 and 10. And from there, he's kind of playing catch-up to Brandon Carr, who's playing catch-up to Caleb Gafera.
Yeah, Caleb Gafera is looking really strong in the infield, perhaps maybe a tooth or two higher than the other drivers. Max and Brandon have been really able to catch up on the straights, but it's just not been enough. And as soon as they get into the infield, the gap is just extended again.
And he gets right back to where it was, right? Everything they eat up, he gets right back at it. It's been essentially that 6 to 7/10 of a second. This time by, he's got it up to over 8/10 of a second. A little more this time for Caleb Gafera. 2 laps remaining in the main event for X30 Junior, the opening round of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Carr and Garcia lined up together, push them all the way down the back straightaway. But Gafera holding that cushion again as he works his way through. They'll see the white flag this time by. Everybody pushing. They're all trying to catch Caleb, but the bottom line to start the season off, Braden, with the podium finish, that's success, I think, for anybody here in the top 3.
Absolutely. Podium finish is always a good way to start the season. I can say the same as after St. Pete.
That's exactly right. You can. Saw you on the podium at the in the Indy Pro 2000 category. Great run for you with Jay Howard Driver Development. Gafera, 0.8 of a second last time by. Has he stretched a little bit here? Is he starting to drop these guys? Is he starting to get out of that window of the draft down the back straightaway? And I think Braden maybe leaned the right way, that potentially an extra tooth on the kart. He's really good through the infield section. A full second now, Xander. final lap for Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, final time down the back straightaway here. Max Garcia on the bumper of Brandon Carr. Carr knows the battle's going to be for second at this point. He blocks off the inside. Here's the look from the side. Carr will be able to defend that one nicely. He's just going to fight for the last bit of the lap. Caleb Gaffera, a good run here. Unfortunate for Elio Meza. I think he might have really had something for him, but other than that, I mean, he's been, above everybody else here in this X30 Junior main event. Final time through turn number 10. No move yet from Garcia on Brandon Carr. Gaffera well out in front and looking for victory here on round 1 of the Pro Tour.
We'll get ready for turn number 15 or turn number 17 for Max Garcia. If he's got anything for Brandon Carr, that's when it's going to happen. Gaffera comes through 15 clean in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic, waiting for that potential battle for the drivers coming in here to the final corner. An inside move and an outside move as well, but coming across the line. He'll start the X30 Junior season off with a race win. Caleb Gaffera winning here at NOLA Motorsports Park, and the battle for second goes to Brandon Carr by 4 1/1000ths of a second. Garcia just not quite enough at the line. I think he may have thought he got it, but nonetheless, Caleb Gaffera winning by 1.937 seconds. Gaffera in that Rollison Cosmic, an impressive drive to take the win. And again, Elio Mesa may have had something to say about it, as Xander had said, but with him on the sidelines, Gaffera able to stretch away, having battled with Brandon Carr and Max Garcia for the remainder of the event. Max Taylor, a good run, ends up falling down the order, but fighting his way back up to 4th. Cooper Shipman in 5th. Aiden Ingrata up 13 positions, started 19th, scrapped his way up to 6th. The quality performance by the Canadian. Sebastian Weldon up a couple of spots to 7, as did Leonardo Scorpioni up 3 to 8. 8th position. Vasquez up 7th to finish 9th, and Jay Irwin got himself up as high as I think 5th or 6th. Ends up going back to where he started in the 10th position. Some good drivers moving forward like an Aiden Ingrata, but for Caleb Gaffera, a great way to start the season. A big victory for the driver out of North Carolina.
Big time victory here for Gaffera, as you mentioned, all the way down on the order. Parker DeLong ends up just inside the top 15 there, it looked like, as they came across the screen. We've got a few more of our X30 Pro Senior drivers that we were able to interview here today before their main event comes up following the X30 Master. So rather than going commercial break, let's send it over to our KC on our team members that caught up with Cameron Weinberg. And the CRG Speed Concepts racing driver was pretty quick throughout practice day. Unfortunately had the mechanical issue that took him out of the pre-final here today. He'll roll off tail end Charlie, but let's see how he feels about his ride.
I'm here with Cameron Weinberg, one of our strongest rookies. You have a lot of people rooting for you in fantasy, and you've had a great rookie season so far. How confident are you feeling?
Pretty good this weekend. We're pretty solid with speed in the practice today. Trying to test a few things to get a little bit out of it, because everything's pretty close right now on this big track, but everything's going so good so far.
Yeah, big track, awesome kart. What's the atmosphere like under the Speed Concepts tent? Do you like it?
Yeah, everything's good. They really helped me. Mike and Austin and Ewan and Tony all helping with everything, especially Mario. Putting a good piece beside us is really helpful. Just everything's coming together pretty easily.
Where do you think you're going to end up this weekend, Cameron?
Hopefully the top step of the podium both days, but really just trying to go for the podium, because I mean everything's really close right now, so yeah.
Great, thank you. We're rooting for you.
Thank you.
Along with Cameron Weinberg, we were also able to talk with Jake Drew out of GFC's karting camp. We'll send it over there to check in with how his testing day went as well.
Hi, I'm Kendall Hedge, and I'm here with Jake Drew. Jake, you've been staying busy over the winter with COTA, but have you been missing getting behind the wheel of a 125?
It's been good to be back in it, for sure. I mean, we had good results last time we were in the tag, so happy to be back in it, happy to be back at NOLA. I thought we had good results last year with a little bit of bad luck, but hopefully to turn around this time with GFC.
Yeah. Why do you keep coming back to karts?
I have no clue. Every time I come back, I say I'm not going to, and 2 months later, I'm back in it. So.
Yeah, so we have your cart on the ground here right now. We might not want to show that, but what's going on right now? How's your day been going?
It's going pretty well. We're looking for a little bit more still, but I think we're definitely in the ballpark, and hopefully I have some rain talent for tomorrow. This looks like it's going to be a little wet, but I think we're going to be good.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck tomorrow, Jake.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The engines are fired up here, and we'll be hopefully getting to work with maybe some of our X30 Junior drivers as well as getting set to go green with X30 Masters main event. Danilo Romalo over to Mario Barrios in the pre-final with Pete Vetter, Curtis Terry, and Tom Gerstner as they begin to clear the racetrack a little bit more so here for X30 Junior. X30 Master will get released onto the racetrack now. We'll get set for some more racing action here and get set to go green for 2 more times coming this afternoon. X30 Master, then, of course, the headline X30 Senior class on the day with a lot of shakeups on the starting lineup for that one. We'll cover that a little bit more once the Masters get underway. But for X30 Master, presented by Vinco Tires, the outlap underway. They'll get a full lap to clear the racetrack off, and at least the seniors don't have to worry about any kind of dirt really getting pushed onto the racetrack. It's not like a 40-kart grid all going through and muddying the racetrack up.
Yeah, 5 drivers, as we said, in X30 Master, the class brought to you by Vinco Tires, and really the fight is going to become between Danilo Romalho and Mario Barrios, both Pro Tour race winners. So this will be the fight that we see. Pete Vetter was able to step things up and go to P3 over Curtis Terry and Tom Gerstner. I don't know whether or not Vetter will have the extra pace he potentially needs now to be able to run with the drivers P1 and P2. But Barrios, as we know, he's been running the national level for a number of years, running with Rawlson Performance Group, national #1 plate after a good battle with Jess Peterson last year. So, again, we expect to see Romalho and Barrios potentially fight it out here for 20 laps.
Yeah, that's exactly what we should see here today. So they'll make their way lined up out of turn number 15, all set and ready to go. The X30 Seniors making their way over to the starting grid as the juniors work through post-race tech inspection. Podium Ceremonies should follow the X30 Senior main event probably around 20 minutes after that, and we'll be, of course, making sure we cover that as well. Down the front stretch here this time, Romalho, Barrios looking good inside the tram lines. And across the line on the power, green flag in the air, and the X30 Masters are underway down to turn 1. Barrios quickly hops in there to second, and from the outside, Curtis Terry able to move into third just ahead of Pete Vetter, and they'll rocket down the back straightaway towards turn number 4, side by side for third. Vetter trying to go back on Terry. Oh, and a little contact just off camera, and he gets into him and gets on by for third.
Yeah, Vetter had a big run down the back straightaway, went to the inside, and I think that maybe Terry might have tried to come across a little bit, didn't kind of want to give it up, and they eventually made a bit of contact as they turned in. It looked to me like Vetter potentially came out with the position out of turns number 3 and 4, but a 2-driver breakaway with Romalho into the lead. Barrios goes into second, and it looks to me like Terry able to get back up into third spot. Vetter runs in fourth, and Tom Gerstner fifth. So we may find ourselves with a couple of battles here. Romalho and Barrios have got a big lead already, and then we're going to see Pete Vetter and Curtis Terry scrap it out as well with Tom Gerstner for the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, well, we were green for those first few laps. I mean, those guys were throwing haymakers here on lap number 1 for third and fourth. They're still going at it back there. I mean, they were passing probably more times than I think this class has seen passes in that entire pre-final just on lap number 1, and they're side by side again down the back straightaway. So what a fight here for third. Not the fight we thought we'd see, and they're going to pass, and that's right there. That's a complete difference in gearing if I've ever seen it. Yeah, right. He got clear by a whole car length by turn 4.
Yeah, it looks to me like Vetter definitely geared up for that straightaway. We'll see if he's able to get a clean lap on the infield. That's one thing, right? If you're dialed in with the gearing to give yourself that big top speed, you got to make sure you're clean through the infield. You make a mistake there, and you're going to get eaten up, and you can see how much of a gap he's already pulling now on Curtis Terry.
Yeah, you'll see a major gap. He's
Whoa!
pulled. Oh!
Yeah, you got to hit the apexes, though, too.
Yeah, wow, yeah. There we go. And so give the spot on back. It looks like Vetter able to get by on Terry that time.
No, Vetter.
Or was that Vetter going?
Vetter went way wide in turn number 11.
Mixed him up.
Totally missed the apex turn-in and went way off the outside of the racetrack, and now he's got to gather it up and do it again. Wow. Pistol Pete Vetter, multi-time winner at the Quincy in the Park Grand Prix event. Struggling a little bit here, getting it dialed in over there in turn number 11. Here comes that straightaway again. He'll tuck back around the corner, grab 6th gear, slide on by.
Slingshot engaged down to turn 4. He'll get back on by him for third. Meanwhile, there is still the race for the lead, of course. That's about a half second up the road, or a half second between them, about a couple seconds out the road. Make it 6.5 here with 2.5 laps complete between Mario Barrios and Danilo Romalho. We'll pick them up here as they come into turn number 11. There's Romalho, there's Barrios. 6 or 7 car lengths apiece between the pair, and then 7 seconds back to that great fight for third. 17 laps to go this time by, 3 laps complete for X30 Master. As the grid begins to fill up for X30 Senior, we'll go to work on getting ourselves some drivers to talk to for the X30 Senior main event and get hooked up. We got some pre-race interviews. We'd love to chat with a bunch of those top contenders as they get set to go green.
Indeed, Pete Vedder finally able to get by Curtis Terry, I believe. He'll come across the line right now, and he grabbed that spot. He's been able to develop a 2-second lead, finally able to get a good lap in as Curtis Terry and Tom Gerstner kind of going at it now. They're battling it out for that 4th spot. That's allowed Vedder to stretch away. We'll see what kind of lap times Vedder can lay down here. He just didn't get a good start, didn't get off the line, got tucked in behind Curtis Terry, and even when he had gone by, we saw the issue missing the apex of turn number 11. He's now slotted now into the 3rd position. So your leaders coming through that stadium hairpin, the left-hander, turn number 11. Ramalho with the lead, a full second over Mario Barrios last time by.
Yeah, quite a bit there over Barrios, and continuing to build here. Danilo Ramalho's been on a hot streak. He has been really, really good going back through the state, the 2-week mainstay in Orlando, and then even prior to that at the SKUSA Winter Series was a contender. So Danilo Ramalho looking to challenge and take that national #1 plate away from Mario Barrios here in X30 Master. Could be those two that we see fighting quite a bit for the lead and the win here as the races go on through the season. Like we've talked about, I mean, I imagine we'll probably see a tick up in the class when we get over to Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Agreed. Yep.
You know, that race will pick up quite a bit. I'd like the idea of the 100cc Masters, and like you said, I'm sure Tom and everyone at SKUSA are probably 5 steps ahead already on having that kind of discussion of what they think will be best here, not just for the Pro Tour in 23, but 24 and beyond.
Well, let's see what happens once they launch their Pro Kart Challenge in California as well, right? We know that there's some Masters drivers that run the Texas Sprint Racing Series, which is, of course, a SKUSA and IKF regional. If they get a bunch of Masters drivers potentially running in the Pro Kart Challenge as well, maybe that's the move now in Masters. We see a lot of people, especially on the West Coast, Andrew, you've talked about it. There's not a lot of people running the 125cc liquid-cooled single-speed tag motor on the West Coast right now. A lot of people want to run this 100cc with the KA100, and maybe that's the move. Maybe that reinvigorates the Masters category of single-speed racing here into the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Yeah, I mean, that could be something. And again, the national weekends, right, are longer here at the Pro Tour than, not that they've been in the last couple of years, but we go back to SKUSA Pro Tour era 2014, 15, even into 2016. I think by 2016 we started having Thursday practice become the norm. But that's another day that the Masters guys have to take off work no matter what, because it's not just X30 Masters. It's a little bit light. Obviously, Master Shifter. Luckily, it's kind of clouded because it's combined with Pro Shifter, but just a handful of entries in that division as well. And that's a little bit of a different aspect. You can't really go to a slower shifter motor. There's not really one that's kind of circulating. But it's the same concept. I mean, these guys have to take, really probably half a Wednesday off to fly in or drive in, and then, probably a little bit of Monday off. And when you take that many days off and you got to run all these different events, I mean, that's a lot, not including the time for them to recover, much less once they get back home.
I can speak to that for sure.
So,
and again, I know there's lots of ideas, right? Maybe it's a deal where the Masters drivers, you don't let them practice on Wednesday and Thursday. They just roll in Thursday night and practice on Friday, whatever it may be. There's lots of options, but simple focus is with 5 drivers in X30 Master, there's going to be a discussion on whether or not, or how to grow the class, or how to maybe morph and pivot and do something a bit different for the Masters drivers.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's nothing personal on the class, right? I mean, nobody wants to see, a light class. We all want to see a full class out there. At the same token, right, if there's another class wanting to get in that's at 40 entries, or if we just look at it and say, hey, if that's all we got, we get out of here 1 hour earlier. It gives us time to go longer races, with that extra hour of time, because every class, when you factor in, you got to, whoa, what a massive impact in turn 4 for
Tom
the
Gerstner.
506 that Tom Gerstner. I mean, he pounded the tire wall.
Yeah, that's a bent axle for sure.
Oh,
man. He was rolling into the corner trying to keep up with Curtis Terry there and just tried to carry too much speed into turn number 3. I was watching it as you were chatting about the position operations. Oh, yeah. Tom Kutcher coming out here and talking to us while we're trying to battle things up. Yeah, it was for Gerstner just trying to roll a lot of speed into turn number 3. Couldn't make the corner. Straight off, boom, into the tires. So that's the way to end early.
Yeah, that'll do it there.
6 laps in.
Yeah, so, well, you know, I mean, one way to kind of get yourself out of running 20 laps, I mean, Connor Zillish should have lost the left front tire halfway through the pre-final if he wanted to run a few less laps there in the shifter class. But he made himself pay for it before he decided to take a ride back on the recovery vehicle.
Gap big between first and second, all the way back to third as well. It's a 1.8-second lead for Danilo Romalho over Mario Barrios. Another 12 seconds back to Pete Vedder, and he has his own 11.5-second lead over Curtis Terry. We know that Tom Gerstner, as we said, the incident over in turn number 3, has capped his day. He'll be back tomorrow, but damage to the right rear. Pretty serious impact when he got into the barriers there. You saw it when you looked up, Xander. Just straight off the racetrack, sideways into the tires.
One of those just kind of catches you off guard.
Yeah.
You see a guy going that fast in a place where he should not be, right, which is about 10 feet off the racetrack. But luckily missed our cameraman. I'm definitely glad that we set up our canopy where we did. I think any bit further over, those tires would have moved and probably knocked the camera over, knocked the antenna over, and we would have lost connection. And that's a long way over to the far side of the racetrack to try and set ourselves back up again. But nonetheless, Mario Barrios, Danilo Romalho, they're at least staying away from all the carnage. Just kind of pounding some laps on in here with 11.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Romalho and Barrios pretty close in terms of fast lap time, a 1:03.6 for Danilo and a 1:03.8 for Mario. But Danilo, with that 0.2 of a second, has pulled out to a 2.2-second lead. Vedder with 13 seconds on Curtis Terry. He's quicker by over a second on Curtis Terry. And again, a wide variety of experience and paces that we have in X30 Master here this weekend with the 5 drivers that we have entered. Looking forward to that next one, though. X30 Senior starting to come up, and Xander, we're rolling some carts out onto the grid. I like to see that. This is going to be a barn burner for sure. Martin Kremer's already with a victory, a dominant run in the pro shifter category. Does he do it again in X30 Senior? That's the primary question.
Well, again, he's got a lot of work to do, right? I mean, that whole field was thrown into a blender, first with qualifying in the wet, and then after that with all the wrecks and carnage that happened. Zach Clayman DeMello crossed the line first. Bumper penalty gets put back to 5th. So Nate Cicero and Jeremy Fletcher, a couple of young guns, are going to make up the front row, a sophomore and a rookie on row number 1. Then Jake Drew gets to roll off on the inside of Dante Yu on row number 2. A couple West Coast cats. Then DeMello 5th, Pedro Hiltbrand 6th, Hayden Jones ends up, after all the penalties, 21 spots gained in the pre-final. He gets to start 7th. Diego Ramos 8th, Paulie Massimino 9th, Enzo Gamarez 10th. And I believe we're getting set here with a pre-race interview in just a moment. So we're just getting that lined up here and almost set to go with Ryan Norberg. We'll talk to him in just a few seconds.
Where's Kremer starting? Did you go through your order? Did you figure out where Kremer's
Oh, yeah, sorry. I got interrupted a little bit there. Yeah. Marian Kremers rolls off 14th after all the penalties.
Oh, I like that, though. That'll be fun.
That'll be good. So
that's
he
a car to
rolls
lap.
Yep, that's a car to lap there. That'll get him there. You know what? Just over a car to lap is Ryan Norberg. He rolls off 28th. We'll hopefully be able to get upset and talk to him in just a few short moments to get his thoughts on what he needs to do to try and get towards the front. He's come from the back before, drove from 18th to 2nd on Sunday here last year, so some more work to do once again. We've got, of course, Alessandro DiTullio had to come after a rough qualifying session in the wet and really kind of got tagged around a little bit. Cole Morgan drove up halfway through the grid along with Frankie Mossman and Carson Morgan, all three from the back to the midfield. They've got to go forward, 17th, 20th, 22nd. I mean, there's, like you said, I mean, you got guys that can win races here that start way back in qualifying. Then, you know, stuff happens in the pre-finals, so you've always got a few contenders coming forward. And, again, it, of course, you know, anyone at the front still super talented as well. So it looks like we're all set, ready to rock. Let's go ahead and send it down to starting 28th. Ryan Norberg with Kendall Hedge.
Hi, I'm here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, you were in an incident in the pre-final. What happened out there?
Well, the incident was kind of my fault because I spun out on the pace lap on my own, so that was just loss of talent there. And so that put me in the back, and then obviously when you're in the back, you're kind of at the whims of the carnage, and I just got involved in something that wasn't my accident. But it's my fault for being back there, but trying to work my way back through. Seems like we both had a...
Are you going to make a video on how to properly warm up your tires and stuff, or... How's that?
This one is going to be about spinning the car completely because it's better. It's better actually for the tires. Getting in the water is better.
I tried that.
Yeah?
Yeah. It didn't work out for me. I couldn't get the full 360, just the 180.
Yeah. So that's basically it.
All right. Well, sounds good. So you're starting 28th. What's the strategy going into this race?
Pass as many guys as possible, as fast as possible, and try not to lose a lot of time.
All right, sounds good. We'll hope to see you up front.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, a good-spirited Ryan Norberg here taking that on the chin. And, of course, Marian Kremer's bombing on in there. He's obviously got to be a little bit happier because he gets started a little bit further up the grid than Ryan does. 14th, plenty of time to get there. 20 laps. I mean, that's a long time, too.
Well, here's the thing. It's one of those deals with those two guys. If they ever meet up on the racetrack in this race, one of them's not going to be happy, right? So if Norberg gets the Kremers, he's obviously Norberg will be happy, Kremers won't. So the bottom line is that honestly, you never know. If Norberg has a big start and Kremers gets checked up, they may find themselves together. And if they do, that would be a potent duo coming back through the field if it happens early enough. Like 5 laps in, if they get 15 more laps to go and they're working together, man, they could get to the front. No doubt about that, especially if they start battling up front. Do you have that in your mind? If you're up front right now, knowing that Kremers has been so good, if he's that far back, he's back in 14th, do you think more about maybe trying to work together as opposed to battling it out?
I don't know. I think a lot of these guys probably, the last time they were on new sticker tires was happy hour yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
So the track's way different. It's green now. All the rubber's been flooded off,
Here's one for you as well. Anybody that didn't go out late in the day on sticker tires, they may have said, hey, we're not going to be on sticker tires tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Why would I bother wasting a set of tires right now? I'm going used. Kremers went out in his shifter on sticker tires. He knows what it's like. This is a really different deal. Nobody really needed to test with sticker tires yesterday afternoon. Those that did know what this racetrack's like in this temperature, which is very interesting in terms of how things could play out.
Well, that's actually a really good point. We talk about the guys that go KA to X30 back and forth, Fletcher, Carson, Morgan. I mean, they're going to have a leg up on some guys to a degree. But then again, you look at Marian Kremers. He got that double seat time on the same tire compound. Those guys are on the Avondale Blues. That's the medium to harder compound of the two.
Yep.
They're on the exact same tire, exact same setup, obviously banging gears, so the line's different, but in terms of the feel of the go-kart, that might be honestly a little bit closer than the KA on the Avondale Blues of what the track is like and what it's going to do on the Avondale red tires. So.
And at this level, even a minute advantage is something that these guys can take advantage of, right? That's the key. That is the key.
Well, that is the key. If there's one guy that we know has the key to going fast here in the dry, it's the quickest man in final practice yesterday. Alessandro DiTullio is caught up with Kendall.
Hi, I'm here with Alessandro DiTullio. Ale, you kind of went for a little ride there in the pre-final. What happened out there?
Yeah, a bit of a contact with the driver. Just had contact exiting the corner. I got in the water, went into him a bit, and then, in the middle of the straight, I don't know what he did. Kind of went into me, which... Yeah, I guess it's racing. It looked kind of dirty, but I mean now it's in the past, so we'll just focus on the final.
Yeah, so you're starting 19th, bit of mid-pack. What's kind of your game plan for this race?
Yeah, the game plan is just stay out of trouble in the beginning, and then just go one by one, and then try to maybe work with some of the fast drivers that are in the back, because a lot of them are in the back for problems in the pre-final. So yeah, it's going to be working with other drivers because of the drafts and staying out of trouble.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Ale.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alessandro DiTullio again, a little bit of work to do, as you mentioned, with Ryan Norberg as well. DiTullio rolling off back on row number 10, so quite a ways forward to go for DiTullio in the parallel, and I think that'll about wrap most of the pre-race interviews, if I'm not mistaken. A few more drivers still working their way to the grid, but we're 4.5 laps away from concluding this X30 Master final, which has been all about this man. Danilo Romalo still continuing to lead.
Yeah, he has stretched away to a 5.3-second lead. That fast lap, again, like most of the drivers in the main events, the first time that they've used these tires, we're seeing the fastest laps in the first 2 to 3 to 4 laps. And that's key a little bit as well. We talk about what's happening here with the X30 Seniors. These tires, they're brand new tires that they're rolling out here with, having run the entire rest of the day on the rain tires. The first couple of laps is when the best they're going to be, so these drivers will be super aggressive over the first 3 to 4 laps. Romalho has used his pace to pull out to a significant lead now, 6.5 seconds over Mario Barrios. Pete Vedder still running in the third spot, Curtis Terry in fourth. We talked about Tom Gerstner and the issue that he had in lap 6, the contact after trying to deep Curtis Terry in turn 3 went off and hit the tires. 4 drivers left on the racetrack. Here comes Pete Vedder for third position. He's 20 seconds behind Mario Barrios, 26 in total behind Danilo Romalho. So 16 laps down, 4 to go, and we'll cap things off for X30 Master.
Yeah, just a little bit of time left here in that one. We go through some of the other drivers I wanted to talk about for X30 Senior. Paulie Massimino You know, he was quick here 1 week ago along with Dante Yu. Made up 10 spots, kind of a modest run forward along with Ramos in that pre-final. But granted, that was still pretty wet as a whole. Thomas Neveau, 12 spots gained. Enzo Guimaraes, 20 spots gained, which was really impressive for the 307 as the REM Cosmic kind of followed his teammate up forward. So there was just as many guys that went backwards in that wreck that were guys that made up the amount of spots that the wreck happened and then some. And now with 3 laps to go in X30 Master, we just get a little less time, one less lap before we get to find out of how it's all going to play out, because when you put 45 drivers on the racetrack, anything can happen.
You know, I hate it for guys like Norberger and for guys like Kremers who are starting deeper in the field, but as a pure fan who's watching this race and commentating on this race, I like seeing some guys deeper in the field because it'll be something to talk about for sure. We're going to follow these guys through. He said that Kremers really, 15 laps maybe to the front. If he's able to get a cart a lap, that opening circuit's going to be crucial. He'll go to work immediately. This should be a lot of fun to watch. But again, just laps winding down for the drivers here in X30 Master. It'll be 2 to go for Danilo Ramalho when he gets back around here. He's had a pretty solid run. His lap time's significantly quicker, and he's been very consistent as well. A 103.6 his best lap, 103.954 last time by. So within 2 to 3/10 of a second for Danilo Ramalho. Not so much for Mario Barrios. Didn't have a good one last time by about 4 seconds off his best lap.
Whoa, I think Barrios has a right rear flat tire.
Oh,
I think Mario Barrios has a flat tire, and that is going to give a podium to Curtis Terry.
Well, got to keep driving.
I mean, yeah.
Drive it off it.
Yeah, you're coming to 2 laps to go. That's a long time to make it around. I think he's down on the rim now. I think he's done. I don't know what he's coming onto the front straightaway, still slow. He hasn't pulled off yet. Just slowly coming down the front stretch. This Masters race just continues to get less and less predictable. And there he goes, finally off. So out of second, Mario Barrios, I don't know if he ran over something. I mean, that's late. That's 18 laps for that thing to slowly leak out. I have to feel like he hit something for it to just all of a sudden go flat with 2 laps to go.
That's going to move Curtis Terry into 3rd position as he'll work his way at his Cosmic out onto the front straightaway. Curtis Terry onto the podium, P3.
Well, now Super Tom is right. Now they all do get a podium. That's right.
Everybody
Everybody gets a podium.
You get a podium. You get a podium. You get a podium. Done.
Everyone except the guy who has just walked into the booth here, Connor Zillich. He does not get a podium here today. Connor, how are you doing podiumless?
I'm alive, barely. My arms are in genuine pain, but you know, it was fun. I started 16th. I actually had a good start.
You did?
Made up some spots.
Yeah.
Missed a few gears.
All right.
I'm sure you saw that.
I saw that.
Yeah.
saw it.
We saw that.
Right after I passed Musgrave, I went into the back corner and went to go downshift and missed it. And
That's all right.
But anyway, it was fun.
It's a workout, though, isn't it?
I did about 6 laps fast and then dropped off half second.
You were on maintenance mode after that. Good for you.
Not even. I was on survive mode.
I like the honesty. Again, driving a shifter cart is not the easiest thing. What do you think? Big sleep tonight? Maybe get a massage or something like that? Try to come back tomorrow?
I need something. I don't know.
Oh, well, and I'll talk about Connor's massage. We just did miss the checkered flag for this super important main event here for Danilo Ramalho. Obviously had to fight hard for that one. No, in all seriousness, he was quicker than Barrios in the entire X30 Master field here. So kudos to Danilo Ramalho. Wins round number 1.
Consistent lap times, too.
Consistent lap times all the way through. So he was pushing all the way. Pete Vetter gets a podium. Curtis Terry gets a podium. Mario Barrios, a flat tire with 2 to go. And Tom Gerstner has a date with the tire barrier a little bit later on here today as well to make up for the impact early on.
Yeah,
so
Ramalho did a pretty good job. You know, probably maybe 4 to 5/10 of a second window for him. Running by himself up front as well, no pressure. So good job for him. 33-second victory though. That's one of the probably one for the record books for Supercarts USA on the Pro Tour. Pete Vetter ended up in second, and Curtis Terry going to finish in the 3rd spot.
all right, well, Connor, you've been I know you've been hanging out ever since the Pro Shifter deals. You know what the lineup looks like. You know a lot of the guys in the X30 field. You won here last year. Who's your pick to win here this main event, knowing what the grid looks like?
You know, I really like Fletcher. He's been really fast. He had some bad luck at the start.
Yeah, just no luck.
But
That's
he's been looking really good. Jake Drew as well. I mean, he's been really fast, running up at the front, and I think he'll be good. I think Kremers, he's starting a little bit back there, but he's got a lot of racecraft, so I think he'll be able to make his way up and possibly shock some people. But yeah, those are my 3 guys. I think it'll be a really good race, though. I mean, in practice yesterday, there was a lot of people pretty tight in time, and there's some fast guys at the back, and there's some slower guys at the front, so it's going to be a good race to watch.
Normally we see the chaos mid-pack kind of right where Marion Kremers is. If it happens a little in front of him and he's able to get by it, that may be some luck his way, but I have a feeling people are pretty fired up, Xander. This is the first main event for X30 Senior here for the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour. Guys are amped up, right? You know, they're on Kart Chaser. The focus is here. These guys got to get the job done. You know they're going to have the pressure here. And I love seeing which drivers kind of feed with the pressure, which drivers fold under the pressure. It's a lot when it comes to SKUSA Pro Tour racing.
Yeah, I mean, you are on the biggest stage in the country here in the headline division. Everyone waits to the end of the day here and then lines the fences to watch. I mean, look at Connor. Connor should already been in his hotel putting some ice and, you know, I don't know, whatever kind of adrenaline he needs to shoot up with to make it to 8 laps tomorrow instead of 6. But instead, he's here watching because this is going to be the most entertaining, one of the most entertaining events we have to imagine on the day. And when you're watching the best in the country go at it, I mean, there's not much more you can ask for. Before we go green, of course, we're going to give them a few moments on the grid. They've got a little bit of cleanup to do with Mario Barrios' kart. It gives us time one more time. If you're just tuning in and you missed it earlier, let's give you the track preview we did with Braden Eves, our KC driver analyst. He went out in Marion Kremers' kart yesterday. We mic'd him up.
Rather than doing a walking track preview this week, we figured we'd spice things up a little bit. So I've got our KC driver analyst Braden Eves suited up in Marion Kremers' suit. He's going out in his go-kart. Marion, what's our rules again?
Goes off, he has to clean it himself.
Yeah, if he goes off, he's got to clean it, so he might have a long night ahead. Well, let's get to it.
All right.
Going to turn 1. Kind of a medium braking zone. The kart likes to slide a lot. Middle to the exit. This is easy flat. Again, down the longest straightaway. And into the fastest braking zone. Again, apex track all the way out. A double apex corner. All the way into the tight section. People are going to be using these curves a lot. And it's really critical to get a good exit out of there for this run. Onto the outside curve to extend the entry. Deep on the brakes. Use the track at the exit. Another right-hander, quite easy. Some curb hops to straighten out the line. Track out, use this curve on entry. Late on the brakes. And into the last corner to complete the lap. Late on the brakes again, and you can use all of this runoff here. And that's a lap here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Back here and set to go racing for the X30 Senior main event, the first of 6 on the 6-round SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. After all the penalties were assessed in the pre-final, Nate Cicero will roll off on the pole alongside rookie hotshot Jeremy Fletcher. Row 2, it'll be the GFC karting number 329 of Jake Drew, and then fellow West Coaster Dante Yu in the Nash Motorsports EOS kart.
Zachary Clayman DeMello, former IndyCar driver and Super Nationals winner for Bennick, starting P5 alongside Pedro Hiltbrand, the European driver here with PSL Karting. Row number 4 on the inside, Hayden Jones for Allison Performance Group. And on the outside for Racing Edge Motorsports, Diego Ramos in the 313.
Last week's winner in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, Paulie Massimino, puts the RPM Tony kart to the inside of row number 5 alongside Brazilian Enzo Guimarães. And row 6, it'll be the Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic, and Thomas Neveau, and RPG's Jason Leung.
On row number 7, Kyriako Suka starting on the inside, former world champion in the KZ category, Marion Kremers launching. From 14th, should be a lot of fun to watch. Row 8, Laurent Legault and Aiden Rudolph starting 15th and 16th.
Row number 9, or we'll find Carson Morgan in the number 388. Already got up halfway through the field in the pre-final. He's got less drivers to come forward here from 17th to the outside, Donovan Bonilla. And then in row number 10, it'll be the fastest driver in happy hour yesterday, Alessandro Tullio, to the inside of Santiago Fernandez.
Working further back, the driver who won last year here this year in KA100 Senior, Cole Morgan starting 21st alongside Frankie Mossman for Bennick. And then row 12, Josh Campbell alongside Leonardo Hassan.
Final few drivers here with some big names in the back of the field. Jacob Hoover and Ryan Vincent make up row 13. Timothy Carroll, Ryan Norberg, Oscar Panozzo. Here we go.
Field set. Working out of turn number 17. They'll bring him into the staging lanes right now. Cicero alongside Fletcher. X30 Senior, first main event of the 2022 SKUSA Pro Tour season is green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1, 4, 5 wide.
Side by side, the swarm goes through the first corner here. Does anyone get bit in turn 3? Looks like we're clean down the back straightaway for the first time, and Cicero brings them to the inside lane. Everyone trying to avoid the puddle. Jake Drew off the racetrack in turns 4 and 5. Got to the lead for all of 2 seconds, and there's big contact. Multiple drivers around in turns 5 and 6.
Yeah, it looked like Kremers, I think.
Yeah, as Drew came back across into the racetrack, Connor, you can see everyone kind of stacked up a little bit. He got pushed off the outside trying to go for P1. It has stacked things up, and indeed it might have been Marian Kremers. We'll see when they come back around, as that's one driver pushing off right there.
Zach Clamanamelo got to the lead for half of the lap there. Jeremy Fletcher, your new leader here for the first time, and the rookie leads them into turns 15, and Alessandro Tullio is on the screen as well, taken out on the opening lap here. Heavy contact for the Paralyn, unfortunately, as they go to the final corner. It's DeMello second, defending from Cicero. Jeremy Fletcher, the rookie, looking for a big-time win here. Well, we've seen this story before, haven't we, Connor?
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy Fletcher starting off with a good gap of about 7/10. Looking really good so far. They're looking like they're battling behind him, so that's just going to grow. We'll see if Nate Cicero will be able to run him down in the next few laps.
First lap, Fletcher P1, Clement DeMello second, Cicero third, Hayden Jones and Paulie Massimino top 5, Thomas Naveau in 6th spot, Dante Yu 7th, 8th, Jake Drew coming back on the racetrack, 9th, Carson Morgan, Frankie Mossman up 10 spots, Ryan Norberg up 13 positions to 15th, Marian Kremers gets a couple, he goes to P12.
Yeah, he was able to kind of just end up around neutral as we've got a few drivers off here. Cole Morgan's off the racetrack, coming to turn number 9, and one more pulled into the scale line. That was outside the top 15 as he slowly works his way back onto the racetrack. The driver in the scales, Diego Ramos, is out in the 313.
A lot of chaos early on here as drivers with elbows up, no doubt about it. They'll work their way back around here again to turn 17. And Jeremy Fletcher trying to stretch out that advantage. Couple drivers like Thomas Naveau potentially on the outside of coming in and over the rumbles of turn 17. They're all slotting in here right now. And again, Jeremy Fletcher with the lead over Nate Cicero. Almost 0.4 of a second, Xander, to put lap number 2 in the books.
Yeah, Nate Cicero closing in towards turns 4 and 5. He cut the gap in half down the backstretch. We saw Jake Drew stuff it down the inside. That was because Carson Morgan was beating away at his rear bumper and was wanting him to go by, at least go somewhere. Massimino going to go back on Drew. He'll shuffle him wide. Here comes Morgan looking for the spot as well. Drew's going to have to worry about him once again as Paulie Massimino retakes the spot now. Granted, about 3 or 4 more car lengths back from Thomas Naveau and Zach Claman-DeMello.
Drivers who started near the front end of the grid definitely leveraging that right now. A lot easier up front. We saw everything kind of happen. The chain reaction of Jake Drew going off in turn number 3 and 4 when he came back on, stacked everybody back up. A lot of action on that opening circuit. But again, out front, Jeremy Fletcher, Nate Cicero, and now Hayden Jones. The 3 drivers starting to stretch away. Jones actually with a significant gap behind him to Thomas Naveau, who's worked his way up here. Big move for Carson Morgan as well. Up 10 spots into the 7th position. Kremers and Norberg are together. Norberg up 16 spots. I told you Kremers wouldn't be happy if he saw Norberg. He's gone by him already. Norberg to 12th, Kremers in 13th.
Well, and he was a good bit slower that lap, too. Looking at the lap time, Kremers ripped down. Obviously, he probably got passed by Norberg, but I don't know if he got any damage. We got a new leader. Nate Cicero to the lead with Hayden Jones going by for second as well. Jeremy Fletcher back to third, and here comes Thomas Naveau all the way up to the pack as well. It looked like there was a big gap
Xander, let me just throw this out there. If you're going to say there's going to be 2 drivers from Rawlson Performance Group running P1 and P2 at the start of an X30, would you say it was Nate Cicero and Hayden Jones, or would you say maybe Ryan Norberg and Hannah Greenmeyer, 2 other Rawlson Performance Group drivers stepping up today here on Saturday?
Well, and again, Hayden Jones, his first major of the year was just back in Orlando, so he didn't get the Winter Series. Nate Cicero, well, he had a bit of a rough run through some of the Winter Series races, but what a turnaround it's been. And you look back, though, it's not surprising. Nate Cicero followed Norberg through that whole charge in the field last year to come forward as well. So he had a good run here in New Orleans 1 year ago. I think he probably finds this racetrack maybe a little bit more his style than maybe Homestead or some of the other circuits we've been to so far.
I like this front-running quartet right now. We talked about the 2 Rawlson drivers, Cicero and Jones, but throw Fletcher and Naveau in there as well. Naveau went purple last time by in the Kart Republic machine running P4. It's about 8/10 back to Paulie Massimino, who's moved up 4 spots. He went green as well. Naveau, Massimino, Clayman DeMello, Morgan, and Yu turning their fastest laps. Those drivers running fourth back to 6th respectively.
Yeah, and they've dropped Jake Drew here for the time being. He's about a second back, about to get reeled in by Ryan Norberg as Naveau takes over 3rd from Jeremy Fletcher. Your update on Norberg probably should put him inside the 9th now here when he comes across the line. That'll be 19 positions gained and the fastest lap of the session.
By over 3/10 too. Norberg's looking really good.
That is fast.
He's coming. He's catching up to Dante Yu right now. But yeah.
Well, remember what Braden told us, that you can probably win from anywhere on the field. You can come from the tail of the pack here. This racetrack is so wide open in terms of making passing opportunities. Norberg now just over a half a second behind Dante Yu, but last time was a full 4/10 of a second quicker than Dante. So watch for Norberg to work his way forward. Kremer's kind of not moving anywhere right now. P12 for him. He still has a lot of time left, 15 laps to go. But Kremer's not moving forward as quickly as I think he would have liked to. It's Norberg on the move right now as his 2 Rawlson Performance teammates run 1-2.
And I'm just saying, there is not a better X30 opener main event that you could ask for here. You got 2 big names coming through the field. Norberg into the top 10. Kremer's coming forward. And then you've got a bunch of drivers all packed up at the front of the field as they head for turn number 1. Cicero leads another one now. 15 laps to go. 14 laps to go, 6 laps complete.
Norberg a half a second quicker than Dante Yu. He's going to go to 8th pretty soon.
Oh, here he comes down the back straightaway. He'll latch on to the end of that grouping. Don't think he'll have the run to go this time by, but there he is at the end of the train. Norberg up into 9th and digging for more to make it 20 spots gained.
The only driver in the top 15 doing a 101 right there, Xander. Everybody else 102 or worse. Norberg on a roll, gets to the tail of the train he talked about, and that is essentially the front-running group. Norberg just 2.5 seconds away from Cicero. Cicero has Jones right there. It's about 8/10 of a second from the front-running quartet back to Paulie Massimino, but there is a bit of a gap there in the middle, and I'll tell you, watch for Norberg to quickly work his way through here. Cicero up front. 6 laps down, 14 to go.
2 for 1 on the screen right there from Norberg. Got by both Carson Morgan and Dante Yu. And we've got a driver off, Jason Leung.
Norberg just got hit by Carson Morgan and went back a few spots. That's going to hurt him.
Yeah.
Cut back to that. Look at this here. DeMello's in that mix. Jake Drew's in it. Carson Morgan saying, I don't care how many championships you won. You got by me and I didn't want it.
Yeah, they're going to look at that one for sure. Morgan just drove to the inside and essentially turned him midway through the corner.
He just moved him again, too.
Wow, This is getting aggressive right now, Xander. They're starting to go to work here right now. Norberg's trying to work his way forward, and this is going to allow these front-running 4 drivers to stretch away.
Yeah, that really hurts Ryan. He was 2.5 seconds back lead coming into this and only had the leaders in front of him, and now he's got 5 more karts to work through before he gets to the leaders.
That's
so
exactly
he's going to have to have some work to do. But
that was a straight punch in the face, Connor.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, Carson had no mercy. He got past, and then immediately the next corner, Carson tried going right back underneath him and basically knocked him out of the way and cost Ryan about 5 spots.
Press the reset button. That's what he'll do. 4-time champion in SuperKarts USA competition. Won the Supernats last year. Won the USPKS title last year. Just ramping up on the resume. Norberg's got to go to work here right now as the leader's already into 1. He's in the middle of this dogfight further back, just inside the top 10.
That's Kremer's going by on Frankie Mossman. Norberg not able to follow at this point. There's still a lot of time left, but they're the entire back straightaway back from the leaders. 4.5 seconds plus as Jake Drew goes by on Zachary Clayman DeMello, who fights back on him, gets into him a little bit, and they all kind of stack up again as Mossman holds off Norberg for now. One driver again to keep the eye on. Paulie Massimino has been slowly getting closer and closer towards the lead, and Thomas Neveau, your leader, over Jeremy Fletcher. The leaders heading through 11 and 12. Massimino making it 5 drivers up in the front group, then this group back further on, all the way towards turn 15. Thomas Neveau looking for a big-time victory. He has yet to bring a checkered flag back to the Trinity Karting Group. Kart Republic camp, could this be the day? Thomas Neveau goes to victory lane.
I like the call on Massimino, Xander. He's been, like you said, chipping away a 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there. Got to the lead, the end of that lead quartet to make it 5 drivers in the front group right now. And Massimino right there, a second separating your top 5 drivers. Drew now runs 6. Kremers up to 7th after getting by Mossman. Clayman DeMello runs in 9th. Who's that off?
That is Ryan
Carson
Vincent
Morgan.
and Carson Morgan. And Morgan looked like that time he was trying to go to the inside, and there are some words being said there between 2 drivers with a lot of time racing each other on the West Coast.
Yeah, I don't think either of those drivers are going to be happy, and I guarantee some other guys aren't going to be happy with Morgan. Did not make any friends here in this particular race. He had the elbows up in a big way, and that is what Jake Drew leading that second group right now ahead of Marian Kremers. And the gap, though, is 4.4 seconds. All that racing back there for 6th on back, Xander, has really allowed that front-running group of 5 to stretch away.
Yeah, last lap, Ryan Norberg did a 104 flat, which is over 2 seconds off his fastest time. So, yeah, he is not where he wants to be right now. But, yeah, Paulie Massimino, like you said, living up to his nickname, Silent Assassin. I haven't really seen him much, but now that I look up, he's right there in the top 5 and could possibly win this race if he plays it right.
Well, the great thing is we're at the halfway point, Con. There's a lot of time still to be played, right? Really, now we can play the strategy game. They know that they've been able to pull away. They've all had a quick look behind them. They know there's a big gap back. There's 5 drivers in this fight that could go for the race win. Thomas Neveau is your leader. Fletcher 2nd, Jones 3rd, Cicero 4th, Massimino 5th. Again, 5 of the top drivers in the country in single-speed racing right now. We're going to battle it out over the next 9.5 laps here at NOLA.
Yeah, and there we go. Jeremy Fletcher going back by on Neveau, exiting the chicane section. So Fletcher, the new leader. Hayden Jones still 3rd. Nate Cicero's dropped all the way back to 5th. Massimino up to 4th. So more shuffling in this main group. Still with a lot of time left. They'll see 9 to go this time by. And it's the rookie Tony Kart driver out in front. Again, for the 2nd year in a row, we could see one as a winner here in NOLA. Connor pulled it off last year. Jeremy Fletcher trying to do it this year, and it would be obviously a sweet victory for Fletcher after the wreck in the KA main event, and of course all the bad luck that plagued him in X30 competition at the SKUSA Winter Series.
Yeah, only rookie in the top 10 right now, too. A number of the other drivers obviously getting shuffled around a bit, roughed up a little bit. It's only Fletcher in that lead group right now. In fact, he's moved his way back, I think, a spot. No, that's that next group. That's Kremers has got to the front of that next group. Started 14th, now up into the 6th position. Mossman up 15 spots to 7th. Drew, Norberg, Clayman DeMello there as well, then a half second back to Dante Yu. So Kremers has been able to get up to the front of the next group, but those lap times aren't going to be enough to close up at all. They're 5 seconds back.
Yeah, my fantasy picks are not looking too hot.
I think this is throwing a lot of people's KC fantasy leagues for a loop. Massimino going by on Neveau. Hayden Jones was definitely not picked as one of the main contenders here coming into this weekend, and I think that probably adds a little bit of fire in the belly to perform as we see Massimino run a little wide out on the final corner. Got some water on the tires. Signal back for Neveau to push him. Here comes that group across the line. Marian Kremer starting to get some separation back from Jake Drew, but that might get eaten up down the back straightaway as Norberg runs behind Mossman. Here comes the new leader. Hayden Jones to the lead in turn 4, but he overshoots it. Fletcher back by into 6th.
Yeah, nice poise there for Fletcher to let it happen. Down the inside, just overshoots it a bit. That double apex left-hander allows you to tuck back in if a driver gets a little deep coming through the corner. Out through 7, 8, 9, 10. Now into 11 once again. Fletcher showing his poise here, and all the top 5 drivers lining up nose to tail.
Yeah, this really is a game of patience. It's a long 20-lap race at a minute track, so really saving your tires the first half of the race is really what can get you the win, and I really think that's what Paulie Massimino's been doing. He kind of just sat back in 5th there, and now he's starting to make his way back forward, and that's kind of what I did last year. You know, I took it easy the first half of the race and had the fastest kart the last half, so yeah.
Let the race come to you.
Yeah, no,
right?
Exactly. But then again, as I say that, Paulie gets passed, so maybe not.
Hey, but the word you used was right, though, patience. There's a lot of time right now. You know, you can't be fifth in the last couple of laps. You've got to find yourself forward. I think everybody's starting to do that right now. Hayden Jones, as we said, has moved his way to second. Xander called the pass to get to the inside to go to P1. Just wasn't able to get the job done there, and Fletcher went back by. Jones still looking pretty good here. Gets a great run as we see the rest of the field coming down and through turn number 3 and 4. Good racing. There's a bunch of awesome packs. There's the leaders again through 10. Oh, there's some trouble there. Jones either missed the apex or got a little help from behind, you think, from Thomas Naveau?
Yeah, Naveau, he didn't have much patience there. He sent it in there and got next to Hayden, and Hayden didn't really see him in time. But I'm sure with the draft, Naveau will be able to catch back up to Fletcher, and he looks like he's running out of patience. He's starting to try and make his way forward.
Maybe they all are running out of a little bit of patience right now.
Yeah, as these laps wind down, that's what happens.
The temperature's starting to rise here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Here
6
comes
laps
Naveau.
to go.
Here we come down the back. Naveau with a big run from Jones,
Inside,
new leader.
Wow, you see them having to push Xander to the right side of the racetrack. It's like, do not push me into this puddle.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's changed the entry of that corner so much with that standing water in the inside of turn number 3. Thomas Naveau on the Trinity Karting Group. Coy Motorsports, Kart Republic, now to go P1. The Canadian driver leading the way. Hayden Jones, though, would he love to win a SKUSA Pro Tour race? I don't think he's got one on the resume yet. This would be big for Hayden Jones.
Yeah, this would be massive for him. Obviously got his first X30 division main event win last year. You look back to Thomas Naveau, I mean, it's been quite a while since he's been able to really have a race that he's even really in contention for the win. They've had the pace to run top 5, pace to run top 3. You go back to really this event last year that he was fighting for the win with you, Connor.
Yeah, no, definitely. And Supernats even. I mean, he was the one to beat the first 3 days of Supernats.
Former Supernats winner, but that was back in Mini Swift, right?
Yeah,
we don't count those when you're a senior driver.
Oh, come on.
Listen, Connor's like, dude, I got one.
Yeah,
this is going to be a lot of fun. The final laps here. We're down to the last 5. Naveau leads. Jones into second. Fletcher right there in third. Paulie Massimino fourth. Nate Cicero fifth. Little contact there, and look who's coming to the inside.
Oh, Fletcher to the lead.
3 wide through 7 and 8, through 9, 10. Back to turn 11. Fletcher back to P1.
Man, that was gutsy.
Yeah.
That was throwing it in there. And again, Hayden Jones, maybe that's a little bit of a thank you and see you later right on back after that move a few laps prior. I mean, I could see a little bit of that.
Yeah,
you know,
that's fair.
Respect that.
You want to give it to me like that, I'll give it to you right back. And respect to Hayden Jones, I mean, you know, he's looking really good right now as they head down the back straightaway. 3rd year in senior, closing in on the rookie. He's been in this position before where he's hunted guys down for top-level positions in the class, and as they come down the backstretch, Fletcher knows it. He's defending, headed into the back straightaway, turn number 4.
Yeah, if they keep battling like this too, Ryan Norberg, he's in 6th, and I mean, it would take a lot, but I'm seeing a lot. There's 5 carts right there, and you know, it's 4 laps to go. They're going to start blocking. So
they slipped through. Ryan Norberg slipped through the cracks while he'd been fighting like this, and that gap was 4.5. It's now down to 3.4, so he's kicked a second off it. 4 to go. I mean, he might be able to get there right at the end. I mean, he needs a lot more of what just went down with that 3 wide for the lead action to get there, though.
Well, I think Connor realizes that it could easily happen right now, too. That's the thing. These guys are starting to get a bit aggressive, and let's put it this way. The drivers who are on the racetrack are some of the more aggressive drivers. We know that Naveau's aggressive. We know Fletcher is as well. Paulie Massimino, 4th place is not where he needs to be if he wants to win this. He's got to get aggressive and get himself up front as well. P5's not going to get the job done. Nate Cicero back P5. These guys all have to start feeling that sense of urgency. It's time, Connor, right, to get to P1 or P2, P3 at the latest.
Yeah, no, there's 3 laps to go, and when that two to go flag comes out, it's going to get hard to pass. So you really got to make your moves right now if you want to get up there. If I'm in 4th and 5th, like Paulie Massimino and Nate Cicero, but Jeremy Fletcher, he's got a kart length gap. Maybe he's been saving his stuff and he's got some pace now.
Well, let's see.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they've got to be going at least all out right now. You look at the story for everyone coming into this, right? Jeremy Fletcher, dismal run in the X30 class, not really off pace, but more so off luck and just getting involved in incidents in the SKUSA Winter Series, right? But rookie, opening year, hasn't got yet first breakout X30 Pro win. Hayden Jones has one. He's the only one besides Nate Cicero in the pack, but he's never won a SuperKarts USA main event before. Thomas Naveau, been a long time since victory lane for him. Well, he's closer now. Jones to the lead. Nevo to second. 2 to go this time. Massimino is, oh, wow! Around the outside, Jones back to the lead.
And here comes Norberg back again. He's feeling it. They're going to keep working. Norberg's going to try to close up. He's 2.3 seconds back. They'll go 2 wide. Into the inside. Oh, almost into the
puddle.
Almost into the puddle. Fletcher goes back to second. Fletcher to P2. Move Paulie Massimino up to third. Jones, your leader right now again. They'll work their way back into the stadium section. Jones leads. Fletcher second. Paulie Massimino knows he needs to get forward. Cicero holding in the back there. And here comes Ryan Norberg still as well. 2 laps to go. They'll see the white flag this time by.
Again, the only driver with a SKUSA X30 main event win in the last 3 or 4 years in that entire 5-car group is in 5th. And then, of course, you go back to Norberg in 6th. So all these guys, this win would be huge. Fletcher's going to have to dig deep on this final lap if he wants to challenge Jones, because that gap's big, and Massimino's got to worry about pressure from behind. White flag, 1 more lap around NOLA.
Put the kids in the minivan. It's about to get ugly, folks. Here we go. Last lap here in X30 Senior. They'll work their way out of the final couple of corners here. Down the back straightaway. Jones is going to go to the bottom. You know he wants this win. Fletcher going to try the over-under coming into the corner. Can't quite get it to stick. Here comes Norberg, as I had said. Massimino holding on to P3 through the rhythm section. The S's again. Fletcher right there, Xander.
Almost there here, coming through. Final time to the stadium section. Little bobble for Fletcher. He's not going to be close enough, I think, to get him into 10. Is he going to try it? Jones will block it off. Fletcher will give him the bumper. Over to 11. All the way down by the grass. Hayden Jones, just a few more corners to go. Fletcher to the chicane. Dives it in.
That was good.
Big move down to the bottom there. Jones is going to want to go back on it. Fletcher's got the position. They'll go side by side, working their way through. Norberg's going to go to P5, coming back out of 16, over to 17, down to the bottom of the racetrack. Jones has got the spot. Here comes the run out of the line. Who's it going to be? Fletcher coming across the line. It'll be 3 wide. Fletcher getting the victory by 1/10 of a second over Paulie Massimino. Jeremy Fletcher, the rookie, wins in his first ever SuperKarts USA Pro Tour X30 Senior main event. Fletcher with the victory. Massimino second. Nate Cicero to third. Jones, Norberg, and Nevo. Your final 6 at the checkered flag.
And look to the rest of the top 10. Kremer's up 7 spots. Dante Yu down 4. Jake Drew down 6. Hannah Greenemeyer, your reigning Pro Tour champion, up 26. Wow. She ends up nipping Norberg for the hard charger with that impressive drive, and we talk about it. It's not your good days that win you championships. It's your bad days. Hannah Greenemeyer took a very bad day, starting 36 after that wreck in the pre-final to drive to the top 10. Of course, Norberg around the outside, he got a little bit door-to-door, tire-to-tire, locked up with Thomas Nevo at the end. And then for Jeremy Fletcher, I mean, you know, you get a lot of pressure when you get that highly touted coming in to the senior ranks as he and Carson Morgan did. I mean, you win Supernats and Junior. Everyone expects you to set the world on fire. You go to Homestead, a track you've got a lot of laps at. Pace is good. Results don't come. And finally, he pulls it off, and he had to fight for that one. I mean, the entire 20-lap main event.
And you know, Xander, what I liked? He didn't wait to 15, didn't wait. He surprised them over into the chicane there. You surprised me, tossed it to the inside. I love that move because everybody was stacked up after that point. He was able to get through 15 cleanly, back through 16, and Hayden gave him a shot in 17, and he gave him enough room as well, just got a better run out of the corner.
Yeah, Connor, I mean, you got that as well. I mean, same thing. There's not much more you can say. Rob recapped that perfectly. He caught him off guard in a place we've only really seen shifters pass in the wet. I don't think we've seen a single X30 lined up, not like a stack up from 2x2 in front, like lined up pass like that. That was gutsy, and that's what you got to do. You got to lay it all on the line for a main event win in X30.
Yeah, these last 2 corners here are relatively easy to defend, especially when there's a train of 5 carts. I mean, the guy in second can't go to the outside. So Jeremy Fletcher, I mean, really smart move there to try and get to the lead. And, I mean, you got to go for the win, right?
Oh, I know. That's what I like. My hands are shaking right now.
Man,
that was awesome.
There's nothing like it.
I love a last lap like that.
Nothing like a good battle here at the end. And what a way to cap off the day here. Day scene's a little bit of everything. You know, we were back at NOLA. The last time I got told to go and stay in the race control tower here and don't go outside, and there were no go-karts on the racetrack, was 2 years ago. Yep. We were about ready to go live on EKN Radio, and COVID-19 decided to make its appearance in the state of Louisiana and shut down the SKUSA Winter Nationals. We come back last year, Good racing here. I mean, this track just provides it all. It's a beautiful facility here in Avondale, Louisiana. A big, long straightaway kind of keeps them packed up. But, again, technical sections where, you know, when they battle a little bit, or if you're fast enough, you can still get away. I mean, Norberg not only was able to catch up to them in that pack, he was that much quicker alone that he was able to pull away from the group behind, which is impressive. And that's the big thing. I mean, you noticed that here as well, Connor, in your drive through the field. There's that long straightaway that helps you kind of tow or maybe get towed back to the group behind. But then the whole rest of the track, too, you maybe get towards the run out of the right-left chicane where he got the pass done for the win, is all by yourself technical racing.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Ryan Norberg, after that incident with Carson, I really didn't see him coming back into the top 5 like that. But, yeah, super impressive. He had a lot of pace in it. He's going to be a tough one to beat tomorrow. I mean, he sure does have a lot of speed, so
Agreed.
It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%. Jeremy Fletcher with the win by .111. That was the margin over he and Paulie Massimino. Nate Cicero, who was 5th for a majority of the race, slotting through into P3 to complete the unofficial podium. Hayden Jones 4th. Ryan Norberg up 23 positions in 5th. Thomas Naveau up 5 spots to go to P6. Martin Kremers up 7 into 7th. Dante Yu, Jake Drew, and as Xander outlined, Hannah Greenmeyer, hard charger. 26 position improvement, started 36th, a top 10, Xander, for her defense of the Pro Tour title. Like you said, the bad days are what wins championships, not the good days, and this will be a race. If she has to drop this one, that means she's had 5 other really good events throughout the 2022 season. So what a fantastic way to finish. An exclamation point on what's been a very odd day with wet weather, like you said, shutdowns. We had wet qualifying, wet pre-finals, finally went dry. All in all, just some great racing all across all the categories.
Yeah, awesome racing all the way through here today. And again, you know, like we've talked about in a number of SKUSA events so far, I mean, this series has had the worst luck probably out of anyone so far when it comes to weather this year, January, February, and now in March. But today, no red flags, no ambulance rolling at all, no major wrecks. I mean, that's an awesome day. Any day at the racetrack, the ambulance stays put. Those guys don't have to go to work is a good day.
Agreed.
And again, you know, like you said, the racing was good. Not much more you could ask for. They're pushing through the scale line. We are almost set to do some post-race interviews. Podium ceremonies will get started here in just a little bit. Of course, we'll set it on down. Connor, thanks for joining us. Good luck tomorrow. I want to wish you the best of luck on recovery and rehab tonight so you can get ready to make a few more laps in that thing. But the pace was good. Honestly, we're really proud of you here, man. You're doing everybody. You're doing good. You're doing good. We're really happy for you.
Third fastest lap, I can't complain with that. Whether or not I could do that for 20 laps, we're not going to talk about that. But I did it. So, yeah, no, I'm super happy to be here. And sucks for Danny. I mean, he probably would have done way better than I did. But
yeah, but it also gives Greg Bell a chance to see how good that race car is. For you to jump in and do what you do, put you guys together, I think has been a cool story on the weekend.
Yeah, no, definitely. The go-kart and motor are sure fast, and I'm the one lacking.
Good man. All in all, just a tremendous day, and I'll tell you, X30 Senior, they bring it every time, especially at a track like this. It's got so many overtaking opportunities, and when you go on the defense mode, it stacks everybody back up. That's what makes it so exciting. But for me, it was that last lap pass, man. Jeremy Fletcher did a tremendous job, and to surprise us all with that pass to the inside of the chicane, man, that really, I think, changed everybody's strategy. You know, they all were thinking, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try over here, 15, 17. But then Jeremy changed it all with that move to the inside of Hayden coming through the chicane, which I thought was just magnificent. And good for him, man. Talk about a good run he's got going. Super Nationals last year, you know, national level racing, couple of wins at the Super Nats, getting a win here to start the season. This guy is on a roll when it comes to Supercarts USA racing.
GWR Tony Kart driver, definitely a good way to start it here. So he's got himself out of the scale line here. I think we're almost set and ready to talk to him here with Jenna over on set. They just got to get the camera all lined up and ready to go. But Jeremy Fletcher at least is out through post-race scaling. They've got post-race tech inspection to do. Of course, that's the big holdup. Will take a little bit before we get to do podiums. We can at least do some post-race interviews with him. Let's send it out to Jenna. Jenna, you got us?
Jeremy Fletcher, that was a wild win. When I asked you how you felt, you go, I thought I was going to die. Walk me through what was going on during that race.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many lead changes. I just kept falling back. I just want to keep my head on a swivel, and, you know, we knew we had a fast go-kart, so I was there at the end and just held on.
How did you finally make that winning pass?
I mean, I struggled in the next area, so I just wanted to pass him where I was weak and just block that area, so I got him in that corner, which I was surprised, and we got it done.
Great race, Jeremy. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Allison Racing Engines for the great motor, you know, Gary Willis and Dalton for the great go-kart, all Team Fellon and GWR, Odenthal Racing Products, and all my other sponsors for being amazing.
Great. Thank you, Jeremy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, there goes Jeremy Fletcher here. And again, rocking the new buzz cut here this weekend. You know, I mean, Marion Kremers and Jake French, you know, they had the bet of whoever had to, you know, win first would get to cut the hair how they wanted. I mean, Jeremy, he had a little bit of a flow going. He cut it, kind of called his shot early, you know.
I like it. Built for speed.
Yeah. Well, let's talk to a guy who had a lot of speed here. We talked to him before the race. Ryan Norberg's caught up with Jenna. Great drive forward, ends up fifth, and a little bit hairy on the last lap. I'd love to hear his take on the final couple corners with Thomas Neveau.
Ryan, you started 28th and you finished 5th. Walk me through how you worked through that field.
So, I mean, I got up into about, I think it was 6th or 7th early in the race, and passed Morgan Carson, and I guess he just didn't like being passed cleanly, and so he just decided he was going to take me out for the next 3 corners. And so he tried to take me out once, didn't do it. Tried to take me out again, didn't do it. And then tried to take me out again, didn't do it. And so then, yeah, that wasted the entire race. And then basically once I got free, I was able to run back through the field and catch back up to leaders. And everybody kind of stacked up on the inside, and so I tried around the outside, was able to get by Tom. He kind of, I don't know what he was doing there, trying to run into me, but I guess that's racing. You know, it's unfortunate we got a drop down because somebody else was pissed he got passed cleanly. I don't understand that at all. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you got shoved several times, and do you think you could have made that pass to get in the final pack sooner had that not happened?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was in 6th. I was in the same spot I was with 5 laps ago at 10 laps ago. So, like, yeah, for sure I could have caught the leaders, and I could have done, you know, well and at least fought for the lead. I mean, once you're out front, it's a different story, but you know, we had so much pace, and it was, I don't know, frustrating that somebody would just be willing to ruin a race like that.
Definitely frustrating, but you did a great job navigating it. Who do you want to thank this weekend?
Obviously the team, RPG. It's unfortunate I kind of messed up early in the weekend and did that spin. That's really frustrating because we had a cart to win, and I threw it away early. So my fault for being back there with the idiots.
Well, you have all of tomorrow. Good luck, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, Ryan Norberg there. Obviously, you know, like he mentioned in the interview, you know, and like Connor Zillers pointed out on the track, a little bit of contact early on in the race. Him and Carson Morgan coming together ultimately set him pretty far back, and, you know, he knew how quick he was. He would have been a contender in it. This guy was a contender early on. Jenna's caught up with RPM Tony Kart driver Paulie Massimino.
Race for you. You were in that front pack almost the entire time. Walk me through what happened.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. I mean, we kind of had a little bit of a gap in the beginning that I had to make up, and luckily they battled a little bit. I was able to get up there, and I made a few passes here and there, but I just didn't have enough to, like, keep going forward. I was always just missing a little bit. I'd make a mistake, or they would just pull a little bit harder than I. But overall, pretty good race. I wanted to win, but I guess second's better than third, so we'll evaluate and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Paulie.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank my dad, Dylan, all RPM, Ryan, Fast Motors, Fast Motors, Offset, Next Set, Group A. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well, big thanks to Paulie Massimino for taking a moment to talk with us. Obviously, he was close here today to getting that major victory, and another driver who was close, led a lot of laps early on, was Nate Cicero. Good run here, good points day. I'm sure he would have wanted a little bit more. He's now down with Jenna.
Cicero, you're the 4th person we've interviewed. You were all in that front pack. From a driver's perspective, how aggressive was the racing?
It wasn't too bad. I think we were all racing pretty clean. There was a lot of blocking going on, but that's what you got to do around this track. It's pretty hard to pass, so it was just kind of a train for most of the race.
Yeah, so what went into some of the decisions that made when you were passing?
I was trying to wait towards the end to try and get up a few spots and then hopefully make it back onto the podium, and they worked out just across the line.
Great. Who do you want to thank this weekend?
My whole team.
Rather than doing a walking track preview,
got caught up in the last turn. He brake checked a little early, so I also got a pushback from it, which is annoying. And yeah, just not much else to do.
Yeah, sometimes unavoidable. What are you hoping for going into tomorrow? What are you going to take from this race?
I mean, definitely a little bit of anger, so I'm going to bring that into tomorrow and hopefully win.
Great. Who do you want to thank this weekend?
I want to thank Mike Rawlison for the best team in the field, Joni for the best chassis, Victor, Alex for always the best engines, my parents, my mom is watching right now, my dad, my grandparents are here, they're probably watching too, and just everyone that's around me, all my teammates for making me fast, and just everyone that works with me.
Great. Thanks, Hayden.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jenna, there, and thanks again, Hayden Jones. Good run today, man. You know, it bites, right? Obviously, this is one of those when you go back. I mean, you come just corners away from a first career SKUSA Pro Tour victory, but that's how close so many guys have come. I mean, we've had so many finishes like this across all the classes, and then especially as well the headline class. You add on that, you know, you're the last one to go. You're the main stage, and you know how close you are, and you know how many people are watching you. You know, and then you got to go and, you know, reset tomorrow. I mean, that's what the great drivers can do, though, right? Mentally reset for tomorrow.
And listen, in the end, the takeaway is Hayden Jones has got a good result towards the championship, right? Yeah, it's not the race win that he wanted, but it's a great result. There are other guys that are outside the top 10 that are looking at this potentially being a drop. Hayden showed his speed, what he was able to do, his racecraft. Yeah, press the reset button, get in the right mindset, and try to come back and do it again tomorrow. You've got that one result already in the books. Do it again and get out of NOLA with a good position in the point championship battle.
Well, that'll take us here for our post-race interviews and our post-race show. We're going to see if we can get our podium streamed as well, but of course that'll be a little ways away, so we'll give you the updates on that. For now, we'll send it through our commercial loop here and stay live from NOLA Motorsports Park. Thank you all for tuning in to the main event stream here of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. We're back again if you have to leave before the podiums tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 a.m. Pacific, not p.m. It'd be a little bit too late to tune in for qualifying on through. But qualifying, pre-finals, and main events, we run it all back again. We'll have all the updates here coming soon. And if you entered in the KC Fantasy League, don't worry. That'll be updated here during the break as well. You can see where you placed so far going into Sunday. All right.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLusa.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parallel Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete and all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Apparel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits the driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
So folks, we'll get rolling here momentarily. We're going to make one more call on the full PA, so people will come over and join us, but we'll get set to go with podiums momentarily.
Last call for Podium Ceremonies.
Once again, folks, we're almost ready to get going here, just waiting for the last couple stragglers to come and join us here at the podium before we get things underway. So I think we're ready to rock and roll here, folks. We'll start with the Micro Swift category. We'll go through the order of the categories that we had when they were on the racetrack. I do want to mention, though, as well, with prize money, if you do win prize money and you want a check at the end of the weekend, we don't give checks up to the end of the weekend. Come up here where I am right now so you can get the W-9 form. Otherwise, you can take the credit, of course, moving forward for racing with SKUSA. If you do want a check, come and we'll give you the W-9 form. We'll start with Micro Swift. Again, the first round of this year's SuperCards USA Pro Tour. Team Bennick, the sponsor of our Micro Swift category. Finishing in third spot in Micro Swift, number 58, Nicholas Orbezo. On the Iron Rock Racers. Coming home in second spot, number 91, Rocco Simone. Rocco! Shout out to fast lap of the race, Kai Mars. The winner by 9.1 seconds. What a day for the victor, number 43, Troy Ferguson. Great job, Troy. Troy Ferguson with the win today. Rocco Simoni in second. Nicholas Orbezo in third. The podium in micro. How about a big round of applause for the youngest drivers in Superkarts USA? Love it. Great job, drivers. Great job. We got all the photos. Everybody good? Nice work. We'll go to KA100 Junior presented by Nash Motorsports. Finishing in third with fast lap of the race, number 829, Parker DeLong. Finishing in second, number 820, Caleb Gaffera. 5.6 seconds, the margin of victory. The winner, number 827, Elio Mesa. Good job for Elio, another Iron Rock driver. Mesa, Gaffera, and DeLong, your podium finishers in KA100 Junior. Do it all again tomorrow. Should be a gorgeous day. No rain in the schedule. It's going to be a lot of fun. Warm day here trackside. Great way to kick off this year's Pro Tour. KA100 Senior up next. Ryan Perry Motorsports, the sponsor of the category. Finishing in third, number 984, Carson Morgan. Drivers very tight coming across the line. It was less than a second for the top six. What a great race this was in KA100 Senior. Finishing in second, number 906, Alex Steenfield. Great start to the season for Alex. And the winner coming down from Quebec, Canada, a tremendous victory, number 920, Cedric Lupien. Great to have Cedric back with us here this weekend on the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Lupien, Stanfield, and Morgan, the top three. And again, got it. KA100 Senior, come back and do it again tomorrow for us. Mini Swift will be up next. Parolin USA, the sponsor of the class. Finishing in third spot, number 107, Kai Johnson. In second, with fast lap of the race, number 104, Oliver Weldon. And the top of the box, another Iron Rock driver, Jack Iliff. Winner today, Mini Swift. Jack Iliff with the win, Oliver Weldon in second, Kai Johnson third. Kicking off the Pro Tour season. Iliff, Weldon, and Johnson. Nice work, drivers. Nice work. Come back and do it again tomorrow. We look forward to it. We'll go with, let's go Masters Shifter. Can we do that next instead of Pro? Let's go Masters first, then we'll go Pro. Finishing in third spot in the Masters Shifter category, Ken Schilling. Suit's not wet either, Ken. If you don't run in the rain. Come on. Finishing in second, Victor Jimenez.
Ken, the trophy. Oh, no.
Victor Jimenez finishing second in the 623. Victor's got the shorts on. He's ready for dinner. And the winner with the fast lap of the race, number 608, Vincent Cassard. Vincent, congratulations. Well done. Well done. Our Master Shifter category brought to you by Hardin Motorsports Group, Pro by PSL Karting. Cassard, Jimenez, and Schilling, top three drivers in our Master Shifter category here today. First of two races on the weekend. We'll go to the Pro category, and this is a stacked field for sure. Coming home in third, number 209, Kyle Wick. Kyle Wick on the track magic for GFC. Finishing in second, number 201, AJ Myers. Multi-time SKUSA Pro Tour champion. Starting P2 on the year. Fighting all the way through the spring nats and summer nats. And the winner today, fast lap of the race, his first shifter kart win on American soil. Put your hands together for Marian Kremers! PSL, Burrell Arts. Marian, well done. That victory that you've been looking for. We'll see you at the Super Nationals as well this year, going for that one. Kremers with the fast lap of the race is 60.292. Kremers, Myers, Wick, former world champion and 2 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champions. That's a stacked podium right there. If you want to check at the end of the weekend, you got to come over here and fill out a W-9. If you want to check at the end of the weekend, when you're all said and done, we don't give checks out to the end of the weekend. You get a W-9. Otherwise, you can get a credit for your racing. We'll go to X30 Junior, presented by Rawlson Performance Group, and coming home in third spot, number 702, Max Garcia. It's going to be a great race tomorrow. This was a good one today as well. A lot of drivers shining in this one. Finishing in second spot, number 730, Brandon Carr. Brandon Carr for Team Bennett. And the winner with fast lap of the race is 63.403 from Rawlson Performance Group, Caleb Gaffera. Tons and tons of talent in this X30 Junior category here in 2022. It's awesome to have watched these young drivers come up through micro, mini, now into the junior categories. Gaffera with the win by 1.9 seconds. Carr second, Garcia third. We'll go to the X30 Masters category. Finishing in third spot, number 569, Curtis Terry. Masters drivers are all ready for dinner, right? Let's get the heck out of here. I've already showered. Finishing in second, number 525, the pistol, Pete Vedder. Pete Vedder coming home in second spot. There he is. And the winner, top of the box today in X30 Master, brought to you by Avinco Tires, Danilo Ramalho. Fast lap of the race, 63.615 as well for Ramalho. Ramalho, Vedder, and Terry, top 3 drivers in our X30 Masters class. Let's move to X30 Senior Speed Lab Racing Engines. The sponsor of the class will cap things off with X30 Senior. What a race that was. What a battle at the end. Finishing in third spot from Rawlson Performance Group, Nate Cicero. Shout out to fast time, Ryan Norberger, 61.736. Coming home in second in a great scrap to work his way forward, number 308, Paulie Massimino. Not too many times I get to introduce a rookie driver on the podium for the first race of the Pro Tour. Capped off last year with two junior wins in the Super Nationals. What a way to start off 2022. The winner today at X30 Senior, number 322, Jeremy Fletcher. What a last lap scrap that was. Everything you would want out of an X30 battle. Elbows up, a little bit of contact back and forth. Great lead group. Fletcher, Massimino, and Cicero, the top 3. Naveau ends up 4th, Kremers in 5th, Jones in 6th spot. That was a ton of fun to watch.
Okay.
So folks, that wraps things up. Thank you so much for being here today. Be safe this evening. It's New Orleans, right? Don't get yourself in trouble. It's happened before. Don't go to Bourbon Street. That's just the bad place to be. We want to see y'all back here tomorrow morning, folks. The podium available for all the tee shots, whatever you want to do. Once again, folks, thank you so much.